The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon out Charleston. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other man. This is a man's world. But
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Black family, greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer. And this is season 4, episode 33, our trade part 2, part deuce of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing several things. At least I will, until I'm joined with our West Coast correspondent and our other host, Lady Che. Oh my God, who the hell is knocking on my door? There's a nigga knocking on my door. On the season 4, episode 33, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several things. The first thing is Tony Todd, star of Candyman and Final Destination films, dies at 69. Then we got Professor Black Truth's take on the cop who murdered Andre Hill, convicted back in 2020, around the same time as George Floyd. And then we got Donald Trump and Eric Adams are teaming up to save New York City. Interesting. Then we got Charleston White destroys Kamala and goes crazy for Trump. Then we got Cornel West on Trump wins Muslims in the Democratic Party. Then we got Black Americans had to learn the hard way that there is no black and brown coalition. Then where do the Democrats go from here? Then we got black men share why they couldn't vote for VP Kamala Harris and selected Trump, or the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Then the Untold fight for voting rights for black not taught in schools. Then Trump makes a shocking announcement. Chairman Omali Yeshitela of the African Socialist Party gives his take on what the Trump election means for black people. Then we got Illinois versus Trump. J.P. Pritzker sends strong warning, don't come from my people. Hilarious. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. I'm going to hop right into it while I'm waiting on SHOCCING. SHOCCING should be joining us. Put the fair use, P2, fair use.
Halt.
Oh, there's Shabaka right there. Grand Rising or Grand Evening, Shabaka, from the mom.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about last night. Okay, I sent Sister and Nana the the link. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? And then getting one of these damn cigars, man. Yeah, Vegas getting cold, man.
Yeah.
Not like you got. Yeah. You know.
We're in the 30s. We're in the 30s right now.
Oh,
we got
man. Okay.
the snow the other day. A lot of it melted,
Okay.
though. So it wasn't too bad.
Right. And refroze. And you see that brother right there on ABC News out of Los Angeles right there?
Yeah.
His name is Mark Brown. He got old as hell, man. Damn, he's been there for at least 40 years.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to give us an update on...
when he passed when he was doing the news, you know?
Yeah, so he's going to give us an update on Tony Todd, the actor that played Candyman in Final Destination. He just passed at the age of 69.
Okay, then also too, Judith Jameson had passed away, I believe at 84. She was with the Alvin Ailey Dance Company out of Harlem.
Oh, yeah? Okay. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that earlier today. And then the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make this perfectly clear, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time that you see a 47-time convicted felon become the press.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to pardon himself, Shabaka, so he won't be a felon too much longer.
Exactly. The history is real. I'm sorry. The hypocrisy is real.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to let
and one thing, and I will never step into a poll place again. I'm through voting.
Okay. It looked like your
bullshit.
Like your boy Sam Brown won.
Scam Brown? Oh, I really ain't voting no more now. Scam Brown?
Yep.
Oh, Scam Brown. Well, this is Las Vegas. What was to be expected?
All right, so we're going to get to Todd, Tony Todd, the brother that played Candyman and Final Destination film.
Yes.
Hollywood mourning the death of actor Tony Todd tonight. Representatives of the star say he died peacefully at his Marina Del Rey home last night. Todd, who had more than 240 film and TV credits spanning some 40 years, was best known for his roles in Candyman and Final Destination. Film production company New Line Cinema releasing a short statement tonight on Instagram saying, in part, "We have lost a cherished friend. Rest in peace, Tony." Tony Todd was 69.
Tributes are pouring in tonight for actor Tony Todd, who died. He was best known for his roles in the horror film Candyman. He played the killer in the film franchise. Todd's career spanned many genres, from his part in the Academy Award-winning film Platoon to Final Destination. His cause of death was not disclosed. Todd was 69.
Yeah. Later for the commercial. Oh, they're still paying tribute to the brother. Not bad. Wow, man, that brother been in a whole lot of movies. Well, it looked like, man, dude had him a prosperous career in Hollywood.
Tribute. All right, what are your thoughts on this brother passing away, Shabaka? Tony Todd.
Okay, well, I see the gentleman
69.
at the age of hold on. Sorry about that. Well, it looks like the man had a prosperous career in Hollywood, you know. Glad that he did that because a whole lot of our people go out there, man, and get twisted and turned out. So if the brother prospered, man, you know what I'm saying? Most definitely our condolences is to his family. You see what I mean? And and what I'm going to do now.
Did you ever see any of his family? Did you?
No, sir. But I'm going to say, but no, I never saw Candyman. But I think what I'm going to do when I get the opportunity, I'm going to check it out.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I seen Candyman. Like you said, it came out in '92. I seen it when I was a kid, and then I seen it again as an adult. And then I seen Final Destination. That Final Destination came out when I was in high school. And I seen all 4 of the Final Destinations. Basically, like, people were getting killed by just whatever was present. So it was definitely a horror flick. Candyman was a horror flick too. Like, basically, you go in the bathroom, you yell in the mirror 3 times, Candyman, and then he's supposed to pop out and kill you.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as they say, speak of the devil and he will show up.
Yeah. So yeah, I was real saddened when I found out the news. I was like, oh damn, this brother just passed away. Like,
yeah.
They don't know what the root,
and then
the cause of his death is. Though.
What the cause of death is?
Yeah.
All right, and then of course too, Judith Jameson passed away, who was a major contributor to the Alvin Ailey dance theater, and I believe she was 91. Yeah. The Dance Theater of Harlem, I believe. Alvin Ailey's Dance Theater of Harlem. You know.
And then we lost Quincy Jones too, like a week ago.
Yeah, they die in threes. Yeah, and Quincy Jones, you know, gifted jazz musician. You know, he played with Frank Sinatra. He played with Count Basie. He played with all the heavyweights. And then to find out about Frank Sinatra is looking at some material here from Las Vegas when the hotels would discriminate against Nat King Cole, Quincy Jones, and I even think Smokey Robinson had mentioned this here too, is that he and Frank Sinatra would say that if you don't let them play, I'll never play in this fucking town again.
So shout out to Frank Sinatra for that. Because he didn't have
they got a street named after him here, so you know he's most definitely has been honored and what have you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, Shabaka, we're moving
And
right up. Unless you got something else to
okay,
add.
and I just want to say, yeah, just to add on this here, I would love to see, you know, a lot of Black entertainers pool their resources and cause a power shift of where they can make more positive movies about the Black community. And then, of course, it came across my desk a few days ago that Denzel Washington will be portraying General Hannibal in Gladiator 2.
Yeah,
Fuck Gladiator. Just do the film on General Hannibal.
Yeah, but you know they can't do it like that. It's Hollywood, Shabaka.
I know it very well. Yeah, you recall my video I made from there. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if you got it, man, need to play it.
Yeah,
if you have ready access to it.
I don't have access to it, Shabaka. Remember, they shut my Facebook.
Okay.
Everything got shut down. So with that being said, R.I.P. to Tony Todd. You were a great Black actor, and Candyman. Right. Final Destination will never be the same without you.
Yes, sir.
Well, to your family and friends.
Yes, sir. And then also too, I saw a recent film clip out of Hollywood where Denzel Washington, he must have been in a bad mood or something because his fan was trying to get an autograph from Mr. Denzel Washington, and he pretty much had to tell him to back up off of him. And Mr. Washington was
they was all up on the dude, like they were talking about, oh, we love you and all this stuff, and he's like, man, why are you doing this to a grown man? Like, I don't know. I heard a little bit about it, Shabaka, and I was like, okay. Like, they were kind of like groupie dudes that was like trying to get an autograph.
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, you got a lot of groupie motherfuckers there, man. That's for damn sure. And I've never been a groupie or a star chaser myself. Don't get me wrong. I met a few of the celebrities. Hey, how you doing? You know, and I pretty much walk off because I know they doing what they would call their public relations work. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they make their livings, you know. And guys like Denzel and this gentleman right here, they put a lot of work off into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it is exhausting, you know. Same thing with the Jackson 5.
Yeah, I said 3 times, but it's 5 times you say his name and he's supposed to pop out the mirror and kill you.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then you just gotta have something for his ass, man, when he makes that leap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they had how they killed him was they had a bunch of bees sting him to death. So his soul came back, and anybody that conjured up his name would get killed. So yeah, you definitely got to check it out, Shabaka. But moving along, we got the Professor Black's truth take on the cop who killed Andre Hill convicted. Now, we did touch on this on a previous episode, but I wanted to play Professor Black's truth take on it. So that's what we're going to play.
All right.
This brother was killed in 2020 around the same time George Floyd was killed because the police mistaken his wallet and keys for a gun.
Wow.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. Columbus, Ohio, December 22nd, 2020, 1:38 a.m. Andre Hill was a 47-year-old father and grandfather. He was also a skilled tradesman and aspiring restaurateur who had spent years working as a chef and restaurant manager. In the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2020, he had come to visit a friend's home. The friend needed some Christmas money, and Mr. Hill had come by to drop it off. He had no idea, but he was being stalked by a criminal. According to police, they had responded to a call from a neighbor who had claimed that there was a gray SUV running off and on outside of a home for 30 minutes. 2 cops went to the location. One of them was Adam Coy. a dirty cop with a ton of citizens' complaints against him. Since it was a non-emergency call, the responding officers didn't activate their body cameras. According to the police, keep in mind, this is the police who said this, so we have to take it with a huge grain of salt. They had approached Mr. Hill, who was seated in his SUV. Mr. Hill informed police that he was waiting on a friend to come outside. That should have been the end of the matter, but of course it wasn't. Adam Coy had been breaking laws and committing offenses against the public for 20 years, and that night he wanted to see if he could top his prior offenses. Coy claimed that he felt Mr. Hill had been dismissive of him. This is cop speak for he didn't respect my authority as a white man. Mr. Hill left his SUV and walked up to his friend's house and entered the garage. The killer, Coy, claimed that he thought Mr. Hill was trying to break into the house. Now, Mr. Hill was just approached by these police, who were only a few feet away, and yet this guy claims he thought Mr. Hill was now trying to break into the house when he had been right in front of them. Coy and the other officer present had their flashlights out and walked up to the garage. Mr. Hill held up his cell phone, and that was when Coy immediately gunned him down. Now, the killer didn't activate his body camera until after he had gunned down Mr. Hill. What he didn't know was that the body cameras are basically recording the entire time, regardless of if you've activated them or not, though the body cameras don't save the video footage until the record button is activated. That's important because when the record button is activated, the body cameras have what's called a look back feature, which captures and saves footage starting from 60 seconds before the body camera is turned on. And that's how we know that Mr. Hill had no weapon, wasn't presenting any sort of threat, that he was holding up his cell phone. Coy probably thought he could get away with murder if he waited until after the kill to turn on his body camera, but technology foiled that plan. An unidentified woman had come out of the home at that point and was telling police he was bringing me Christmas money. He didn't do anything. Of course, the police didn't release the footage of this latest murder that they had committed. It took a public records request to force them to give that up. In the body cam footage, Hill clearly does not have a weapon at all. He's clearly holding up a cell phone and showing it to the police. There was no threat of any sort, though he was also wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt, which to the police is a threat in and of itself. After gunning him down, the assailants made no attempt to render aid or even to summon medical assistance. In fact, after shooting him, the police handcuffed his corpse. This is a perverse, sick ritual that these thugs with badges like to carry out after they've murdered a black citizen. I'm sure if you check the white supremacist message boards and chat rooms, you'll find that this is some sort of putrid little celebratory practice they like to do. In the aftermath of this latest murder by Ohio police, the city of Columbus refused to do anything. They dragged their feet and didn't take any action. They were hoping that this would all go away and that the attention would fade. Only it didn't. The white media, especially the ones on the white right, gave the usual lies and shop-worn excuses that police have to make split-second decisions, don't you know? Even though there was no threat, nothing to prompt use of force or even an argument. As usual, this criminal didn't murder this black man because he had a reason. He did it because he thought he had an opportunity. It would be another 3 months of public outcry before the authorities finally realized this story wasn't going away. They wouldn't be able to wait this one out or for it to blow over. So on February 4th, 2021, the killer was finally indicted and charged with murder, felonious assault, and 2 counts of dereliction of duty. Whenever police are caught committing murders or some other criminality typical of their kind, the white media is always the first to come running to defend them with the usual canned excuses and lies, false claims that they have split seconds to make a decision, when in reality they will stand there for minutes on end. The police take routine circumstances that a normal person wouldn't even blink at, and the police make them into violent encounters. People simply standing in front of them, and they kill them on the spot simply because they know that the authorities aren't going to do anything about it. So of course the white media tried to lionize this murderer from the very beginning, telling everyone how long he had been in the police department. But what the white media didn't do at the time was to inform the public that Coy had a long history of complaints, with more than 36 citizen complaints filed against him since he had joined the department. A dozen of the complaints were related to the use of force, which means that this thug had a long track record of drawing his gun or assaulting citizens when it was clearly uncalled for. As usual, just like all these other thugs with badges, this guy had a ton of citizens' complaints. His behavior was well known to the department, yet they did nothing about it. They didn't fire him, didn't even suspend him. So this is the kind of trash they want on the streets precisely because of his behavior, not in spite of it. In May of 2021, the city settled with the family of Mr. Hill for $10 million, which was a record for the city. Coy was finally put on trial this year, and the Fraternal Order of Police paid for some legal pimp to defend him and try to fly every trial balloon and Hail Mary they could, including the old standby, he was afraid for his life. Yeah, that cell phone looked very dangerous. Even his own lawyers said it didn't matter that Mr. Hill was unarmed. What mattered was, what did this killer believe? What did he think? Now, of course, these are the exact same people who will tell you, you can't tell what's in someone's heart. You can't tell what's in someone's mind. And yet they say, well, just take my word for what was in my heart and in my mind. They want to have it both ways. So they were just flying one trial balloon after the next, hoping that the white members of the jury would get on code, and they threw every dog whistle they could. Well, this week, Coy was finally convicted on all counts, including murder. The police union, of course, defended this killer, and no one in law enforcement called for any sort of legislative measures to punish the so-called bad apples, which is because there's no good ones. Prosecutors asked for an immediate sentencing, but the judge, telegraphing that he's going to try to give an acquittal from the bench, he says that he's going to wait until November 25th before he hands down a sentence. Now, keep in mind, that's only a few days before Thanksgiving. So this means that he's going to try to wait until he thinks everyone's distracted with holiday activities before he attempts to subvert the conviction with some slap-on-the-wrist lowball sentence. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. I don't like doing these crime reports, not this kind, where I have to report on a Black person being murdered by the police. This killing happened in 2020 when it was Trump in office, but perversely, more Black people have been killed since Biden took office than when Trump was in the White House. That's significant because when Biden became president, the police correctly understood that he was going to give them the green light, which he did. They knew about Kamala Harris's reputation as Attorney General of California, the largest state in the union. How could they not know about her? Biden's anti-Black attitude has been very well documented and known to police. He authored the '94 crime bill, after all, and has for decades gone out of his way to show his contempt for anything that even seems considerate of Black people. On the campaign trail, instead of promising to finally punish the police for their rampant killings and criminality, Biden, you'll recall, promised to misdirect COVID money to the police instead, financially rewarding them for their murders instead of punishing them. And that told the thugs in blue everything they needed to know about what to expect from him as president. He emboldened them to not only continue committing murders, but to commit more of them, which they did. So for the last 4 years, where have the protests on this massive uptick in police murders been at? It didn't materialize because people didn't think that there was a problem. Why? Once Trump was out of office, they began to imagine that Biden was different. There was a collective snooze button that had been hit in the consciousness of the public. The Black media talked about it, but at the end of the day, the people themselves as a group were not seeing that there was a problem that was happening. The usual mechanisms and the usual motivations that would have people in the streets had been dulled. We saw the exact same thing after Obama was elected. All that revolutionary energy that had been building in the years before had been dispersed. This might seem like a minor point, but it's not. The white supremacists understand exactly what it is that prompts people to take to the streets and to take action. And they also are savvy enough to understand how to try to disperse that kind of energy when it builds. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that revolutions and revolts take on average between 10 and 20 years to come to a head. The white supremacists understand that principle as well. Citizens had long been sick and tired of the thugs in blue being allowed to get away with murder for decade on end. And finally, a critical mass of them had had enough in 2020. If Obama and Biden had their way, though, these cops still wouldn't be punished for their crimes. The social change that took place in 2020 was, in fact, a paradigm shift. But the Democrats have not been trying to encourage it. They've been trying to stop it, because both political parties are on the side of the thugs in blue, and that's no surprise. Democrats and Republicans both play the political equivalent of good cop, bad cop against us. But like every good cop, bad cop situation, both of them are working against you, no matter what the good cop claims. Now, there's one more aspect of this that I would be remiss in not mentioning. You'll notice that in the last 4 years, I haven't said one word about the murder of Andre Hill before now. Even the people who had posted comments about it asking me what did I think about it or did I have any sort of briefing that I would give on it, I didn't even bother to respond. And now that the verdict is in, I can go ahead and tell you why. First of all, Mushmouth Crump was representing the family of the deceased. That creep is an ambulance chaser, and when you see him, it's never a good sign. So that was the first red flag. But you'll recall that Crump's presence didn't stop me from advocating for the family of Ahmaud Arbery. And why was that? Well, look at the family of Andre Hill and what they did. His own brother was making public statements saying that this wasn't about race. Quote, "It's not a black and white issue. This is a people issue." But the topper had to be when he actually had the gall to say that he appreciated the good police officers and that they didn't deserve to suffer and be mentally tormented because the public would think that they were like this murderer Coy. He said that. When I saw the family's remarks like this, I decided that I wouldn't say anything. If the family of these victims don't think that it's racial, then what would we look like saying that it is? I simply reserve comment until after these cases are over. And this is the kind of discipline we have to have, family. Biden and the Democrats aren't the only ones who helped to create a permissive environment for police criminality. Families who keep doing the forgiveness routine or claiming that it's not about race, they are equally responsible too. Like I always tell you, family, nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy. While the victims of these police murders deserve our support, the reality is the families in many cases don't. Now, I don't know if this is a case of someone chasing the bag or of some other questionable motive, but I do know that for the family to be giving sympathy to the very gang of criminals who carry out these executions and to bestow appreciation on the very street gangs who defend killers like this and who say nothing about it or do anything about it for decades on end, I'm sorry, but we just can't stick up for everyone. The police in Columbus and throughout the state of Ohio have become notorious nationwide for a string of murders of black men and even children like Tamir Rice. Yet this guy is telling people that he appreciates them right after they murder his brother and that they don't deserve to be seen as the criminals they are? Well, I, for one, cannot support that. I won't support that. And you shouldn't either. Right. This is precisely the reason why, starting years back, I and other new voices of black media, we didn't just immediately jump into these cases to advocate for these families like we used to. It's because we've been through this too many times. When these ignorant and often self-serving individuals do things like this, it makes it where we have to be very careful about who we choose to stick up for. It's one thing to speak up when these murders at the hands of the police happen, but as far as getting out there and saying we're demanding justice for fill in the blank, we simply cannot call ourselves pulling for justice when the families of the deceased are pulling against us. Now, as for how these issues are resolved, we can speak on that, of course, because it provides a valid data point for yet another incident of police criminality. It is noteworthy as an incident, so that's why we can talk about it, but not as a cause celeb for us to go out and try to produce justice for. The police have been emboldened to carry out these crimes, and black citizens as individuals and a group have to be ready and willing to defend ourselves. Law-abiding black citizens have a right to defend themselves from anyone who's threatening to harm them, and the public has a right and a duty to support their right to self-defense and to be able to live their lives. Let's hope that in the future that more of these victims' family members start thinking about justice instead of only thinking about themselves. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cloudwalker Z, Deep Eye 904, Chevalier Foster, Liban Gurhan, and Les Charles. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Very devastating since African Americans helped build this country. And
all right, Rebecca, what are your thoughts on this? I do recall us briefly mentioning this on another platform, Shabaka.
Yes, sir.
But at the time, I was like how Professor Black Truth felt like, why is the family condoning this shit?
Right.
Like, brother literally just got murdered by the police, and he's sitting up talking about how great the police are. Like,
yeah, well, they probably, Brother Che, have been stepped to by the police and intimidated to say that.
Yeah, and then they had Ben Crump as well, and he's been
No, with his ambulance chasing ass. But however, I do respect Ben Crump, you know what I'm saying? Although he's chasing ambulances, you know what I mean? But I do appreciate Ben Crump because with Johnny Cochran gone, man, it's kind of like, man, he's the only one who's out there addressing these issues, you know what I'm saying? You've got to understand he's got to make it.
There's a few others. There's a few others like Lee Merritt and some others, but yeah, he's the biggest ambulance chaser of this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
The majority of the cases that he presides over, the family gets getting on this. Oh, forgive. Oh,
yeah.
So they can get the bag, like we seen that with Elijah McClain's family.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Yeah. So
it's very sad.
So this is why we haven't really been to the rescue of a lot of these police sanctioned murders, because the families is like in cahoots with it or in full agreement of it. You're not gonna advocate.
Or they've been intimidated.
One of the two.
Yeah. You know, or they've been intimidated.
And we just covered that story of the brother that got lynched in Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was supposed to be like
the one who was the truck driver.
Him too, but this one in particular, they found him hanging in a basement.
Damn, that's news to me.
Yeah, we covered it, Shabaka. You gotta go back and listen to the playbacks. The shows that you missed, we cover a lot of serious information. And everybody was asking about you, Shabaka. They was like, where is Shabaka? Where is Shabaka?
Because I'm going through some, how should I say? You know, I call you on the phone and tell you about it, Brother Che. I'm going through some personal issues, you know what I mean? And I'll call you on the phone and tell you about it. You know what I'm saying? It's because these issues are still unfolding, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, and I'll give you, so please, man. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what are your final thoughts on this case right here?
Okay, the case stinks, okay, number one. And it's that old saying, well, we investigated ourselves and we found that we did nothing wrong. And from what I understand, man, is that from the 80s and around the Rodney King case, they were supposed to be having these oversight committees from the public, right?
Yes, the community oversight board.
Yeah. And what it is the question is are they just for show, or are they going to go out there, man, and handle some business on it? Is because, you know, as we are.
In my experience with them, they're just for show, because they ain't got no teeth.
Yeah.
Like our officer.
Yeah, exactly.
It has no teeth.
Exactly. And then what they should have is, if they would, for them to grow some teeth, they should have the powers to arrest or had an officer responsible for any criminal conduct arrested on the spot. You see what I mean? And then when he gets arrested on the spot, he is to go into the general population.
Oh, yeah.
Not PC.
That would be a perfect world.
Into the general population to walk the concrete like so many of us have done.
Well, you already know what happens to them in general population. So
I understand that. But as you and I understand, man, that any and everybody's life is in jeopardy when you walk in the concrete.
Yep.
You see what I mean?
They're above the law, and these are the same ones that's talking about ain't nobody above the law. Well, y'all seem to think that y'all above the law, and you can just do whatever.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah. And still.
Yes, sir. It's called hypocrisy.
That's why we have to end qualified immunity in all 50 states. Initiative here in Colorado, we ended qualified immunity, but these cops are still getting off. They're still getting away with murder.
Oh, yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir. And then keep in mind, though, too, man, looking at the U.S. Senate and the House of Representatives, it's all Republican controlled.
Yeah, it's a mandate. It's a full mandate, and you only have yourselves to blame, Democrats. You have nobody to blame but yourselves. You did this to yourselves.
Yeah,
you were right. I know it pains you to accept it. Free Coon Zone and Jeff Fard and crew.
Yeah,
but we were right.
Yeah,
we told you so. So now you got to deal with the orange.
Oh yes, sir.
Years. You're welcome.
Oh yeah, and then a loved one had called me, after the election, right?
Shabaka,
and said, Shabaka, I don't know how you did it, but you predicted that son of a bitch would win the first time that he did. And you predicted this son of a bitch would win the second time, and he did. And he said, sir, I'm just saying that you are a genius, for seeing through this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's what it is. Oh, man, and crying ass Van Jones, our democracy, and all that bullshit.
Yeah, first of
you
all,
brain-dead Negroes still don't get it. When they wrote that hypocritical document called the U.S. Constitution that you can go and take and wipe your ass with it, okay, we was considered 3/5 of a human being. We were property. Then when you did have the so-called Emancipation Proclamation, like I try to tell Sarge, okay, the slave owners was compensated, but we weren't.
We're the only ones that ain't
we did all the work.
Yeah,
and we did all the work.
I'm just trying to take. Yeah. I agree, Shabaka. All right, so moving along, we got the dump as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
And we want to make that perfectly clear, by the way. Yes, sir.
And Eric Adams, otherwise known as Big E, are joining forces to save New York.
So Eric Adams and the dump, as in human shit, are joining forces to save New York.
For joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. And honestly, I can't even say it seems that that's what's happening. That is what's happening, because that is the word coming out of Eric Adams' mouth himself, as he has been in communication with Donald Trump, in order for them to get New York City back in order, to make New York City great again. Now, this isn't such a far-fetched thing that this has happened and it's occurred. It wasn't that long ago at I believe it's called the Al Smith dinner, where Donald Trump empathized with Eric Adams over the fact that Biden's DOJ threw charges on him. Right. And it's been suspected by many of us, especially me here on this channel, for a couple of months now. We've been saying this, and people are still articulating this and believe this to be true, that the charges put on Eric Adams was really retaliation for Eric Adams very adamantly and vehemently placing the proper blame of the migrant crisis at the feet of the Biden-Harris administration. He had the audacity to call them out. He had the audacity to tell the truth and to say that they have abandoned New York because they're not providing the proper finances needed in order for them to even be able to take care of all these illegal immigrants. And in doing so, and constantly, once again, laying the proper blame at the feet of the Harris administration, even questioning Kamala Harris by name and her ability to be the border czar. Once he started doing that regularly, we started seeing FBI raids occur to those who are in Eric Adams' orbit. Many people who were associated with and or working with his campaign, they started getting raided. They started having their belongings confiscated, computers, cell phones, and things of that nature. And it was only a matter of time before the feds came knocking on Eric Adams' door himself. They took his cell phone and then put charges on him. You're going to see in this clip here, Donald Trump is going to empathize with him, and he's going to give him some words of encouragement, stating, "You're going to get through this. You're going to win." Let's get into this clip right now.
It's about time. It's about time. Mayor Adams, good luck with everything. They went after you. They went after you, Mayor. Yeah, boy, I do that. 9.5 months ago, I said, he just said something about it, about the administration. He's going to be indicted any moment. And guess what happened? But you're going to win. I think you're going to win. I know you're going to win. So good luck. Good luck.
As I stated in my live stream earlier this morning, Trump isn't someone who just exchanges pleasantries with anybody, particularly if he doesn't like you. He's not going to give you words of encouragement and says, you're going to win, you're going to pull through. I know that you are. That isn't something that he just throws around willy-nilly. So clearly, these are words of encouragement and support towards Eric Adams, where if we're being honest, essentially that is, if you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I see what the Harris-Biden administration has done to you. I see how they're weaponizing the justice system against you in retaliation to you speaking out against them. They've done the same thing for me, to me. If I get elected president, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You work with me concerning getting New York City back in order, and you form an alliance with me, and I will drop your charges. And I do believe that when Donald Trump gets into the White House, he is going to immediately drop Eric Adams' charges. I would be shocked if he didn't. And from this point moving forward, we have seen Eric Adams repeatedly speak against the talking point that Donald Trump is a fascist and that he is Hitler. And he's been asked this, or I should say he was asked that so many times that the last time he had a press conference and he was asked about whether or not he believed Donald Trump was a fascist and was he Hitler, he lashed out and said, stop insulting me, essentially by asking these dumb questions when New York City is facing real issues that I have to deal with. We have real issues. There are real problems. Why do you keep coming to me with foolishness and nonsense? It's an insult to my intelligence. Let's get into this clip right here of Eric Adams lashing out at the press for constantly referring to Donald Trump as a fascist.
No problems we're having. And with all that's going on to everyday New Yorkers, we're asking questions that is someone a fascist or is someone a Hitler. That's insulting to me. That is insulting. And I'm not going to engage in that. Everyone needs to turn down the rhetoric, because after Election Day, we still have to be the United States and not the divided states. And so if people can't understand there are real issues facing New Yorkers, and I just find it just humiliating that what everyday mom and pops are doing and going through across this country, that here we are having this conversation about this silly item. So I refuse to participate in that. I'm going to fight for New Yorkers like I've done for years, and whomever can understand that, they're not in the streets. When I'm at these town halls, talking to people there, they're not asking me these silly questions. We are in this bubble, you know, and I know you guys really believe these stories you're writing. It gives you a lot of clicks. It's exciting and give you headlines. But this is not what New Yorkers and Americans are dealing with, folks. They are scared of their future. Someone needs to stand up and say enough of this. Tone down the rhetoric. Let people hear the facts. Let them vote. And let's decide what the next 4 years are going to be for our city. And that's my position. I cannot make it any clearer.
And the people heard the facts and they voted. And as we all know, Trump won in a bloodbath, a landslide victory. And since then, as I've been discussing since Donald Trump's victory, a host of well-known governors, Governor Kathy Hochul of Eric Adams' state, New York, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, even the attorney general of New York, Letitia James, and the governor of Massachusetts. I believe her name is Maura Healey, if I'm saying her name right. I always feel like I'm saying her name wrong. They have all come out and have taken an adversarial stance against Donald Trump, and he isn't even in office yet. While Eric Adams is the only one so far, as it pertains to well-known Democrats, who has extended an olive branch to Trump and Vance in order for them to work together to get New York City back in order. Let's get into this clip right here.
I want to congratulate President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. and wish them all the best as they work to promote the interests of the American people. As mayor of America's largest city, our main team will work with the incoming administration for the good of all New Yorkers. We will collaborate with our mayors across this country to come up with a real agenda that can help cities across America.
Brother Jack.
Now, seemingly right now is looking like Eric Adams is the only one that wants to collaborate with Donald Trump. And many are even speculating that the reason that Eric Adams recently shut down this controversial program, as you see here, the New York Post article is titled NYC to End Controversial Program Supplying Migrants with Prepaid Debit Cards after dropping $50 million on it. That was a very controversial issue. It's a hot topic that everybody was speaking about.
Yeah, he paid for poor. Yep, that's what's up, guys. I can't wait to say. You're gonna post the link to the blackout, or are you talking about the blackout as a censorship? I think you're talking about as a censorship.
Oh yeah, he says tonight reactions coming soon. The blackout is now official. Damn. Okay, see, so it already started, people. You know, so-called censorship. So once again, take that hypocritical document that says freedom of speech. Use it for shit paper. Let the dog piss on it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and if you stick around, there's a video of the dump dealing with this, or explaining on how to deal with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Shabaka?
The rich history of where we come from.
Many people were upset across the city of New York, and even those who didn't live in the city of New York were very offended by this kind of money being spent on illegal immigrants who were being ungrateful to the meal boxes that were given to them in the five-star hotels in New York, because that's where those cash cards stem from.
Yeah, I checked you out there.
They were living in five-star hotels in New York. Meal boxes were being given to them, and they were throwing the whole meal away. They would just toss the food in the trash. All of it was going to waste because they didn't like the food.
If you got the other,
I always heard that beggars can't be choosers, but they were definitely choosing in those five-star hotels after crossing the border illegally. And because so much money was going to waste, because they weren't eating the food in the meal boxes, tossing them in the trash, then Eric Adams put in place this debit card program that would give them a prepaid amount of money for the illegal immigrants to go purchase food on their own. Well, that has since been canceled by Eric Adams. The contract is going to be expiring very soon. Eric Adams said he's not going to renew it. Many have speculated that it's because of his alliance with Donald Trump that this happened. And he was asked a little bit about the conversations that they did have. And here is what Eric Adams had to say.
Agree. Let's talk about some other crucial issues, though. You talked yesterday to President-elect Trump. What did you talk about? And did it involve any funding for New York City, or perhaps lack of funding?
Well, you know, I've been very consistent about private conversations. You know, I don't go into them, but I'm clear. I'm here to fight on behalf of this city. You know, you can't hold your breath and wait 4 years before you start bringing back those resources to the city. We have a new president, and I'm going to collaborate with his administration to deal with some pressing issues that face in our city, particularly around funding. When you look at the billions of dollars we spent with the migrants and asylum seekers, we got very little help from the federal government. And I think it's imperative that we engage on the right of to say New York needs infrastructure, affordability, and other big ticket items.
Now, when it comes to funding, when it comes to the economic impact of the migrant crisis on New York City, Eric Adams,
because it's acknowledging the truth, Shabaka, they was withholding funding. They wasn't helping him out. Remember, he had to go down to Columbia. Tell him, hey, so y'all need to stop coming to New York City. Because remember, prior to that, he was like, come on in. We'll take you in the Big Apple. And then
Yeah.
they started coming. He did an about face, took a trip all the way down to Columbia, and was like, "Hey, y'all need to stop coming to New York City. We're at capacity. We can't take no more of you."
He did, huh? Okay.
Yeah, and Biden wasn't helping him out.
Okay, whoa. Then I retract my last statement I said about it, man. Okay, at least he's making some type of effort.
But he was the only one out of all the sanctuary mayors to stand up against the fight, this administration.
Okay. All righty.
Adams was recently asked about that at the same press conference that I played for you, where he was congratulating Donald Trump for getting into office. And when he was asked about whether or not he would participate in Donald Trump's mass deportation operation, and is he concerned that it would have a negative economic impact on New York City, here is what Eric Adams had to say.
Because in terms of the economy of the city and the possibilities that the president might try to deport some migrants, I know we have sanctuary city issues here, but I'm wondering if you're concerned that if migrants leave because of their fears of what's going to happen, if this could adversely affect the city economy because there'll be a loss of people working and a loss of tax income, and are you worried that it will affect the city's bottom line?
Well, our city's bottom line was affected with 220,000 migrants and asylum seekers were placed in the city without any federal assistance that was substantial. We were impacted, billions of dollars.
That was a great answer. Our economy was impacted when 120,000 illegal immigrants were dropped into our city without any federal funding. That's what negatively impacted the economy. So you're sitting here asking me, in between deportation and those who seemingly are scared to get deported, so now they're going to flee New York, are you concerned about the negative economic impact? No, they were the negative economic impact. They were the negative economic impact. So he's not really concerned too much about that at all whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure that the lines that he is now forming with Trump, he's going to get all of the funding that he needs. Now, in closing, I want to get into this next question that he was asked with, I believe it was ABC Eyewitness News, the clip that I played earlier, when they asked him about his case and whether or not him and Trump talked about it and whether or not Donald Trump will drop the charges against him. Here's what he had to say.
Yeah, the new president. Do you think the Trump presidency will have an impact on your federal case? Are you hoping the charges will be dropped? We do know that he said that you were being unfairly targeted because of your criticism of the Biden administration's immigration policy. What are your thoughts on that? And have you spoken to Trump about this?
No, I did not. And I've been extremely clear that I've done nothing wrong, and I have competent attorneys that are going to handle that case. My job is to do what I was elected to do, and that's fight on behalf of New Yorkers. And anyone who conflate the two just really don't know who I've been for the last 30 plus years as a public servant, from police officer to an elected official. I'm going to fight and defend this city. This city deserves that, and that is what I'm going to continue to do.
Okay.
Trump's going to drop the charges. He's going to drop the charges. And quite frankly, he should. He should. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video out on your...
And subscribe to Frontline Black News.
That's right, Shabaka.
Like and subscribe and listen to our past episodes of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
That's right, Shabaka. All right, what are your thoughts on the dump as in human shit? And we want to make that perfectly clear. And Eric Adams, aka Big E, teaming up to save New York City.
Well, once again, the house nigga syndrome is there, okay? And reason why I'm sensitive on that issue is because I had to cut ties with an individual who suffers from the same goddamn syndrome. And it's really sad. It really, really is sad. But however, at my age now, Brother Che, that there's for the generations after me now, man. And the information that I left behind, take what is useful, leave what is useless.
Okay. All right, so it looked like Eric Adams gonna get pardoned, y'all. Remember he had all them charges.
Safe bet.
Since the dump is
Safe
in.
bet.
I don't know, the dump
And then
might
keep in mind,
more good than harm. We might have had a wrong thought process about the dump. He seems to want to go after everybody that is effing with us.
Well, we have to now, in all fairness to the dump, okay, he did pardon Jack Johnson in his first term as president. He did make the statement that I had to agree with, is that you would have thought that the previous administration would have done that, referring to old Sambo, you know.
But no, the previous administration wouldn't have done that, because the previous administration was tethered, Shabaka. It was a bunch of tethers from the
tethers, oh man. Yeah, tethers, okay. And then also too okay, and then just like that individual, man, who came on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Oh my God, that
Yeah. And he got hit with the eject button is because one thing I'm not going to do, Brother Che, that you'll find out when you get older, brother. Ain't no motherfucker, man, going to tell me about shit that I've lived through. Right. Ain't going to tell me nothing. Who is more than half of my age, they ain't going to tell me shit, okay? Mayor Adams is a Democrat who acts like a Republican. Yeah, Jay Militant, that's right. Demopublican. Yeah. Hey, new word, Demopublican.
Yeah, or moderate. I mean, that's basically what a moderate is.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fence straddler. But as Jay Militant is saying here, is that Mayor Adams is a Democrat who acts like a Republican. You see what I mean? But keep in mind that, you know, and I hate using this term, but these house niggas are on too many puppet strings, because look at London Bridge, who lost her seat as mayor.
Great.
Look at and look at the and Jay Militant, and what was the name of the district attorney in Alameda County, man, that just got recalled. She got recalled. London Bridge got recalled. You know what I'm saying? And then too, Jay Militant, them Google cars up there in San Francisco, man, that shit tripped me the fuck out.
Oh, boy, here we go with the Google cars again. Somebody brought the Google cars yesterday too, Shabaka. Everybody was missing you the whole chat. Like, where is Shabaka?
Let's be honest. Okay, now as Jay Militant is saying here, and I'll get back on the Google cars, brother Chat.
Nobody.
Trump did that to get the black vote, along with other stuff. That man don't care about nobody. He's playing the game. Colors his own wife don't even want to kiss him or sleep in the bed. Now that's bad. Now that's bad, Jay Militant. Yeah, you get a point right there. Now that's bad. You know what I'm saying? That is real bad. You know what I mean?
Hey, Melania. Well, yeah, Melania. I know you're in here somewhere, Melania. She was not the picture with.
Now that's bad. That is bad, you know. And then too, the Google cars are in fact dangerous, is because the streets of San Francisco are very, very narrow. Yes. And the streets that haven't been widened, you know, I would imagine since, man, the cowboy days, man, you know what I'm saying? But in Los Angeles, the streets are real wide, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what have you, but San Francisco is the exact opposite. And then you got the hills up there, you know, that'll definitely wear out your transmission, brakes, all that old good shit, you know what I'm saying? So quite naturally, of course, you would figure that mechanics who specializes on brakes and transmissions would be charging lower prices to get more customers and to prevent accidents. But quite naturally, of course, they're going to jack the prices up, because it all boils down to fucking greed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It boils down to greed. America was built on greed. You know what I mean?
Yep, amongst other things. Yeah, definitely greed.
Yeah, it's definitely built on greed. And, and Martin Luther King, has stated he led our people into a violent hostile integration.
I don't know. I gotta give credit where credit's due. Shout out to Eric Adams for this. Like, to hell with the damn Democrats. You had him send 100,000 plus illegals to his city. Didn't give him no federal funding. Caused the city to become like $1 billion in debt behind shit.
Yeah.
Don't get mad at him for speaking out against it and put all these trumped up charges against him.
Okay, trumped up charges against Trump.
No, against Eric Adams.
Oh, okay. So trumped up charges. Wow. The irony is real. Trumped up charges.
Don't send no more of them here. Stop sending them here.
Yeah. Okay, because when they was having those migrants that was heading for the border, and Trump, when Mike Pence was his vice president, they did come out and say to the migrants, you got a caravan coming in, turn around. You know what I mean? And what have you. And then, of course, they are talking about the children who was there, which is really screwed up because children are innocent. But at the same token, what I will continue to say, but no one speaks of the innocent children and our young black girls and black boys that were taken away from their parents on auction blocks. Nobody don't want to mention that part. This is not hatred. If you're going to have some goddamn racial healing in this country, then you got to discuss this horrible shit. And I'm not talking about these ignorant, stupid, one-minded motherfuckers. Oh no, ain't nobody who's left alive who was a slave. But one man, and I think he was on the podcast of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, did listen to me, Brother Chair, when we spoke about the power of the parlay, the investment, reinvestment, and what have you. The gentleman did say, well, I never looked at it that way. Okay, why? Because the Black experience is not your experience. Okay, this does not mean that we hate you. You know what I'm saying? But if we're going to have some racial healing in this country, you're going to have to address these issues.
The Bay don't want to do better. Too many kiss-ass South Negroes. Yep. That sounds about right.
Yeah, he's right about that. Yeah, because I'm away from the computer on the Bluetooth. So I'm going to ask you to read the telemetry, Brother Che.
What do you mean, read the? Are you talking about for the show on
the comments as they come in? Yeah. Oh. You know what the comments that we have right there. They I think they call that telemetry.
Okay, yeah, I'll read the comments for you, Shabak. It says, yes, Adams, like, fuck. Get these motherfuckers out of here.
Yeah. There's no argument with undisputed truth. Because only a fucking idiot would sit up there to tell you that shit don't stink when it clearly does.
Right. So, yeah, shout out to Eric Adams for that. All right, moving along, we got the Coon of the Year, Shabaka. So I'm saying he is the Coon of the Year. Charleston White.
Scott.
No, Charleston White. Charleston White destroys Kamala and goes crazy for Trump. Wait until you see this shit, Shabaka. Get ready for this fuckery here. Elon Musk could be policy soon. Yeah, he did say he was going to appoint him to his cabinet.
Okay, now we're really in trouble because just like brother was saying earlier, okay, now all this shit is getting ready to get censored. The Facebook, the stinky bird.
That's what you think, Shabaka. But no, it's not finna get censored. And I'm gonna play a video later about the dump talking about what he plans to do in regards to that.
All right.
But, now look at this coon ass nigga here looking like the Where's Waldo Confederate coon. Look at this nigga.
Oh my God.
So Charleston White, some are saying he is the coon of the year. I think he gonna give Tim Scott a run for his money, Shabaka. Wait until you see this shit.
Okay. All right.
We just want to thank you, Father God, because
he's such an idiot.
Right.
Wow.
He's such an idiot.
Damn, gotta laugh to keep on crying.
Oh my goodness. Here we go with this dude. This that MAGA Project 2025 celebration.
I'm so happy. I'm so because your word can't be amended. You said in your word, God, that a woman can't lead. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It's in the Quran, Father God. So right now, we just give thanks and all honor in your son, Jesus Christ, for bringing Trump back to the White House. I got my president back. Hold up that figure. Oh, they tried to kill him. They tried to convict him. They tried to wrongfully convict him. They tried, Father God.
Everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
Son, Jesus Christ.
This man prayed. He said it's in the Bible, it's in the Quran. It was a prophetic word because the woman cannot lead the man. Only God could have blessed us this way and blessed us with Donald Trump being president of the United States. This man said it's in the Bible and the Quran and the Talmud.
Oh, see, everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
Nah, Charleston White got all the time to Tyrion in the world. This man has built a whole career off Tyrion. Right. And why he got the Kanye West picture up. That's what makes this the ultimate troll, is that he got that photo of Kanye West at the back. You know, over there. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. We want it back just a little bit. Let's get back into this prayer. Let's jump into this prayer.
Got my president back. Hold up that fist. Hold it. And your son, Jesus Christ, for bringing Trump back to the White House. I got my president back. Hold up that fist. Oh, they tried to kill him. They tried to convict him. They tried to wrongfully convict him. They tried, Father God, just thank you. We give all honor and praise to the Son, Jesus Christ. Yes, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. We got my man back. We got my man back. They thought the engine go in. They thought, we got my man back. I'm so happy. I'm so
I can't do it. I can't do it.
USA, boy, it's Trump everything around here. It's Trump everything. It's Trump everything. Oh, it's Trump everything around here, boy. Look, it's Trump everything. Look, we got Trump candy. It's Trump.
Where you get Trump candy from? No, that's crazy. First off, shout out to DSB for dropping a super chat and a members only live stream. I appreciate you. Don't nobody show support like DSB. Shout out to everybody who's a channel member. But my man DSB be coming through. He be coming through. But where you get Trump candy from?
Right.
I'm trying to get a Trump candy bar.
Oh my God.
And I know y'all thought I was trolling when I said I'm about to get that Trump hat, the black hat with the gold letters. I'm about to order it tonight. After we done Tyrion with Charleston White, I'm gonna order it. Y'all think I'm playing, but I'm trying to find out where you get these Trump candy bars from. I'm trying to give you one of them too.
Everything. We got Trump candy, nigga. Milk chocolate rice crispy candy bar. Nigga, we got Trump candy around here. I'm talking about real niggas fucking real. I was born.
Nigga like a black Klansman.
Right. That's exactly.
Born in the USA. I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA.
Damn, man. What is this motherfucking disease, man?
We're doing this. Interactive with him. This next question. They woke up mad, and I woke up glad. I'm Trump everything. I'm Trump everything.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm right there with him on that one. He said, "Y'all woke up mad. I woke up glad." I did wake up glad. You know, I did wake up glad the next morning after the election. I'm right there with him on that. watching all them liberal tears, and people are still spazzing out on the internet, which is crazy. Remember last night live stream, all those little TikTok clips that I played of people and stuff like that, you know, going crazy. They're like literally like it's not stopping. It's not stopping. People are online. Liberals are online, losing their mind behind Trump being president. They even had a protest in downtown Chicago in front of the Trump Tower in downtown Chicago. I'm like, really? Y'all protested like that? I mean, it's not going to stop him from being president, but I mean, I guess protest wasn't that big. I mean, they had a couple hundred people. Yeah, I mean, it was cool. It was a cool little size. But I mean, I don't get it. I don't get what the issue is. I don't get what the issue is, you know.
The Chrome extension everyone will be using in 2025. I feel like I just found a Google cheat code. This Chrome extension lets you block ads.
Oh, I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA.
Charleston got the coon voice and everything. It's crazy. He got the perfect voice, body language, everything to fit just the cool archetype. And for the record, I like Charleston. I find him entertaining. He's entertaining. And, you know, if you actually do listen to him, you know, give him a chance. I wish a lot of people do, because obviously he's really popular. I mean, he be saying, I actually hate when people say, like, he do be saying some real stuff, though. He do. But here's my thing with Charleston White, right? Because he do stuff like this and makes people upset. Like, you know, he got the Confederate flag on and, you know, Confederate flag hat on. And he just straight, you know, like Ross said, just cooning and buffooning. You get what I'm saying? He'll do all that and then hop on an interview with, like, Say Cheese. That's pretty much who he exclusively interviews with now, right? Say Cheese and this dude called the Danza Project. And then he'll be dropping, quote, gems, right? Charleston White will be dropping gems, right? After he gets done, quote, cooning like this. But here's my thing. And I know Rob can appreciate this too, right? If you're upset with the quote cooning that Charleston White does, then whose fault is it really that he had to go to this extent of cooning in order to get the people's attention, in order to deliver a real message? Because prior to Charleston White, you know, air quotes once again, cooning, prior to all that, you know, and buffooning, from my understanding, where he's from, I believe he's from Dallas, he's known. Like, he was actually a community organizer / activist in his community, like going to city council meetings, trying to get laws passed. Like, you can find like old video clips of Charleston White from like 10 years ago, just being a regular dude, like out in the community, helping the kids and doing all that type of stuff, like actually being the person that, you know, a lot of your favorite social media content creators claim to be. Like, he was actually that in real life, but it didn't take him anywhere. It wasn't going anywhere. You're doing this for years. You're not necessarily seeing the change in the community that you want to see, because, you know, you're kind of just out here solo dolo with it, you know, trying to make a change. And then you're also seeing, to some degree, or maybe to a large degree, a lot of people don't care about what you're talking about and the change you're trying to make. So then, can you really be upset with them for then saying, all right, well, since nobody want to pay attention to nobody's paying attention to anything I have to say, and they're taking my actual hard work, activism work for granted, all right, then forget it. Now I'm on this type of time.
They woke up mad, and I woke up glad. I put out Trump everything.
Now he'll do this. I woke up mad. Y'all woke up mad. Born in the USA. I'm pointing with the Confederate flag. So, like I said, he didn't used to be on this type of time, is my point. He was on his serious, you know, black man community, you know, trying to save the community tip. That's what he was on. Yeah. And when it wasn't working, he said, all right, well, I guess it's time to do this.
Oh, I'm from everything. Oh, I was born in the USA. I was born
See, now if he would have gotten the proper recognition and assistance back when he was an upstanding citizen in the community doing positive things, then we wouldn't have this Charleston White. So once again, the question has to be asked, whose fault is it really? For people who don't like Charleston White, I personally don't have a problem with Charleston White. I like Charleston White. You know what I mean? But for people that have a problem with him, how can you really be mad at him? You can make the argument that we created him because nobody cared when he was doing the right thing. Now when he's, quote, doing the wrong thing and cooning, screaming, oh, hell to Trump. Now people want to be mad. But I'm not really sure what there is to be mad at. He should have got appreciated and got a helping hand when he was an upstanding citizen. Now we get this.
Oh, they mad, boy and girl. They suspended my Instagram for showing all this. They shut my Instagram down for showing all this. And I'm finna show it again. I was born in the USA. I was born in the USA. I was born
so sad
in
and be laughable, man.
They mad. Oh, yeah. Cardi B mad with them bumps on her lips. Oh, they don't come.
Damn.
He's like, what did he say? Cardi B mad with all them bumps on her lips? Oh no. Oh no. Let me struggle to say your name, sis. Shawalaya. Shawalaya said, I like him. He always has a good word. But I can only stomach him. But can I stomach him for a lengthy? I can't see. The video's in the way. What does it say? Hold on. I'm looking so janky now. But can I stomach him for a lengthy period? LOL, no. Yeah, he said he has a good word. You know, he says some good things, but you can only tolerate this kind of stuff for so long. I feel you. I feel you.
Kamala would go win, and I told y'all can't. Born in the USA, I was born in the... They mad. Oh, Cardi B mad with them bumps on her lips.
Cardi B mad with them bumps on her lips.
Oh, they thought Kamala would go win, and I told y'all can't no run nothing. I told y'all. I told you. I told you. I told you that can't run nothing.
Bumps.
Nothing but the white man. Can't nobody steer this ship but a white man. So what happened? They put a half white boy there. In order for America to be great again, we got to have a white man run this country. Can't let nobody else run this country. They don't know how to run it. It ain't their country. Don't nobody know how to run the great states of the United States of America but a white man.
The great states of the United States of America of the white man. Can't nobody run it like the white man. DSB said, wow.
You don't put nobody else up in the commander-in-chief office. You don't make nobody else the POTUS but a white man. Can't nobody run America but a white man.
Oh my God. Let's get into this next clip over here. He said, can't nobody run this country like a white man. Oh man, shout out to y'all running it up with the super chat on the private membership only stream. I appreciate y'all. Tamisha with the super sticker, thank you very much. And thank you to Shwalaya. You're Terry, brother, got a sister name right. You can't believe I got your name right. You thought I was once again, I remember you and Tamisha thought I wasn't paying attention. I'm never gonna let that go. I'm never letting it go. Y'all thought I wasn't paying attention. I seen both of y'all going back and forth, you know, talking slick, you know, TD, he's stupid, he be Tarian, and he can't read nobody's name. Tamisha was like, I can't wait to hear him try to say your name. Shwa la ya ha ha ha, because you know TD can't read nobody's name. I caught y'all. Thought I wasn't paying attention, but I'm always paying attention. And I said her name right. So how about that, Tamisha? And I said her name right, okay? Let's get into this next clip right here. Let's jump into this.
Black women, because she did not.
Uh-oh, what are we talking about over here? What are we talking about over here?
She don't like black women because she did not put not one black woman on her platform. She went and got black itches. She went and got them rapping itches that shake their ass and pop their pussy. She did not go get a woman that could talk. She did not get a black woman.
Listen up. See, hold on.
Well, see everything else. I don't care about none of that. I ain't got time to Terry.
No, I got time to Terry today. See, this will be one of them scenes in what's that movie called again? Y'all gonna kill me for not being able to know it off the top of my head. Don't be a menace while drinking your juice in South Central, like the Wayans Brothers movie. This is that, that classic movie from back in the day. This is one of them scenes here, where out in the cut, out of nowhere, you hear message. This is what message. He about to deliver that message right now. Message.
She don't like black women because she did not put not one black woman on her platform. She went and got black itches. She went and got them rapping itches that shake their ass and pop their pussy. She did not go get a woman that could talk. She did not get a black woman.
Is he lying?
No lies to take.
Is he lying? All she brought on stage was itches. She did not bring one black woman on stage who could actually get up there and talk. So that would suggest that maybe Charleston White is onto something, that she herself doesn't like black women. Probably because she isn't one. She's an Indian woman. But carry on, Charleston, carry on.
Went and got black itches that know how to shake their ass and pop their tussies. She did not go get an upstanding black woman to speak to black people. I keep telling her, she did not go.
Thank you, Tamisha. Don't be a menace while drinking your juice in the hood. I had that name all wrong. Oh, Lord. I know they killing me in the comment section when I upload this video. Oh, my God. Don't be killing me. Oh, they going to be killing me.
Go get upstanding black women to come talk to upstanding black people. She went and got Glorilla, talk about moose knuckles. She went to go get Cardi B, who cheat on her husband. She went to go get Megan Thee Stallion, who done slept with over. She went and got Megan Thee Stallion.
See, Tamisha said, "You sure you black?" See.
The industry hoe who done slept with over. Oh, she went and got hoes and bitches to try to talk to black women. Oh, I can't wait to do a Say Cheese TV interview. She went and got hoes and bitches to talk to black women. My mama wouldn't dare listen to no woman that come out talking about Bodak Yellow. This ain't bloody shoe. This bloody shoe. Oh, she went and got a retarded woman to shake her ass and pop her pussy. They get bumps on her lips to talk to black women.
I mean, wow. Message. I've been cutting it off quite a bit, but I think y'all get the gist of what he said. Message. Message.
This ain't bloody shoe. This bloody shoe. Oh, she went and got a retarded woman to shake her ass and pop her pussy. They get bumps on her lips to talk to black women. HPV packing bitch. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, I just fall to my knees and praise the Lord. Oh, I just fall to my knees.
To me, it's that, oh my God. Is the truth, I think you meant to say, if the truth was a person. If the truth was a person. I just, because I kept cutting this off, because he's telling the truth. He's telling the truth. And I kept cutting it off. I'm literally, because this is a message, I'm going to just let it play. Just in case y'all missed it, because I keep interrupting it. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds long. Let me just let this run.
She don't like black women because she did not put not one black woman on her platform. She went and got black itches. She went and got them rapping itches that shake their ass and pop their pussy. She did not got itches that know how to shake their ass and pop their tussies. She did not go get an upstanding black woman to speak to black people. I keep telling her, she did not go get upstanding black women to come talk to upstanding black people. She went and got Glorilla, talk about moose knuckles. She went to go get Cardi B, who cheat on her husband. She went to go get Megan Thee Stallion, who done slept with over. She went and got Megan Thee Stallion, the industry hoe who done slept with over. Oh, she went and got hoes and bitches to try to talk to black women. Oh, I can't wait to do a Say Cheese TV interview. She went and got hoes and bitches to talk to black women. My mama wouldn't dare listen to no woman that come out talking about Bodak Yellow. This ain't bloody shoe. This bloody shoe. Oh, she went and got a retarded woman to shake her ass and pop her pussy that get bumps on her lips to talk to black women. HPV packing bitch. Oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, we got my president back. Oh, I just fall to my knees and praise the Lord. Oh, I just fall to my knees and thank you, Jesus. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy. Oh, I don't know what to do. I'm so goddamn happy.
Wait. This man talking so crazy. I don't even know if I could even upload this one. He talking wild. He talking wild. We got 2 more quick clips, man. Let's jump into this. This one is about 2 minutes long. He actually went outside looking like this. You know, was riding around, talking in the car, talking to Will. Let's see what he's talking about right now. Let's hear this.
Police full immunity. I got a song for that too. Let me see if I can find it.
Hold on, let me rewind it back. He said they're finna get the police full immunity. Let me rewind that back.
Oh, he finna get the police full immunity. I got a song for that too. Let me see if I can find it.
That's his song. He got his own rap song. I'm the mother effing police ninja. He had to take it and just go all the way up like he was in news. He did Charleston White just got to do the most. This man is the biggest menace in America. DSB said, I bet white people were like, who is this boy? We can use him. That song too trash. It's too trash. That song too garbage. I can't do it. Nah, we ain't doing this. This next question. You doing any talking in here? No, you just bumping his music the whole time. Hold on. What? He getting out the car? What he doing? What is he doing? Oh, he pulling over with all that Confederate gear on and putting up the Black Power fist. This man is crazy. What's wrong with him? Next question. This is the last clip right here that he put up where he was looking like this. There's probably other ones that I might have missed, but I'm tapping out. I'm starting to tap out. I'm right there with you. Ishwala, yeah. You said you can only take so much. I'm tapping out. I'm starting to tap out. Let's see what this one is about right quick. It's super short. It's like only 13 seconds, but it looks like he ran into somebody outside. Let's see what he's saying here.
My boy White, man.
Yeah, now shout out to America, nigga, because I was born in the USA. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I'm a proud patriot. Yeah, don't tread on me is what they say. I
got that right. Amen.
Got that right. Amen. Hey, that's the perfect way to end it. He said, don't tread on me. Got that right. Amen. Amen. So we got through it. We got through the Charleston White private membership only Terry. You know, this was fun. It was very interesting. Charleston White is a fool. I can't wait to read the comments because I know with Charleston White, you either love him or you hate him. A lot of people really like him a lot, and a lot of people hate Charleston White. So it's going to be interesting to see what the people's reactions are. But I'm going to head on out of here. Thank you guys for joining me.
All right. What are your thoughts on that Cornel Reaper formation?
Man, speechless, man. I'm done, man. Speechless. I'm flabbergasted. Brother, we as a people have regressed mentally, and this is the more reason to check out the Facebook group and share our hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead, because that is one brain dead motherfucker that you see right there. I mean,
well, he had to become brain dead because he wasn't getting no play being otherwise. So now that he's calling it up, now he's getting all the love and support he didn't get when he was actually out in the community doing something to better it.
Yeah, so he might as well go up there, man, and do a menstrual show down there in Hollywood, man. You know, take a stupid ass out there on Hollywood Boulevard
Maybe he was auditioning for Steven. John Candy slave, house nigga slave.
It was what now?
Auditioning for Steven.
Oh, auditioning, huh? Yeah. Well, you see, people, as we have stated before about these auditions, okay, that is just an example of your self-respect that you got to give up to be in this bullshit called Hollywood. You see? Feel sorry for the brother. You know? Now, for all of those who will sit out there and say, oh, well, Sabaka, they offered you $1 million in Hollywood, you would do the same damn thing too. For your information, I grew up in the city of Los Angeles. Hollywood is a section of the city of Los Angeles. There's a video that I made, and I told Hollywood at their front door to kiss my ass. Like Ted Cruz said. And I don't drink beer, otherwise I'd do a video popping a Corona and tell them, hey, Hollywood, and kiss my ass.
He got reselected, Shabaka.
Oh, Ted Cruz. No, Ted Cruz. Yeah. And I'll never forget when I saw that motherfucker sit up there and filibuster for 24 hours, man, talking about Disneyland and Mickey Mouse. Disneyland and Mickey Mouse. The filibuster up there for 24 hours, man, that there was quite a feat. And then I say, if he did some asinine, ridiculous bullshit like that, and if they voted for the motherfucker, man, you know what I'm saying, then they deserve what they do.
All right, moving on. We got Dr. Cornel West, who we supported for president.
What's the good doctor talking about?
He's talking about the selection, Trump's wins, Muslims, and the Democratic Party.
All right.
We're here. Looking all black and white.
Hello, welcome. It is Thursday afternoon, generational
catastrophe. How do you make sure it?
You know what I'm saying?
It is
and for no good reason, really. I mean, you know, just out of friggin' spite.
Well, it is our pleasure. He is a professor. He is a thought leader, sometimes an actor, always a political activist, and a former presidential candidate as an independent in the United States of America. For the second time, and hopefully not the last time, Dr. West, welcome back to Generational Change.
Oh, my dear brother, dear sister, what a blessing, set eyes on both of you.
How are you, sir?
Indeed. Well, I'm blessed. I'm telling, still swinging, still loving, still laughing, dealing with catastrophe. You know what I mean?
There's no other way to do it.
It's a really great time to be an American.
Oh, I can tell you, we need a little Chekhov, we need some Shakespeare, we need some Louis Armstrong,
Great
Billie
time
Holiday,
to being an American.
Stephen Sondheim.
Well, if you're so much of a goddamn American, white boy, cut the fucking check.
You got to be honest about what it is. I remember them. It actually is, and I didn't deny it, when I didn't evasion or avoidance of this thing. But the one I just want to salute both of you all, because you all are such forces for good in the language of the great John Coltrane here. Such forces for good. You know, Shakespeare used to say it all comes down to trying to be a flickering candle against the backdrop of a dim barbarism, and that's true almost every moment in the history of the species when you really think about it. You think about the wretched of the earth and the masses of precious human beings having to deal with all of these forms of organized greed and weaponized hatred and domination. It could be patriarchal, it could be predatory capitalist, it could be repressive communist projects that go astray. I mean, all the different forms of oppression, feudalism. And you say, my God, how do we hold on to some truth, hold on to some justice, hold on to some love? Well, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, that's all we can do. So I don't know if you were listening before you came on, but you know, Peter was saying he sort of still has some sympathy for the people that are, you know,
just us in the damn jail system,
that are just fearful and all in their way because they think Trump is the problem. And I maybe would have felt bad for them a few years ago, but since last year, with what we've been seeing, I've lost all sympathy, like for that group of people. Like their ignorance is just no longer excusable, and so I don't have that sympathy. I have no grace for those people, sir.
Oh no, but I can understand that. I mean, I can understand that though. But the thing is that all of us are in process. I mean, this is a particular moment where it's just so, it's a nadir, it's a low point. And the fact that I think it's not just ignorance, but it's a matter of a willful blindness and interest and hypocrisy and double standards that is, and arrogance and condescension and haughtiness that all has to be part and parcel of what that Democratic Party has led the country to. Because you can't talk about the neo-fascism of Trump without connecting it directly with the neoliberalism of the Democratic Party, and people feeling as if once you see the rot of the Democratic Party and the only alternative is the neo-fascist Pied Piper, rather than something that's much more decent and progressive and concerned about working and poor people, which is what we try to do, but we don't have the visibility, we don't have the money, we don't have the potency, we don't have the prowess to be able to provide that alternative. So people just swing away from the rot of the Democratic Party and think, oh, I got something new. Trump seems to be speaking directly to me. Why is he speaking directly to you? Well, I've got my own narcissism. I got my own gangster proclivity. I'm concerned about just getting over too. I'm just concerned about just me and my tribe too. And he just says it out loud. He gives me the permission to hate. He gives me permission to have contempt of the people I can't stand. He gives me permission to put down these precious immigrants and black folk and women and gays and precious trans and so forth. Well, anybody who comes along to give people the permission to hate is always going to be popular. That's the history of the species. Because that's the easy way out. Anybody knows that lust is always easier than love, right? You can live a whole life of lust and skim on the surface. You can live a whole life of hatred and skim on the surface. It's the difference between Mephistopheles and Faust and Goethe's classic, right? That's the easy way out. And Trump provides that. Trump provides that. And it's just that he got the corporate media gave him all the time he needed. You remember 2016 when we were with Brother Bernie, we couldn't get more than 2 minutes of coverage of his speeches. They covered every speech of Trump from the very beginning. And what did they say? Bad for the country, good for us. Oh, here come predatory capitalism again. We think Klan cream, cash rules, everything around me. It was all about revenues, all about ratings, all about eyeballs, all about short-term profits. But that's been, it's the story of the fossil fuel industry vis-a-vis the ecological crisis. Short-term profits.
I actually have said before that I think that Donald Trump is actually the perfect representation of what we are in this world, what American empire looks like, what capitalism, like I can't think of a better representative of what we look like to the rest of the world.
Oh, in the eyes of the world, you're absolutely right. I mean, he's not a cause, he's a sign, he's a symptom. He represents the worst of the American empire. But he don't represent you two.
No.
You all represent the best of what the country has to offer you. So then you got the best, and you got the worst. You got the high, the valley, and you got, the high mountain top, and you got the valley. But those who represent the worst, you see, it's easier for them to mobilize people. Anytime you appeal to people's base instincts and appetites, you're gonna have a major enterprise, because that's just the way we're constituted. We're a wretched species. Now, we're wonderful too, but we're wretched. And it's inside of each and every one of us. It's not just them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But you have to conquer it every day. I mean, that's what Goethe says, right? He or she who earns freedom and existence must reconquer it every day. That's line 11,574 in Goethe's Faust. And that's real. That's very, very, very real. When Dorothy Day gave the eulogy for Martin Luther King Jr., what did she say? Martin Luther King Jr. learned how to die daily. That's all she had to say. That was it. Catholic worker, April 5th, 1968. What you mean he had died daily? He had to kill the greed, kill the fear, kill the hatred every day in the name of truth, in the name of justice, in the name of love. And that's true not just for religious folk. That's true for human beings across the board. That's why the spiritual issues and the moral issues always have to be central. Because you can have the most correct analysis in the world and still be a gangster. You can have the most incorrect analysis in the world and still be a gangster. You got to get your soul intact. You got to get your character intact. Where's your integrity, honesty, decency? Where's your courage to tell the truth? Not just the power, but to the people you love, and most importantly, to yourself.
Dr. West, this was an election that was a repudiation not just of the Democratic Party establishment, but also, I think, the genocide in Gaza played a much bigger role than people are willing to admit. The fact that Trump not only won the popular vote, but won it pretty sizably. And the fact that whether it was your third-party vote share, whether it was Jill Stein's third-party vote share, Chase Oliver's third-party vote share, they were so small. And yet the way I see it is I think a lot of people were so enraged with this administration that they just said, F it, I'm voting for Trump. I don't even care anymore. Your thoughts on that and how the numbers ultimately spoke in regards to, what obviously ended up happening as a result of this election due to the complicity with the genocide. The Muslims stood very tall, especially in Georgia and especially in Michigan.
No, you're very right though, brother. But I think the other factor to keep in mind is the people who just looked at the system and sees what I see, which is corruption, and then decided to stay home rather than vote for anybody. And you see there, you're still talking about, 80, 85 million folk who stayed home, and those who would have thought about voting and decided to stay home anyway. Now see, that's the sign of the decay and the deterioration of not just the system, but of the culture that goes with that system, the civic society that goes with that system, which is to say the empire as a whole. Because the distinctive feature of the decline of every empire, the dying of every empire, is not just military overreach, it's not just corruption of elites, it's not just impotence of citizens, but it's the inability of those citizens to be in contact with the best of their own history and tradition, and therefore to give in and cave in and feel as if all we have is despair. And that despair is real. And I'm not against despair. I draw a distinction between retail despair and wholesale despair. Anybody who's never experienced retail despair has never lived. Goethe says over and over again, he who she has never despaired has never lived. Despair is something that visits all of our houses and on the way to our houses. But wholesale despair, that's nihilism. Retail despair is wrestling with despair and generating that very thing in Pandora's box, which is hope. There is no hope without wrestling with despair. That's why, Sister Kamala's talk about joy. It wasn't joy at all. It was cheap joviality. Joy goes hand in hand with a pain, as Frankie Beverly, who just died, acknowledges. Joy goes hand in hand with grief, as Dostoevsky points out. Joy goes hand in hand with deep wrestling with forms of death. That's the Christian story. That joy is the fruit of a life in which you've picked up your cross and followed someone who was crucified because of your love for those who were being crushed, and the Roman Empire has to kill you as a political criminal to send a sign that anybody who raises their back will be crushed. And that's the history, of resistance movements, right? Assassination, incarceration, lies, rebuke, scorn, crucified, threats of crucifixion. And yet the beautiful story is, and this is the good news of this day, namely that those of us choose to be clouds of witnesses in the name of a quest for truth, justice, and love, no matter what, until the worms get our bodies. Period. Drop the mic. That's what we do.
I mean, I'm not happy Trump won by any stretch of the imagination. I am definitely satisfied that Kamala lost. That's very satisfying to me, even though I realize that he's a disaster as well for different reasons. But I think that the people that supported her are the people it's a very privileged group of people. It's a very privileged group of people that think that, you know, that he is such a negative impact on them when there's nothing really been different since Joe Biden took over, and yet nobody was complaining about it, right? So we know it's cult of personality, and yet Trump is gross. I'm not my guy, but you know, I actually am glad that those people have to be uncomfortable, because if they weren't uncomfortable, then they wouldn't even. They literally are going back to brunch. Those people.
Jen, I'm gonna pull up that photograph for us to all see now. This, okay. I think, in many ways, this picture was taken on election night in Washington, D.C.
But by the way, she couldn't be bothered to address her people.
I know.
She couldn't be bothered
You
to.
left him out there till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, shame on her. And you know what? That to me vindicates people saying that she has not the qualities to be a leader and a president. The fact that she wasn't there that night. And this is impressive to me because I really thought, like Scooby-Doo, like if you peeled off Kamala, like Hillary was there. And I kept trying to figure out, have we ever seen him in the same place together? So this is at least, you know, somewhat, you know, I can see that she's not literally her.
But what this image, I think, also crystallizes, which you, Dr. West, I'm sure would probably agree, is that Hillary Clinton is still the puppet master behind the scenes with the Democratic Party establishment. This was her candidate. This was her show. And if anybody watched the Democratic National Convention with the list of guest speakers, including Debbie Wasserman Schultz, it just reeks of that that Clintonism still controls the Democratic Party at the top.
That's true. I think you're absolutely right about that. But it's partly, again, the question of the Democratic Party having such a lack of imagination that they can only go with their quote unquote winners. And when they think of winning, they think of the triangulators. Who are the triangulators? Those who tried to triangulate right-wing Reagan ideology in order to win. You see, Bill Clinton did win, and they're into winners. They don't. Bernie actually could have won, but no, they're not going to touch Bernie with a 10-foot pole. And you saw the effort of Harris to try to triangulate the traditional Republicans by bringing in the war criminals, bringing in those who had committed crimes not just against humanity but of genocide.
Dick Cheney, Cheney's campaigning with Lynn Cheney, and then between Obama addressing the brothers wherever he was, and then you had Bill Clinton in Michigan telling the Muslims that, yeah, we're sorry we have to kill your people, but you know we got to save Israel.
Dr. West, Dr. West, what did that statement from President Obama mean to you when he addressed Black men in particular? And ultimately, almost a quarter of the Black male vote ended up going to Trump in this election, which I think may be an all-timer post the switch in the mid-1960s. So what was your take on President Obama making that statement? And do you believe that that had some degree of effect in terms of how they ultimately chose to vote in this election?
Oh, it certainly discouraged a whole wave of Black brothers who can't stand that kind of sense of being scolded, can't stand Black middle class arrogance, especially a Black middle class arrogance from a president coming from somebody who's got mansions around the world and Netflix contracts that go on and on and on. You say, well, wait.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Screen freeze.
What happened? Okay.
Honest here that you saw. We all right?
Yeah. You're back. You were gone for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. But he did the same thing at Morehouse with the Young brothers. You know, and that was many, many years ago when he spoke to them, scolded them, condescending to them, and so forth. He did the same thing when he spoke at the Black Congressional Caucus, telling them you got to get up and put on your what was he said? You got to put on your sandals and get out of your robes and start working. And so I said, wait a minute, man, who do you think you are? So yes, I do think that certainly was a factor, because it's just so many brothers who are so deeply disgusted with the Democratic Party. And unfortunately, they didn't go more and more with myself. They felt that they had to be punitive, so they're going to do something to get at the Democratic Party. You saw the same thing among our precious Arab brothers and sisters. They want to be punitive. We want to punish the the Democrats. We want to make sure that they feel it. We also want to vote for something, brother. We got a campaign that is constructive and visionary, not just punitive and punishing. But I understand the motivation. I really do.
Yeah, I find it infuriating, and they're so out of touch. No strategy, because honestly, I can tell you, I could throw together an impromptu focus group right now that would be very clearly say that, yeah, you're not going to find a group of black men that want to be condescended to. I don't think you're going to find that as an overly selfing way to win people over.
And of course, the irony is that, we're talking to black brothers who gave Hillary Clinton almost 85% of the vote, and white sisters, vanilla sisters, voted against Hillary for Trump that same election. You see, so that yes, we know sexism, misogyny cuts across every male heart and soul. Patriarchy cuts across every culture we know. But if you're going to zero in on a particular group and act as if they bear a special burden, when the black men are voting at a higher rate than the white women for the white sister. Come on, bro. Get your analysis together, man.
Dr. West, one of the key analyses that is going to be dissected, at least until Trump is inaugurated, is this idea of we are losing our democracy. And yet, last I checked, the Democratic Party, since 2015, when they kind of had an idea that Bernie might actually take off, and he obviously did in a way that even they couldn't have anticipated, they decided that they were going to hook, line, and sinker make sure that Hillary was the nominee. Then in 20, they decided that even when Bernie was trying to be a little more adjacent to the Democratic Party, it wasn't good enough. We're going to kneecap and make sure that Biden is the nominee. And then finally, this year, they decided we're not even having a primary. We are going to anoint our candidate, and you're going to take it
into a goddamn
and
poll
so
place again.
When they say that democracy is on the ballot, I see a lot more democracy in the Republican Party. Granted, it is now fully Trump's party, but this is who the will of the people wanted. There was no will of the people when it came to the Democratic Party for the past decade, and I do believe that this loss
ain't never
is
the damn
going to
will of the
reverberate in a
people,
way
bitch.
that the Democrats are going to
It's
suffer.
bullshit. It's politics. It's money. It's game, lies, deceit,
that's a strong
shadows.
case, though, brother. Well, as we know, history just so complicated. My hunch is that we're going to see escalating war in the Middle East, and maybe with China and Russia. And of course, in a war situation, truth is always the first casualty.
Then why don't y'all just blow the goddamn world up, man, and just get it the fuck over with? How about that?
History is going to unfold given these escalating catastrophes that we have to come to terms with. But there's no doubt that the Democratic Party has rarely had any deep interest in internal democratic processes. I mean, I was there with Bernie. We broke bread in Nevada when we moved forward. And that same night, Barack Obama gets on the phone and tells all the neoliberals, drop out. We're all getting behind Biden. Clyburn gives a press conference the next day. And this Biden is going to be the candidate. He's going to win the primary. He's got enough black votes. Once the others drop out, because it was anybody but Bernie. In fact, they would prefer Trump over Bernie. Billionaires, another sign of the ruling class saying we'd rather go with the neo-fascism as long as it reinforces our interests than with somebody like Bernie, who was rightfully having a powerful critique of Wall Street greed. Now, Bernie wasn't strong enough on the Middle East, and we always fought about that. And he's always my brother. I love my brother. People don't have to agree with me on everything, but we fought about that. But it was manifest in Gaza. It took him too long to say ceasefire. It took him too long to take the strong moral stance that he should have. But he's always been consistent in his critique of corporate greed. And it's very real. Of course, his recent comment about Democratic Party left the working class of all colors. And there's no accident there. Now leaving the Democratic Party is absolutely right. But it's also true in our independent candidacies, my own and the others. I mean, the Democratic Party spent millions and millions of dollars to keep us off the ballot. We had to go to the Supreme Courts in Georgia. We had to go to Supreme Courts in Michigan. We had to go to the Supreme Court all the way up in regard to Pennsylvania. And I lost in most of those cases. And they had lawyers being paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And our campaign, I raised $1 million for the whole thing. They raised $1 billion in 2 months.
I know.
Brokers of 10 Commandments financially the whole time. But our campaign, shit, the Justice for All Party, Kiana Dent, Anahita Madavi West, my wife, and my brother Clifton, and Alex, and so many others. We ran out of cash. We never ran out of gas.
Right.
Made it to the end, swinging, still trying to tell the truth, still trying to seek justice, still trying to keep some kind of love and compassion, especially for the least of these, especially for poor and working people, no matter what color, what gender, what sexual orientation, or what national affiliation. That's what this campaign was all about. Democratic Party, anything they could to suppress our voices. Now, what's democratic about that?
Right, but then they're so quick to point out how the Republicans are so restrictive and mess with the elections and they do stuff. They definitely purge rolls. But I don't hear of the Republicans taking libertarians to court all over the country to make sure they can't be on the ballot. I haven't heard that.
That's a good point. That is a very, very good point. No,
We've had
both parties are just so corrupt.
Oh, it's ridiculous. This is absurd. It's the same. It's the same.
It really is. It's corruption on steroids. You're absolutely right.
It doesn't, you know, I looked at it. I'm sorry, Peter. I looked at it like capitalism needs to implode. This needs to come to an end. I look at Trump as the free fall. And if you had gone with like 8 years of Clintonism, that's like the slow escalator ride to the bottom. And I feel like we can't start back until we hit that point, and people are going to need to get uncomfortable. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Well, the other side of this, and I'm thinking of Herman Melville here, because really at this point we've got to really go to our artists. You know what I mean? Moby Dick of 1851. The brother's only 32 years old. Here you got the Pequod, which is really the ship of the state, obsessed with a white male, so that white supremacy and its relation to greed, its relation to resentment, its relation to contempt. Ahab himself, very much Trump-like, narcissistic to the core, willing to pay any price for attention. And yet at the same time, what? Well, nearly everything goes under. See, one of the problems of the ending of capitalism, and Fred Jameson, we just lost him, God bless him, one of the greatest literary critics of the 20th century, used to say it's easier to conceive of the end of the world than it is to conceive of the end of capitalism. Because capitalism itself brings down the whole. You can bring down the very conditions for the possibility of life, given the fossil fuel companies tied to short-term greed. The possibility of any decent relationship in the American empire because of the escalating civil strife and possible civil war. Or the World War III, which is not ecological, but human-made, militaristic to the core. Provocation of Russia, provocation of China, escalation of war in the Middle East, facilitating genocide, facilitating ethnic cleansing of our precious Palestinian brothers and sisters, all going on simultaneously. You say, oh my God, whew, what are we to do? We better listen to a little John Coltrane, put on After the Rain or Love Supreme, or my favorite things or something, just in order to get us through. And yet at the same time, we know that every moment in the history of the species is one in which we are being tested in terms of what kind of human beings we are.
Dr. West, there are many issues that ultimately determine this election, but it does appear that, especially in a lot of the swing states, that immigration was a big issue. Yes. And one of the reasons that I personally believe that immigration is a big issue, and I tend to be considerably more conservative on this issue than Jen is that I think when you look at what has happened over the past few years, particularly with the railroad strike that got broken by Biden,
that's right,
the growth of what I believe is probably the best overall union we have right now in this country, which is the United Auto Workers Union, led by Shawn Fain. And then, of course, you look at the very bold move by Mr. O'Brien, head of the Teamsters Union, to speak at the RNC, is that labor is trying to get its sea legs right now. And because corporate oligarchy has taken over this country, the thought process of those in power, those that run the multinational corporations like the Walmarts and the Amazons of the world, is to have the lowest paid workers possible and break labor as effectively as possible. That will happen under Trump. We saw what happened when Elon gave all that money to Trump, and Trump went on stage and said, Elon's a great guy and Sean Fain's a terrible person. And of course, he'll make a statement like that. But in effect, what he's saying is that no matter who's in charge, we will do what we have to do to crush labor. If you could talk about the importance of this post-election reassessment and the importance of the labor movement and how that intersects with immigration, we would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, one, I believe that a strong labor movement, and I tend to be in solidarity with the more militant wing of the labor movement, but I'm thoroughly convinced that it is organized workers with great courage and willingness to fight. That's a precondition of any serious talk of fundamental change in the capitalist society. That's just a fact. That's just a fact. Not because Marx said it, but Marx did say it, but it's a fact. It really is. But as you and I know, the business unionism, the cowardly of certain union leaders and so forth, make it very difficult to convince people that the labor movement is as integral and essential as it really is. 6% now in the private sector and more in the public sector, but still so very important. I was blessed to talk to the brother who ran the Teamsters, as a candidate. We had a 2-hour conversation. It was rich. It was very rich. And I told him a part of my anti-poverty program was to eliminate all the right to work laws in the states. That is $27 for minimum wage and so forth. And they were right with me all the way. We had a wonderful dialogue. We really did. But of course, he's got to be practical. And at the same time, he's trying to pit one against the other. And he knows that Biden broke the railroad strike. And tell you the truth, even brother, the other Sean, who when I had planned to go out to Detroit and walk the picket line, they called me up and said, "Could you put it off a day because Biden's now decided to walk the same line?" I said, "Oh, how long is he going to stay? Is that going to reflect a serious shift in his policies and so forth?" They said, "Well, could you hold it off for the next day?" So I just walked the line in New York, went upstate New York the same day, and then the next day I went to the same place there and right outside of Detroit. But you say to yourself, all of a sudden now this little symbolic gesture makes it like this is Eugene Debs come back from the dead. I said, "Oh no, like him a good and come back from the dead. No, this is electoral strategy and tactic. This man has been in the back pocket of the credit card industry in Delaware for the last decade."
Yeah. He was there for 12 minutes. There was 12 minutes of Joe on the picket line. That's telling. I mean, I they're like, "Oh, but he went." I'm like,
what's the point of going if you're going to break the railroad strike?
Break the rail. And even my dear brother Bernie fell for it and started telling everybody he's the strongest pro-union president since FDR and so. Please, he's got some significant legislation for infrastructure. Let's just tell the truth. But he's never been this pro-union, deep solidarity of working people. He's tied to the corporate elites the way 98% of the elected officials in the Democratic Party and Republican Party are. Let's just be honest about this thing.
He didn't push the PRO Act. I don't recall him getting in there and pushing that. He could have pushed the PRO Act.
That's
I mean,
exactly
did you blame the parliamentarian for that one, or was that she was just the fault of the minimum wage?
Well, and as I've said, I tend to lean more conservative on a number of these issues. But I even said to Jen, I said, President Biden's administration was finished when he said the parliamentarian told me I can't pass a $15 minimum wage. In his first 100 days, he said, "That's it, done, goodbye." And instead, what you couldn't even do what I believe is the more effective push when it comes to a true progressive policy. Obviously tuition-free public college was something that was heavily emphasized when Bernie was running. And of course, we will deal away with student debt the second we do have tuition-free public college. But to me, the emphasis needs to be on tuition-free trade schools. People need to be able to learn a skill and not have to go into debt in order to do that. You want to be an electrician, you want to know how to operate a rig, you want to be able to be a plumber. As far as I'm concerned, we need to be paying people to learn these jobs because they help our economy. And yet there is no encouragement in that direction. There were so many things that the Biden-Harris administration had the opportunity opportunity to do, and they did less than nothing, and that was before the genocide. The genocide was the creme a la creme. They just wanted to make sure that they left no doubt, once they are about to leave office in 2.5 months, that they were cataclysmic failures, and that is how Trump got back in again.
No, I think you're telling the truth there. And I would just even build on it, even ground what you say, because let's look at it from the chocolate side of town. That when it comes to the Black freedom movement, the labor movement has always been integral and essential, because the masses of Black people have been not just workers, but workers on the lower rungs of the capitalist labor force. So any increase in wages has to do not just with access to resources, but also has a reflection of one's dignity and respect. Then in addition to that, if you're going to talk about student loans, and you recognize the masses of Americans of all colors do not go to college. I tell my students all the time, I'm so glad you're here, but it's 46% of American youth, and for Black folks, around 20-some%. So no matter what happens in relation to student loans, it's not going to have the repercussions and ramifications of the larger society, because the mass of folk never go to college. And for the professional managerial class, they can't believe it, because most of them are in a silo. Everybody, I never went to college. First question I asked, where'd you graduate? What'd you major in? What was it like freshman year? Hey, when I walked my neighborhood in Harlem, that's not the first question I asked my brother, what college he went to.
I find it also sort of akin to Kamala, part of her opportunity economy.
Yes.
That she kept talking about small business loans to Black men, as if all people want to own small businesses and run their own businesses. And if that should be the only way we should support people, is if they want to own their own business. And how many people do that? Like, so many people are just happy to work and just want to be treated fairly and paid properly. But so small business loans for Black men was like her version of reparations somehow.
And that was a last minute pandering, as you recall. But to go from a Black freedom movement that calls for a just society and a just economy to opportunity economy. Opportunity in the face of justice is like a little stick in the face of a drone. I mean, let's be true to the best of the tradition of the Harriet Tubmans who's here, of Martin King, of Malcolm X. Those are not just names. These are people who gave everything, and they don't have a monopoly on truth. We learn from them, but we also build, because they missed some things as well. But when it comes to reducing it down to just opportunity, that's like taking the funk and deodorizing it and sanitizing it and sterilizing it, and think that that's a major offer to Black men. Yeah. That's true for anybody. That's not true for Italian men. That's not true for Greek men. Not true for Jewish men. It's not true for Arab men. Let's talk about empowerment of workers, including escalating wages, in which people have rights to join unions, so they have institutional armors against the greed of the bosses.
This is also emblematic in many ways of the memory of Dr. King as well as Malcolm, in that they were allowed to talk about the racial divide from now until the cows come home. But the second they talk about the economic divide is when they needed to be silenced. And the same reason why your voice and Sister Nina Turner's voice have to be silenced, because it isn't about being a Black militant. It is about being a militant for economic opportunity, and that is not allowed.
Fuck you! You don't know a goddamn thing about Black militancy. You kiss my ass.
Political system. Because when we talk about a living wage, we're talking about the ability to do a job that has value and sustainability. When we talk about universal health care, which I have to tell you, Dr. Weston, you probably experienced this on the campaign trail, a significant portion of the conservative rural voter agrees with single-payer health care.
I encountered that.
His experience, and I don't give a good goddamn how many bedouins and Candace Owens wagon bitches he had.
But I would add that
when I approve of the goddamn message. Son of a bitch.
goes hand in hand though with imperial policy. Martin King said that the
Brother
bombs
Chair, I'm
dropped
going
in
to bid y'all
Vietnam
a good
also
night,
land
man. Thank you for
in
having
ghettos
me.
and barrios and poor white communities and working class
Sorry,
context. There is a direct connection. But all of that military overreach, all of those military resources, trillions and trillions of dollars going to war, then generates the austerity policies when it comes to healthcare, quality education, affordable housing, and what have you. So when you really
Yes, late. I gotta finish this.
Sparker left. Sparker left.
I know. Good night, Shabaka. Thank you for joining us.
really raise the issue of economic justice, which Martin and Malcolm and Fannie Lou and Ella Baker and others did in the Black Freedom Movement, and connected it with what they feel that Randolph and others had already been talking about, deep connection with the trade union movement, and dealing with the patriarchy in the trade union movement as well, dealing with the homophobia and the transphobia, because we had to be consistent, you see. That I want to be, not because I'm pure, but I want to defend any group whose back is against the wall and catching hell. So if you're going to demonize my precious trans folk, I'm with the trans folk. I don't care if it's one person. I don't care if it's two persons. I don't care if it's the worst kind of strategy in the world. If it's wrong, if it's dehumanizing, and you think it's still going to win, I'm not going with you. I'm not going that way. Now, that doesn't mean then that we don't have critiques of some of our trans and gays and lesbians and blacks and workers and women, because we have to be self-critical. None of us have the right for self-righteousness. But when it becomes just a matter of these little narrow strategies and tactics, and it leaves out the morality and spirituality, I'm not going that way. That I wasn't raised like that. You know what I mean? That ain't me at all.
That's how I feel. This is a very challenging time. Like, I feel like there's definitely been a line drawn, and it's very dark. And it should be, like, it needs to be until you know, everybody is free, nobody's free. And while this is going on, it should feel dark. You know, I would feel more concerned if it didn't feel that way to me. But the amount of people where that's not the case is so unsettling to me that I just have been avoiding a lot of interaction, because it's just devastating to me that people are just acting like everything is normal.
I agree. When you got a real genocide going on and 20,000 precious Palestinian babies already killed and still being killed, how can there ever be business as usual? How can there ever be? You know what I mean?
I think one of the best 2 points as we wind down the conversation. First one is that President Trump is not inaugurated for 2.5 months. There is an opportunity right now, if they care so deeply about the plight of the Palestinian people, you can implement the arms embargo right now and make Trump have to remove it when he's in office. Make him do it. Put him up against the 8 ball, because if there is a stop to the genocide for 2.5 months, it's going to be very difficult to ramp it up again once he's officially in power. And he'll have his first 100 days where he's looking to implement his mandate. And he has a mandate, so he's going to be doing a number of things, including that corporate tax cut reduction. There's going to be an immigration policy that will be implemented. There's going to be things that he'll be focused on. But the Biden-Harris administration has an opportunity right now to do something, to salvage some form of their humanity before they are officially ushered into the dustbin of history. And it will be a dustbin of history, especially for Kamala. But they could do something right now and make a real difference. And I think it's on us to use our platforms to make it such. What do you hope to see over the next 2.5 months? And what do you see as the most effective strategy for grassroots organizing as we enter into this new Trump phenomenon, if you will, era that's going to start very shortly?
No, that's a wonderful point. I hadn't really thought about, because I have so little expectation of the cowardly Democrats. For them to do anything courageous would take such a miraculous breakthrough. But I believe all things are possible. All things are possible. But what I am observing, though, more and more, is people are saying, well, those people who've talked about both parties being so corrupt and tied to corporate interests and tied to big money and tied to greed, it's very clear that that's true, because 67% of Americans said America's going the wrong way, and neither party provided any kind of direction. And so much of the Trump vote was a kind of protest vote. Now, some of it was racist and patriarchal, some of it was authoritarian, a slice of it was downright fascist, but Trump has the fascist spirituality. There's no doubt about that. And he's open to fascist policy. That's why I call him a neo-fascist gangster. But see, a gangster is somebody who has no ideology. A fascist does have an ideology, you see. And so I put it in the adjectival form rather than now, because he's just a gangster. Trump just do anything for getting over. That's the way he's lived his life for the last 40-some years. But what that also means, though, is that as more people see the corruption and the civic rot in the two parties and in the empire and its imperial policies, they're looking for other places. And now the working class, in all of its complexity, becomes more and more a central focus. People are going to have to talk about the working class, because they're the ones who made this move toward Trump, supposedly, or at least being the crucial factor in that regard. And that means class issues are inescapable. That's very important. That doesn't mean all the other issues drop out. Race is there, gender is there, empire is there, homophobia is there, transphobia is there, and so forth and so on. And you got to keep the love in it too. So you're not going to be just creating a Manichaean view about all the workers have a purity and the other one. No, some of these workers are gangsters too. They need to be pressed. But at least the plight of working people and poor people has now to be more and more center stage. And those of us who are concerned about a much more revolutionary or fundamental transformative alternative have to be even more vigilant. That's why what you all do, so important. So important. And as I said before, don't worry about the despair. We ought to be on intimate terms with despair. But it's got to be retail. The wholesale, the overarching despair that paralyzes, no. Never be surprised by evil, never be paralyzed by despair. Hope is grounded in wrestling with despair, just like Jacob wrestling with the angel of death in the midnight hour. In the 32nd chapter of Genesis, emerges with what? New name, wrestler, new vision, new energy, new vitality, new organization, deeper solidarity. Ooh, even that old biblical text, the Hebrew scripture, can kick in for those of us concerned about the wretched of the earth all around the world, including those here in the United States.
Can't appreciate you enough. Your voice is so very much needed, regardless of where you stand in politics. Your voice is appreciated by everyone across the political spectrum. You are our generation's MLK and Malcolm X. We are very appreciative that you are continuing to do what you're doing. As you can attest, as Jen can attest, running for office is not glamorous. It is very seldom rewarding, but it can be deeply satisfying when you know how many people you're inspiring along the way. You continue to inspire, and we continue to be appreciative that you grace us with your presence, and we hope you'll join us again in the near future.
Ooh, you all are just so kind. Love you both. And you all inspire me and thousands and thousands and thousands of others. And never forget that.
Thank you so much, Dr. West. It was so good to see you.
Always a blessing. Stay strong now. Stay strong.
Bye-bye.
Airport Dad reserved his Uber ride months in advance. Now they're just in time to be 5 hours early. To all the airport dads, now you can reserve your Uber ride up to 90 days in advance.
A lot of our people.
All right, I think it's under your bed, Lady Shay. Not to look around, post some stuff around. What are your thoughts on this interview that Dr. Cornel West just did the other day?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, he pretty much covered everything, his thoughts. And they shared their thoughts with us about what they saw. So, I mean, it's not unusual to hear Dr. Cornel West talk like that. So, I'm sure he's glad that it's over for right now. That she was hard. You know, they've only raised $1 billion in comparison to their billion. I mean, that's just like it's like every you know. I mean, I can't say it any better. We went through the same shit, minus the raising of X amount of dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can't say it any better than that. I I would like him to run again if he could. I think that would be good. I think that if times are different in a couple of years, maybe he can. So I think he would be good at it.
Yeah, he has to get ballot access in all 50 states.
Right. But things can change though. Anything can change. That's all.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, I agree with about 90% of what Dr. West had to say. I don't know with that trans shit, but everything that he was talking about, the oligarchy and the corporate greed and all of that, yeah, that's both parties. And the Democrats, they always preach all the stuff about democracy. First of all, Black families is not a democracy; it's a constitutional republic. And these people got want to swing from one plantation to the next. And we're gonna stay independent over here.
Yep.
And it's still counting in my selection. But it was a good showing. I'm just gonna say that, especially for a third party candidate in the Democrat infested city of Denver. It was definitely a good showing for a third party candidate with no media exposure. So shout out to Lady Che for that. And we almost about to crack 1,000, y'all. So
That's good. I mean, shit, this is all part of a strategy. At the end of the day, everything we play. Well, I play long-term strategy games, so it's part of a strategy. It's always a strategy somewhere. So.
And the great news, it's good news, I can run again in 2 years. So. But,
that is good news.
As we've already covered, the dump is now the 47th president of the United States. It will be inaugurated on January 25th, 2025. And we are learning a hard lesson, or some of us in our community are learning a hard lesson, because we've learned this lesson over a decade ago, that there is no Black and brown coalition. So Black Americans have to learn the hard way. There is no Black and brown coalition. It's a damn shame it took a selection for that to happen. But here we go.
For whatever reason, are in their feelings about the Hispanic community not showing up for Kamala like they thought they would. It's kind of weird to me. But I'm going to read y'all a tweet, and there's so many of them. I could be here all day, but I'm going to start with this one. Now, this comes from Bishop Talbert Swan. He says, there is no Black and brown coalition. Stop saying Black and Latino. Latinos voted on the side of white supremacy. We're in this by ourselves. Well, why did you think there was some sort of coalition in the first place? See, the ones that were really woke, in the true sense of the word, we've been saying there was no Black and brown coalition, right. No Black and Latino unity. We knew that. Y'all, for whatever reason, thought otherwise. And that's why the Democrats got what they got. Because, for one, they're catering more so to another community than the community that really show up for them. And that community, which is a Hispanic community, they're conservative by nature. And Black people are. We used to be more so. But they're like, we ain't cutting for all that stuff y'all talking about. And they also want to get to the money, right? So, yeah, they'll let the Democrats do all the stuff that they want to do for them. But they know that, hey, if we want to keep it strong, we want to keep it tight and right, we need to go vote more conservatively. But back to this illusion of this black and brown coalition that y'all thought that we had is like, are you serious? They've been telling us for years. We ain't kicking it with black people like that. Felix Terrenia, who was the president of LULAC in the 1950s, he says, let the Negro fight his own battles. I don't care. To ally with him, right? And there's been various other presidents of LULAC and other Hispanic organizations like, listen, we really identify as white. We don't believe in civil rights and a whole host of other things. But yet, there you are, Bishop, and a lot of other black people who thought that there was this black and brown coalition. There never has been and there never will be, which is why it behooves black people to stop trying to get in lockstep with people who ain't trying to get in lockstep with you. Right. Get in lockstep with your own people. See, if we would have gotten lockstep together a lot sooner, then we could have sent the message to these Democrats that don't you play in our faces, right? Playing in our faces by coming to the churches, giving fish fries and twerking and all kind of stuff to get our votes so you can go help them. Which I'm not mad that they got the help, right? But what I'm mad is that black people and these so-called black leaders who are mad about this fictitious black and brown coalition. It seems like that is kind of foolish. I was going to go somewhere else with it, but I have to take it down a notch. But anyway, I digress. It's rather foolish. Study history. So if you study history and stop being so doggone emotional, then you would have known that. Right. But instead, you're sitting there, you're holding a bucket of tears. Don't be mad at the Hispanics and calling them white supremacists. They already told you, for lack of better words, we more identify with white people. They feel like that's where their better interests are served. But you mad with them because they didn't go help you? They ain't never helped you. And you mad. So the joke is on you. Right. I'm just saying, stop that. Get in line, get together with your own brothers and sisters. I'm not saying that we can't, have a conversation with other communities, but we need to be having a conversation with ourselves first. Yes. So knock it off. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my.
Felt like I was getting scolded. Like, knock it off. All right. Yes, ma'am. That was good. It's definitely feeling maternal. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. They're all stupid when they start talking about what happened. You know goddamn well what happened. You know what you did. Why? Like, why? We need to be worried about whether or not we're gonna have food stamps in the fucking next 3 years. So we need to be worried about. That shit's good. Everything, it's like, God, I don't even want to feed into it. We just gotta wait and see. I need to be worried about not what the Hispanics are doing, but what the fuck we gonna do. What we doing in the next little bit.
Oh well, we about to get to that. So perfect timing. First Black Truth gonna tell us what we gonna do about that. Where do the Democrats go from here?
Then a corner cry.
If you're not already subscribed to this YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button now, along with the bell icon, so you can be notified whenever a new video is posted. And if you're already subscribed, check and make sure that YouTube hasn't unsubscribed you. And of course, be sure to give the video a like as well as share it on your social media. The white supremacists hate that. And now, the Sunday address. People are still trying to come to terms with the flop heard round the world. The fall of Kamala Harris, again, has hit with a thud, but it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone with half a brain cell. The black media's been telling you for the longest time that all of this overhyped nonsense about Kamala's just owning Trump in the polls, why she's got all this massive support. Oh, those pesky black men who were saying that they weren't going to vote for her because she wasn't offering black people anything. Oh, they've changed their minds. They've done it about face. It was all Barack Obama's finger wagging that made it happen to. Everything they said, all a pack of lies. And if you want to know who to blame for this, you can blame the black vote. Because here we are, a decade after the failure of Barack Obama, and we got black folks who said, you know what, we've had enough. A critical mass has finally been achieved. The reason that Kamala Harris lost is twofold. One, the black vote that actually turned out 4 years ago in the wake of the 2020 uprisings, those black cities stayed home. No matter what the white media and their bootlick surrogates may try to tell you, the states don't actually go for Democrats. It's specific cities that do. Michigan didn't go for the Democrats 4 years ago. Detroit and Flint did. Pennsylvania did not go for the Democrats 4 years ago. Philadelphia and Pittsburgh did. And of course, Georgia, which is a blood red state, the home of Newt Gingrich and Marjorie Taylor Greene, for God's sake. Clearly, that gang of reprobates didn't go for Biden 4 years ago. It was Atlanta that turned out in force that for a night made Georgia a blue state. That's what everybody knows. It's those black enclaves that does it. So I don't want to hear anything about the Arab vote in Michigan. There's simply not enough of them to turn the state of Michigan blue or even purple, even if they all turn out. And I don't want to hear anything about Latino votes either, because they're mostly in the red states that the Republicans were going to carry anyway. The only states that matter are the swing states. And that's where the black enclaves are at. That's the hinge that the elections turn on. Black voter turnout. And we all saw what was going to happen. In my comprehensive post-mortem of the 2024 presidential election, I pointed out to you that early voter turnout was actually down 25% from what it was 4 years ago. Early voter turnout favors the Democrats. That's largely because you got all of those black folks, working class people who simply don't have the leeway to be able to take off from work whenever they want. They happen to need as much time as possible to get those early votes in. The actual election day, on the other hand, favors the Republicans. And in a political environment where only a few million votes makes all the difference in the world, when you have 30 million votes less in early voting than you had 4 years ago, what that means is the Democrats were already underwater before election day even came. And that was because the black vote stayed home. You can go ahead and credit or blame the black vote. We really don't care. There's been a whole lot of people counting on black folks doing what we did 4 years ago, having our knees knocking and our brains turned off just long enough to step into the voting booth and vote against our interests. But black folks stood on business, something that we haven't done nearly enough, but we did it at least this once. And all of those folks out there who thought they were going to be getting something from President Kamala Harris, here they are, mad as hell. All those goodies that they thought they were going to be getting, Joe Biden promising he's going to do this, that, and the third, which he was never going to come through on. A lot of folks out there thinking to themselves that their student loans were going to magically disappear. Biden's had 4 years to do it. If he was going to do it, he would have, but he didn't. And on top of that, you had other stuff. People actually thinking that there was going to be some sort of healthcare reform. Forget it. Even if Biden wasn't completely senile at this point, this man is clearly not crafting any major legislation at this point, certainly not on his own. He just sits there while his Democrat handlers write out for him, this is the stuff we want you to go ahead and get in front of the cameras and mumble and stumble and bumble. I've even heard a rumor, by the way, from some of the more devoted Democrat shills nutting up, claiming that there's going to be some sort of sex strike, apparently in relation to this election. Now, first of all, in the age of TikTok and social media, you have the predictable phalanx of fools who have been out here doing these over-the-top reactions to the election, shrieking in their cars, screaming and yelling. It's clearly staged, clearly fake, clearly phony. They'll do anything to get clicks and views, and that's fine. But on the other hand, you do have a handful of people who thought to themselves that they were going to be getting themselves a job. And that being the case, you got some folks who aren't much to write home about in the looks department. And I guess they're calling themselves doing some dirty thirst trapping. So they're sitting here saying to the world, I'm going on a sex strike, as they sit back and see if there's any dusty dudes or dusty dudettes in some cases who will get in their DMs and hopefully say, oh, I know you ain't going to hold out that long. Why don't you let me come over and keep you some company? So you got all these fools who are trying to use this for their own personal benefit. This is the American political landscape as it stands today. I only point this stuff out because it's important to note 15 years ago, the black media started off with a mission that was twofold. First of all, to take control of the political discourse within the black community, and second of all, to elevate the debate. Now, when you look at the current political discourse in America across the board, what do you see? You see a landscape dominated by lies from the white media, but you also see that there's a whole bunch of folks out here who are calling themselves scrambling for crumbs underneath. We're talking about these would-be social media influencers. We're talking about these would-be online bootlicks. The black media has to make sure that we distinguish ourselves from these people. We don't want them anywhere near us, and we don't want anyone trying to say that we're anything like them.
Right. The distinction is
Now,
clear.
what comes next? What's going to be happening now? Because all these people are saying, oh, God, it's going to be 2025. The Fourth Reich is right around the corner, et cetera, et cetera. In times of crisis, you can tell who's honestly seeking progress and who's just seeking more of the same. Instead of being honest with viewers about what's actually happening, instead the white media has chosen to stick to the script. The more reality threatens to intrude, the more they plug their ears and sing the same old song. Kamala Harris was sitting there crying in her beer alongside Governor Gretchen Whitmer, commiserating about how she wasn't able to get male voter support. Neither one of them would dare ask why white women weren't supporting Kamala Harris. You would have thought they would. Under white supremacy, you're not allowed to indict any portion of the dominant society on anything. But by the same token, you're also not allowed to actually connect the phony gratitude that some phony leftists like to give. Well, the black community, they came through and saved democracy. Well, what's the reward that the black community gets for saving democracy, quote unquote? What do we get? We get ignored. That's what we get. Meanwhile, the very people who imperil democracy time and time again, such as the white female voters who keep voting for the Republicans, voting against their own interests, quote unquote, those individuals, they do get rewarded. They do get something. But the truth of the matter is, those white female voters, they were not voting against their interest at all. Abortion wasn't their interest. Why? Because their privilege and power and position in the world is not based on whether or not they got access to abortions. It's based on whether or not they're classified as white. That's what their social status is based on. That's what they were protecting with the orange man. They know exactly what side their bread is buttered on, even if the white media likes to tell you that they don't. This is how the white media has handled this entire election, cocooned in their studios, surrounding themselves with a bunch of yes men and suck-ups, Michael Steele, Al Sharpton, and other boomer bootlicks, all of them using fancy words and what for them seemed to be sophisticated-sounding anecdotes about how reality cannot possibly be what it seemed. Just because it looked as if the orange man was about to have a huge political victory didn't mean it was going to happen. Not again. It can't. They can't believe it. Why? Because they spent so long telling you that it couldn't possibly happen, that it shouldn't happen, that it mustn't happen. It was all one big, massive exercise in denial. But then again, as I've always told you, the white media isn't in the business of entertainment. They're in the business of mind control. That's the reason why they can carpet bomb you with propaganda, which they know is completely and thoroughly fake, and then they sit back and wait to see whether or not you're buying it. Both the white media and the Democratic Party work for the same corporate interests, the same advertisers who the MSNBCs and other outlets are catering to, the same corporations that the Democrats want money from. So they all stick to the same script because they're all puppets under control of the same puppet masters. The Democratic Party leadership aren't the only ones sticking their heads in the sand. It was obvious to the people which way things were going, even if the white media wanted to pretend otherwise. They're sitting here whining that Trump used podcasts and new media to win the election. Okay, well, Kamala also tried to use podcasts and new media and Zoom meetings and such. She tried to use the internet and it didn't work. She went on the Shade Room, Charlemagne the Fraud's little sideshow, Shannon Sharp. She was making the rounds on podcasts just like Trump was. You got the left corner of the white media reporting as if Trump was doing something dirty or underhanded by going on podcasts, as if he had access to some new technology that Kamala Harris didn't, as if it was unfair. The reality is Kamala was running and hiding from interviews. That's what she was doing. She only wanted to go on podcasts where it was pre-established in advance that there wouldn't be any tough questions and that she could spout her talking points without any sort of opposition or question. You see, Joe the racist Rogan refused to give those kind of assurances. That's why she didn't want to go on his show. And besides, Kamala Harris sucks at interviews. She knew it. Her handlers knew it. As the current vice president, she's had a lot more chances to go on podcasts before July of this year. But she chose not to. And once she was handed the nomination, the podcasts that she chose to go on were irrelevant. Shannon Sharp is, at best, and I put best in quotes, a celebrity gossip podcast. That's what he does. That's it. And as for those other toilet bowls that Kamala went on, they were DNC auxiliaries, and everyone recognized them as that. They have no credibility. People, especially black people, already knew that there weren't going to be any substantive questions asked. She wasn't going to be confronted about her record on anything, and they weren't going to peg her down on all the tons of broken promises that she and Biden had made. And considering the crappy state of the economy and how black people's condition hasn't been helped one iota by having her in office, she needed to be put on the spot about what she was going to do as president that she and Biden haven't already had the power to do. See, that's the one question that didn't come up. The question that thinking people were asking. Whenever Kamala would give her stump speech, everyone's thinking, well, you're already in the White House now. Right. Why are you saying that you'll do something next year when you're already in the White House? You've been there for the last 4 years and haven't done any of these great things you've been talking about. Right. That's been the elephant in the room. She's sitting here talking as if she wasn't in office when she's the one in the White House. The problem isn't the podcast. The problem is Trump actually went on real podcasts and answered real questions, and Kamala Harris tried to stick to safe spaces. It reminds me of the video that I did about why Roger Ailes isn't going away. Richard Nixon made it a point to avoid going on television, especially for political purposes. And why was that? Because he got humiliated in his debate against Senator John Kennedy. And that being the case, as far as he was concerned, I'm not concerned with this television thing. This television thing is stupid. It doesn't even matter. When the reality is he sucked at it. And he didn't want to have to admit to it. That's why Roger Ailes, who was Richard Nixon's media advisor, set up a whole bunch of cocooned, closed-off safe spaces for Nixon, having the quote-unquote town halls where the audiences were completely and thoroughly filled with Republican operatives and volunteers. Everybody who was there was vetted to make sure that nobody humiliated Nixon, at least not on television. And that's what Roger Ailes had to do to make things safe enough for candidate Nixon to actually get in front of TV cameras. Kamala Harris tried to replicate the exact same kind of phony, fabricated safe space. But it didn't work. Not with the masses, it didn't. When you see the white media beginning to cast aspersions on podcasting, just understand, just like with Me Too and Time's Up, they're going to find a way to try to turn this against Black people before it's all over. Because they know why it is that their chosen candidate didn't win the election. They know why the orange man's going back to the White House. It's because you have a resurgent Black media who's out here, who's actually getting Black people on code, telling them what the real issues are, informing them as to whether or not candidate so-and-so actually does have a record that we should be voting for, and if not, telling them what questions need to be asked. We're getting people's minds right, and they don't want that to happen. They've lost their monopoly, and they hate who they've lost it to. So as they see it, they're breaking the ice on taking down podcasts, but that's actually meant to come after us, the new voices of Black media. So I think that one of the consequences that's going to come out of this election cycle is that the white media is going to have, I think, a critical mass of people who are finally soured enough on them that they're not going to be really paying attention to them. Younger people, in particular, those who have been under the age of 40, have been turning increasingly to online outlets because they know that they can't trust anything that they're seeing on television. But I think that process has now been accelerated. Whether or not it's going to become permanent is another question altogether. But it's not just the Democrats who took a loss. There are white media outlets and mouthpieces that were sitting here pushing the propaganda. They've also suffered a terrible, if not necessarily fatal blow. You see, Donald Trump didn't just win the Electoral College vote this time around. He won the popular vote as well. That means more voters chose the orange man than chose Kamala Harris. Again, this is the orange man's third try at bat, and Kamala Harris is the one who lost more votes to him than Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden. How the world do you pull that off? How do you go through what he did on January 6th, the criminal trials, the civil judgment against him for rape, the endless constant demonization, and then you not only run for office, but you beat the same people who you ran against 4 years ago? I told you back in 2020, if Biden had run against anyone other than Trump in 2020, he would have lost. But he only won because Trump's administration had been thrown into disarray by the dual wallops of the 2020 racial uprisings and the once-in-a-century pandemic, which wreaked havoc on the economy. Had it not been for those factors, Trump would have won. Mail-in ballots favor Democrats, as does early voting. Both were at record highs due to the pandemic and social distancing. But that wasn't the case this year. One thing's for sure, though. After this, the Republicans griping about how mail-in ballots are all rigged will carry a lot less weight. That's not to say that they'll stop whining about it. They never do. But it does mean that even their own voters will find it far harder to get a full head of steam about it, considering that Trump had such a lopsided victory. But I'm not here to talk about them. I'm here to keep us on point and on code. Black voters spoke last Tuesday, and we came from a position of strength, not fear. It's time for us to double down on that. The shills and plants, they know that we're right. The Asian candidate wasn't offering anything. She tried desperately to be a professional bloviator, to master the art of talking a lot but saying nothing. In other words, she tried to do what Barack Obama did. Except she doesn't have his bogus charisma or his ability to pretend to be saying something really profound while he's actually saying nothing at all. Kamala was desperately acting like she was making a valid point, but didn't have the words or the delivery with which to do it. It was fake, her gravitas was forced, and everyone could see it. Voters know who's responsible for their problems. They know what issues they're concerned about, and they're waiting to see if Kamala would be responsive to any of them. She categorically told them she wouldn't be. And even though the voters may not be able to explicitly tell you precisely who, from BlackRock to Blackstone, is paying Kamala Harris for her silence, they know that she went out of her way to avoid saying anything about all of these shadowy economic forces that are wrecking their lives. And her silence was deafening. Black voters were demanding that Kamala actually say she was going to address their real concerns. And the more word salad that she gave, the more talk that she gave, the more it was obvious she was going to just sit here and try to talk them to death, the more they looked and realized she's not going to do anything at all. She completely and thoroughly demoralized her own base. She tried to BS her way past the electorate, and it didn't work. You've got Black people out here facing real problems, the price of gasoline and groceries, and the very people who the Democrats sold out to are the ones responsible for this. Kamala and the Democrats are trying to serve two masters, and as we all know, that never works. People invariably have to choose one master over the other, and it's usually whomever they think they're going to get the most from. Democrats have engaged in a 40-year-long project to appeal to the same cash-fluid captains of industry and finance as the Republicans. They made the cynical decision that they would talk populist in front of the cameras, but govern conservatively once in office, because that's what the most established deep pockets want. Conservatism means nothing changes. And when the condition of the masses keeps getting worse and worse, change is what's called for. Not so long ago, after black voters handed Trump his rat's nest of a toupee on a silver platter and handed Democrats control of Congress, the white leftist media narrative was that Trump had led the Republicans to destruction and that they would go the way of the Whigs. I remember Joe Scarborough, of all people, claiming on his show with all of the pomposity he could muster that Trump wasn't gone, but Trumpism is. And I told you that he was wrong on both counts. Neither the orange man nor his putrid ideology were gone. Democrats had gotten a momentary reprieve, a stay of execution, but it wouldn't last. I told you that if they went and repeated the mistakes of Obama and that they decided they weren't going to do anything for black voters, then it wouldn't be long at all before the orange man or somebody just as bad decided to stumble and bumble their way right back into the White House. And when I saw the avalanche of prosecutions and litigation that came against Trump, I knew then and there the only hope that he had to avoid any of it was to get back into the White House. So to me, it was a fait accompli. He would at least try. All right, that's a brief summary of what's happened the last week, or rather the last 10 years. So where do the Democrats go from here, you might be wondering? As a political party, don't expect them to discover religion. They attack the new voices of black media on the rare occasions that they weren't desperately trying to ignore us. Americans as a group have notoriously short memories. That's largely because the white media has conditioned them to. They're going to try to subject hop and change the subject and do whatever else they can. Expect to see some Hollywood actor or singer, Blacc of course, who's going to be in the headlines for a bad reason, and the white media is going to go on an orgy of publicity and obsession about that. I guess P. Diddy's going to be dominating for a while, but that's what the white media is going to be trying to do in the near term, to try to whitewash their image, get people talking about something else other than how putridly biased that they were and how they got everything wrong again. But the crisis of credibility that the white media is facing seems tame by comparison to what the Democrats have ahead of them. Right now, I'll bet you Gavin Newsom's smiling with those phony teeth of his and preparing his campaign announcement speech, which I'm sure will probably be on MLK Day. He has the charisma that Kamala didn't, but he also has all of her political liabilities too. Well, except for shacking up with low-down Willie Brown. But don't be surprised when Gavin Newsom's name inevitably starts getting thrown around, probably by next summer, though I think it'll be far sooner than that. You can never start campaigning for the presidency too early. Gavin Newsom didn't have a serious chance of being the nominee this time around, and I'm sure that he's the happiest person in the world that Kamala Harris lost, the same way that Barack Obama was ready to dance a jig when John Kerry lost the election back in 2004. This is how the bootlick shills and operatives make way for themselves. They wait to see who's going to make it and who doesn't. But we're going to have to make sure that we educate people about Gavin Newsom's record. We cannot leave this to chance. The same way that I started banging the drum early against Kamala Harris, we're going to be doing the same thing about Gavin Newsom. Assuming that he gets any sort of steam behind him, we want to make sure that by the time he actually gets his name out there, people already know about his past. We don't want him trying to rewrite his putrid history. Speaking of rewriting history, those bought and paid for corrupt scumbags that you got out there in California crippling the effort for reparations, they need to be put on blast as well. Everyone is going to have to be held to account. But don't forget the fact that Gavin Newsom has been the little ringleader of the anti-reparations movement out there. We want to make sure that his name becomes synonymous with that, because that's exactly who and what he is. We got to make it where people start suffering and paying a price for getting in the way of our interest. Anybody who defies us, they have to be made to pay a price. That's how you condition people not to stand against your interest. You do it by making sure that you consistently leverage consequences for those who do. Now, Gavin Newsom's name is going to be coming up quite a bit, I imagine, but another name that's going to start getting thrown about, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. Why do you think he was ready to jump out a window to stick up for Israel? He's trying to line up his AIPAC donors early as possible. In fact, I expect him to be the most vocal and aggressive self-promoter for the presidency. As he sees it, he got swindled out of his shot to run in 2024. And his state, while it is a swing state, it's not the largest state in the country like California is. So as he sees it, he's already starting off quite a few steps behind the man from Sacramento. But Josh Shapiro's had people telling him that he's a presidential contender for the last few years, and it's gone to his head. But regardless, he has Hillary Clinton syndrome. As he sees it, it is his time. He's the white media's darling, and it shows. Don't be surprised at all if and when Josh Shapiro stops doing his aw shucks, salt of the earth kind of routine and starts talking a lot more like John Fetterman. Because that's the thing that Josh Shapiro's been trying to do. Well, I'm basically a folksy kind of down-to-earth guy with occasionally sharp elbows. But before it's all over, expect him to start doing the same kind of hard rhetoric that John Fetterman does, complete with race baiting, because Josh Shapiro owes his gubernatorial seat to the fact that black voters put him in office, and he did not say even one syllable of gratitude for black voters in Pennsylvania. This is exactly what Doug Jones did when he won that Senate seat down in Alabama, the same thing that AOC did when she got her seat in Congress, same thing Gretchen Whitmer did when she became governor of Michigan. This is what the Democrats do. Black voters put them in office, and then they promptly show us their behinds. Well, as black people, we have to make sure that whenever these people call themselves showing us their behinds, we promptly kick them in it. Now, Josh Shapiro, as he sees it, he's got a real shot at getting the golden nod 4 years from now. And when Kamala passed him over to be her VP running mate, he took that as a slap in the face, but also as an attempt to deny what he sees as his inevitable path to the White House. He couldn't deny it. As much undue attention as the white media has been giving this guy, article after article, cable news story after news story, all of them saying the same thing, nonstop message of Josh Shapiro is going to be Kamala's running mate. And then she passed him over without so much as a by your leave. He didn't just lose a vice presidential spot, he lost face too. All these people care about is acquiring ever more power. If you get in the way of that, then you've made an enemy out of them. The Democrats simply cannot win the presidency without Pennsylvania. That's part of the reason why they like having these political balances the way that they are. As Democrats see it, when it comes to controlling voters, especially black voters, it's much more useful to have a purple state than a solidly blue one. Because if it's solidly blue, well, the Democrats then have absolutely no excuse for all the stuff they do not producing for black voters. On the other hand, if the state is purple, or occasionally flashes red, well, then they can say, well, we can't do anything for you. Why? Look at those Republicans. We got to spend all of our time and all of our effort making sure we hold on to power. Well, what do you do to hold on to power? Well, we're going to produce for everyone except for you black voters. So understand that. When it comes to whipsawing black voters against their interests, it's far more useful to the Democrats to actually have a strong Republican Party that's actually viable to win seats, as opposed to one who's completely and thoroughly beaten and broken. Look at California if you want an example of that. And Florida is essentially out of play these days. It's pretty much solidly blood red now. There are those who say that Arizona could be a toss-up state one day. Yeah, well, today ain't going to be that day. And as for Georgia, you can give that one up. Right. This is history repeating itself. See, many years ago, there was another aspiring young presidential wannabe who made all the right noises for the party nomination, when in reality, he was desperately praying the nominee would lose so he could go ahead and run for the presidency himself. That, of course, was Barack Obama. He successfully used his speech that he gave at the 2004 DNC convention as his own political debut. He sought to make a splash and present himself as having presidential chops. His little bit of political theater worked. And the only people who were praying harder than George W. Bush for a Kerry defeat was Barack Obama. And no sooner than the results were called for the 2004 election than Obama was already going back on his promise not to seek higher office until after he served his full term as senator. He told a bald-faced lie, which was only the first of many. Only 2 years into his term, he was in Illinois pretending to walk in the footsteps of Abraham Lincoln and announcing his candidacy for the president. There's no honor among thieves is the moral of the story. Or to use a quote from Richard Nixon, this game isn't played by the rules, it's played by the headlines. Gavin Newsom knows he's not getting any younger, and if he can't make a run for the presidency in the next 4 years, hell, he might as well not try at all. And as for Josh Shapiro, just like Barack Obama, I'm sure he's got his Shapiro 2028 bumper stickers in the trunk of his car ready to go. And he's no doubt got some campaign stump speech made up and the talking points ready for the white media that he could be history making, the first Jewish president of the United States. But one thing's for sure. No matter which one of these puppets the Democrat Party tries to put up, as black voters, we cannot go back on the stance that we have taken. The goal of decoupling our vote from either political party has to be maintained. The black vote has to be bid for. We got to condition people. You cannot get the black vote unless you come to us. You got to put something on the table. They're waiting to see whether or not we're going to change our minds. If they send out enough bootlicks, if they send out enough Al Sharptons and Joy Reids, if they send out enough Donna Brazils and other bought and paid for scumbags, they want to see whether or not our resolve is going to weaken, especially if they start screaming, oh, black voters, you're in danger of being ignored. They're going to start ignoring you if you don't get back on board. They've been ignoring us while we've been on board the entire time. So don't let any scare talk frighten you. Don't let your knees get to knocking now. The super objective, of course, is going to be not having anybody coming up to us, whether or not we're going to be bargaining. We're going to be in a position where we get what we want, regardless of who's on the ticket, especially if we start making sure we got our folks on there. That's where this goes next. We don't want a situation where we're constantly sitting here having to read the tea leaves about which puppet is going to be running for the office, who's going to be getting the nomination. We need to make it a point to establish a real dynamic where no matter who loses, we win, and where our interests are always on the ballot because we made sure that they are. But in closing, I'm going to say this. We've been hearing for the last 4 years or so that Donald Trump is going to be ushering in a Fourth Reich and that democracy is going to go down the tubes. Well, let me tell you something. Just on the off chance that the orange man does have brown shirts ready to go, the people who are to blame for this are the Democrats themselves. They were the ones who actually were telling people that this stuff was going to happen. And if the situation was as dire as they were saying, it should have been a very easy, simple choice for them to come to black voters and say, we need your help to keep this from happening. America stands on the brink. Instead, what do? They tried to ignore us. They tried to harass and harangue us. And when all else failed, they sent out their favorite biracial bootlick and his hag of a wife to sit here and finger wag at us and to insult us and call us names and tell us what they weren't going to do for us. They attacked us. They didn't attack the orange man. They attacked us. So what does that tell you? As they see it, the real enemy here, not the Republican Party. The real threat to democracy is not the GOP or any would-be prospective American fascism. The real threat to American democracy is that black voters might actually make it happen. Good evening, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Hildman Gallo, Shiva Boone, Cedric Dillard, Richard Foster, and Isaac. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
What happens when neuropathy?
All right, Lady Che. What are your thoughts on that? Where did the Democrats go from here?
All they can do is rebuild. I doubt they'll learn anything. I mean, it's not like I feel like we've punished them before, but not to this extent. I don't think that they'll learn anything. We'll see. I mean, all we can do is see. Just keep on doing what we're doing. We gotta get, like, I get it. I get what he's saying. That's what I'm always saying to you. But it's like, they're gonna feel it for a minute. They got to. As far as Gavin Newsom should not even be thinking about it at all, running for president. Especially in California, he shouldn't be thinking about that at all. At all. I mean, he thinks a fucking apology out of Blacc, so they're gonna do something. It's not, you know what I mean? It's been the enemy to black people since he did that. We wouldn't, yeah. So I mean, I just think that I agree, basically. I mean, I totally agree. Everybody, they did this to themselves. Yeah, all that is performative. As far as the broads holding their back to next or whatever, I mean, this ugly ass bitches, like, they're probably doing themselves. They're probably doing a lot of favors. So it's not like it's a big deal. Like, sitting down, bitch. You do need to just, not try so much. You're already looking thirsty by saying you're going on strike. So yeah, that's all I gotta say about that.
Yeah, these mugs is acting a fool in this building. I heard a whole bunch of banging in the hallway and yelling and screaming. Yeah, I agree, Lady Che. But they're not gonna admit defeat. They lost. This was a win for the new black media. Shout out to the new black media.
they didn't have to admit defeat. The fact that she didn't come out and concede right away, when she clearly, um, clearly had lost. I mean, that was defeat. I mean, they haven't like even in our own city, they refuse to admit. So the Democrats, especially ones that look like us, aren't really gonna go ahead and admit defeat because that would be like, humbling themselves. They don't know how to do that when they're morally bankrupt. Although, too, there are a lot of things to worry about. I'm not really worried about, but to keep an eye on, and that's our future too with Trump. So we gotta really pay attention to that and what the other what the foreign powers are gonna do. You know, we can't really speculate because we a lot of fear mongering. We just have to pay attention, take it day by day because we'll just keep ourselves together and taking care of what we need to take care of, like business as usual, while they carry on with fucking up, fucking up everything. I do foresee it, it taking a different turn. And it might not be necessarily necessarily good either. So we got to stay on our pivot and just remember that in 4 years it's gonna be election time again, man. If we don't see any result, I mean, obviously we don't see any result with the Trump Vance or Trump Musk, Trump fucking whatever the fuck he's doing. We don't see any advancement. Obviously, know that wasn't gonna go anywhere. So we gotta obviously pick the better people. Which means we gotta work on during that 4 years getting ballot access everywhere. Or running, getting a motherfucking party that's together, like more uh moderator, democratic moderator, whatever, centrist moderator, something like that, whatever that is. But we got to figure it out. I was reading a lot of shit lately, so I'll go over on the RVA in regards to that. There's strictly black. I think that's where we need to go. But here's the thing: not all of our cities are predominantly have a big enclave of black people. Specifically like ours. You thought it was.
I think it depends on the state.
It's not.
No, I think it depends on the state, Lady J.
I know, but I'm looking at our state. That's what I just said. Our state. I was we don't have a big enclave, really. Sometimes it wonders what we're like. That the ones that we're fighting for here, they feel like they don't want to be fought for. It's like, well, don't save him. He don't want to be saved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, can't save the hoes. They don't want to be saved.
Exactly. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
Or them. You know what I mean? Because that's where it's at. Like, fuck you. Sometimes I gotta wonder, like, what are we doing? Like, they don't want to. Evidently, like when you tell the shills what's cracking, they don't want to be saved.
No, they own that plantation. They don't want
to be saved. They don't want to be helped. So, I guess fuck it. In my version, these only feel like we're helping like 5-6 people sometimes. So we'll see. We'll just see. I don't really know. I gotta play it. I'll play it day by day because I'm just that type of person. I can't. I don't want to put too much thought into it or negative thought because fear mongering shit is bullshit too. Like, oh, he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that. Man, the man said what he said. I didn't really catch most of it, and I gotta like the way things are working right now. It's gonna be kind of difficult for me to figure it out. Like right now, I don't even know what the fuck's going on in the news because I don't have access to it for some odd reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I don't know. Just gotta wait and see. I guess for me, I'm gonna wait and see, play it by ear, but it's not gonna stop the moving I'm doing. To better shit. It's not. I'm just gonna keep proceeding at the amount of pressure I'm working at.
All right. Well, Democrats, you only have yourselves to blame. You neglect it, you disrespect it, and try to denigrate your base, and this is the end result. So we got 4 more years of the Orange Man. Moving along, we got why black men share why they couldn't vote for VP Kamala Harris and selected Trump instead. Uncle Phil's gonna give us the update on that.
Information is coming out as to why a lot of brothers decided to vote for Trump in this election. And there was 2 brothers that out of the Atlanta area talked about why they did not vote for Vice President Kamala Harris. And what these brothers going to say, I want to build on that, because the Democrats really had a party destroyed, literally, in the election. Let's check this out.
Kamala ain't like take no stance on none. Like she wasn't clear. Like she wasn't standing on none. Trump was at least standing on stuff. Like he had clear. He told you what he was gonna do, what he wanted. She was like flip-flop. Like she wasn't standing. She wasn't standing on none. Like society getting soft. Like everything's so soft, sensitive, filtered, and all that. And then you got Trump. He gonna say what he want, like regardless. He don't really got no filter. He gonna say what he want.
As far as the right, there are a lot of young men who see themselves in the examples that they're seeing on the right. They see principled people, whether they come from the same religious or social background as they do. They see people who are about their family. On the left, you see this notion that a family can look like anything other than a man and a woman. And there are a lot of young men who don't believe in that.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Now, that was a short clip, but that clip said a mouthful. Now, the young brother, the first one, was saying that Vice President Kamala Harris wasn't standing on anything. She was flip-flopping, right? And nobody likes when somebody constantly do that. Even when they asked her about her positions on things from 2019 to now, she couldn't even answer it, right? At least, like I said before, with Trump, right, wrong, or in between, Trump going to say it and he's going to double down, he's going to triple down. Yep. Men respect that. Understand? Men do respect that. Yep. Now, the other brother was saying that when you look at the right, you don't see some of the issues that you see on the Democrats, right? And on the right, you don't see this promotion of things that are anti-traditional family. Newsflash, the majority of men in America, no matter what community they come from, they are for the traditional family, period. Yeah. Well, let me go through some things that really turned off a lot of men with the Democrat Party. And Democrats, I know you're in shambles, right? I know you're in shambles and you're not listening. So let's hopefully this election, after y'all just spent $1 billion and y'all say Kamala's at $20 million in the red after spending $1 billion. So you $1 billion 20 in the red? That's interesting. And you lost? Oh man. So Democrats, let me tell you something. The name calling. Yeah. As men, we can't be name calling too often with other men. Right. Because usually when you start name calling a man too much, he gonna see you about that. You understand? Yeah. And so all of name calling, oh, this person's a racist, this person's a misogynist, oh, he's dangerous, oh, misinformation, disinformation. Y'all are the kings and queens of name calling. Y'all are. And I'm like, oh, y'all act like petulant children. Men aren't attracted to being part of no groups where people are acting like our children, name calling. And I can't even say children, because my 10-year-old don't run around here name calling. I got a 5-year-old grandson that's not running around here name calling. Okay? So you got a bunch of grown people, when you try to tell them something, everything has to be a name. You understand? Men don't like that. So men completely will get away from that. Just a name calling. Oh, this person's a racist. Okay, and if they are a racist, do you think they don't know they're racist? The newsflash: black men don't even care if somebody's racist. We don't care because we understand even if another man is racist, right? He can be racist all he wants, as long as he don't come tell me nothing and disrespect me.
Right.
As long as he don't do nothing to my family or harm nobody in my presence from my community, he can be all racist he want. I can't stop that man from being racist if that's what he want to be.
Right.
I can't listen. I'm not worried about nobody else. He can be all the racist he want. Just leave me alone, right? That's one thing y'all didn't understand. Another thing that really got y'all, and I don't know where that came from, this misandry, the hatred of men. Y'all has spewed nothing but hatred for men, and especially black men. Every time you look up, you're saying something hateful or negative about black men or men in general, or men leading the household. Michelle Obama is up here telling women to undermine the leadership of the man in the household. Do you really think men is going to say, we talking about the straight-laced alpha men, not the beta male simps that votes for y'all, okay? We talking about the straight-laced alpha males. Do you really think they will look at your party and say, you know what, I want that party to be in power because that party right there is going to undermine the male authority? You know what I'm saying? No man in his right mind would vote for that. So if y'all gonna redo your party, stop the name calling, stop the hatred of men. Another thing, y'all anti-traditional family. As you heard in this piece, that's very important to young black men, middle-aged black men, older black men, or just men in general in this country. The traditional family. Democrats, you have embraced everything except the traditional family. You have prioritized everything else is more important than the traditional family of a man and a woman together and some children. When they say the American dream, what have they said? A man, a woman, some children, and a home. Let's call it what it is. That is what people say the American dream is. And you Democrats have squandered the American dream for a lot of people. That's another reason people are mad at you. So stop being anti-traditional family and embrace the traditional family. You understand? Like you used to a long time ago. Now let's continue. You're in a party of elitists. You are completely the Hollywood elite, the music industry elite, the college elite, the boule, the fraternities, the sororities, all the elite. You're the party of the elite. Now, at one point in time, the Democrat Party, because I remember, was known as the party for the middle class, the party for the working class, right? The party for the poor people. But you have morphed yourself into the party of the elite. No one likes the elite. You sit up here prioritizing the college educated. The majority of America does not have college degrees. And you don't need, and these same people with college degrees are crying and begging for student loan forgiveness because y'all squandered the economy so bad that these people with these degrees can't even get a job in these degrees. So they want y'all to forgive their loans. But look at people that didn't have a college degree, but they got a skilled trade. They got a certificate. Maybe they got something from their local community college where they didn't have to pay much to get, and they're making good money. You are the part of the elite. The elite isn't the friend of the everyday man.
Right.
The elite isn't the friend of the working class man. It's not. And that's who y'all have become, the party of the elite, not the party of everybody. On top of that, you promote in our community not only the misandry, but you promote the woman being over the man. You promote division in the black family. The Democrats, you promoted that. I haven't seen Republicans promoting the division of the black family. I haven't heard them. Not one time. But every time I look up, you were sitting up here making sure to try to undermine the relationship with black men and black women, especially in our family relationships. You knew exactly what you were doing. And black men in particular has had enough of what you've been doing. They've had enough. Now, you got some beta male simps that will still go along with it. But we talking about the rank and file black man that you need to carry a party or be a part of something. That's the men you want, not the beta male simps. Y'all don't even respect them, right? And black men have had enough of that. You are pro-immigration. You're bringing men from all over the world and putting them in the communities and neighborhoods where men right here in America need jobs. You're giving resources to all these different men that came across that border, but you got black men that can't get no resources. Black men can't get job fairs. American men can't get one. But you can make sure to do all this for another group of men. And then the killing part about it, you bring groups of men in here off of our fight, our struggle as a black community, and you prioritize those men and women over even black women. And those women come over here within 1-2 years, get a whole home. Black women been fighting to get a home ever since they've been here. Some of them. I looked at that as a slap in the face. I never get that story out of Chicago. You have this family come from Venezuela, been here 2 years, and already got a home. And yet you got black families, man and woman together, still renting. Within 2 years, they got a home because y'all made sure of it, Democrats. Y'all made sure of it. This is why a lot of black people say, yeah, let me go vote for Trump because I'm sick of this crap. Bring on the mass deportation. That's what a lot of black people are saying. A lot of black people saying, man, you know what? What's that USA jobs.gov website? What that's at? I'm gonna apply for ICE. And black Americans need to apply for ICE. If ICE got some openings, apply. It's a job, it's a government job. Trump gonna need some people. Why not? You serving your country.
Right.
Black people should be able to work in ICE.
You wear a lot of hats for your small business. But are you a cybersecurity expert?
Yeah, they need to go. So yeah, a lot of black people voted for Trump for that reason. The economy is bad. Y'all not doing nothing about it. And you gonna dump all these people on top of black people? Because you're not going to drop them off in Martha's Vineyard. Because see, Ron DeSantis exposed them over there, right? Them liberals over there. Ron DeSantis flew them over there to Martha's Vineyard, and they called out the National Guard to go get those migrants out. But they all pro-immigration, though. Pro-immigration until they put it in your neighborhood. Then you want to act like Trump. You want them out of your neighborhood, right?
Yeah.
But you want to drop them off in the black communities, putting them in all over the place in the black communities. Then you're bringing in the worst of the worst on top of that.
Yep.
So yeah, a lot of black people voted for Trump because of immigration too. Then you warmonger. You have started. You left Afghanistan just crazy. It made that a calamity. You're paying for war in Ukraine. You're paying for war in Israel, Palestine. You're paying for all of that. Your administration, because you don't want the traditional family pushing all that, pushing LGBT on Ghana, pushing it on Uganda, just telling them if they make a law, y'all gonna kick them out of the trade. Like, huh? Why are you so worried about what somebody doing in a bedroom? Y'all Democrats, y'all run around here acting like perverts. Why are you so worried about what another person do with their genitalia?
Right.
That's the last thing you need to be worried about. Africans don't need to be thinking about, you don't need to be telling Africans what to do in their bedroom. They don't need you. Leave Africans alone. But instead of you saying, hey, let's be a good trading partner with the African people, let's do good with them, right? Oh no. What are you Democrats gonna bring them? You bringing them, trying to almost sanction them because of LGBT, something that they're not even asking for. You understand? You've created calamity all in the African continent ever since Biden and Democrats got in there. When Trump was in office, that wasn't like that. A lot of men see y'all, and let's call it what it is. On the right, what I'm seeing, they promote the traditional family. I don't see them promoting all these alternative lifestyles. I haven't seen them say, hey, go promote all the LGBT in Africa. I don't see them on the right, them hating men like y'all do in the Democrat Party. Like that's why a lot of young men say, yeah, let me go see these Republicans talking about. That's why. I'm telling you why. And if Democrats, you keep this up, it's gonna be, you're gonna continue to lose elections because men has had enough. That's what y'all don't understand. Men in this country has had enough. Then instead of you accepting it, you're sitting up here getting mad at Latinos. Let's talk about that. You're mad at Latinos because Latinos didn't want what you were selling. And some of y'all has came out very nasty toward Latinos, right? And I told y'all, with Latino culture, all that what y'all promoting, they ain't gonna be a part of that. That's why y'all all so bad with Latinos. See, y'all don't have that sick hold on Latinos like you got on some of these black folks. And let's call it what it is. Y'all think y'all actually got a lot of black vote, you didn't, because a lot of black people sat it out. A lot of black men and women sat it out. And the ones that voted, they still voted a little bit more for Trump this time than last time, but a lot of black Americans sat it out. They chilled. The couch won that election. The couch. You better believe that. So I hear all y'all trying to assess and this and that and third. If you Democrats are really serious about assessing what you were doing, then you would talk to the people that you would talk to the right people. And I'm telling you right now, Democrats, all the people that you got in place right now, if you want to restart that party, you got to clear the board. You can't have Nancy Pelosi talking, Barack Obama talking, Michelle Obama talking, Kamala, Bakari Sellers, Van Jones, all them people, they know nothing. If you really want to restart your party, you got to clear the board and start from scratch. And I don't know if you guys can do that. I don't know. But the Barack Obama brand of Democrats will keep y'all losing. Because trust me, I'm old enough to remember. What you see today is Barack Obama's iteration on the Democrat Party. You understand? Just like the Republican Party right now, their iteration is Trump. Trump changed it. Barack Obama changed the Democrats. Well, I'm telling you, Obama has no political capital. His wife don't have it either. You keep bringing that brand to politics, they will lose. Barack Obama needs to stay off the campaign trail. When it comes to Democrats, he needs to stay in Martha's Vineyard. He needs to just do his thing. Leave people alone. Because nobody likes what he's selling. The worst thing he ever done was come out there and wag his finger at black men. The worst thing he could ever done. That kind of sealed it for him. That he has no capital with us. None.
See how I use an ad blocker. Very mindful, very demure. I'm not watching ads like the rest of you.
But when 2026 get here, and you Democrats still on that, the Republicans gonna go win some more midterms. 2028, and if Trump do great in his 4 years, I promise you still keep selling the same thing, it'll be President J.D. Vance. And you'll get him for 8 years. Y'all better listen. You better listen. Because a lot of men want status correction. You hear me? Men do not want their daughters, wives, auntie, grandma, sister, whoever, when they go into the bathroom, they don't want no grown man going into the bathroom with their family members. They don't want no man playing in women's sports. You hear me? Men are tired of that stuff. And men all over this country has had enough. And men want to see men be men. Like the young brother say, too soft. Yeah, all the name calling and all the all that mess. He's right. Men like to see manhood, masculinity. Some men really like Trump because he's exuding that. Y'all call him all kind of names. He fire right back off. He call your names right back. Trump talking about he want revenge and all that. He acting just like a man. I'm gonna get at you because you're getting at me. I'm gonna get at you. Y'all ain't figured that out? That's why Trump popular too? I said that years ago, that a lot of men like Trump because of that reason too, on top of his success. Y'all threw everything at this man. Y'all even tried to take him out. And he still kept saying, even at that moment, he said, fight, fight, fight. Like, bro, all you could do is respect him at that point. You say, bro, I respect Trump, man. That's the kind of guy you want. I said that when it happened. Y'all Democrats tried everything against that dude. And y'all the reason why he won. On top of your horrible messaging. So Democrats, if you want to keep losing, keep on. Keep on. And I'm here for it. I'm here to watch y'all squirm. Look, all that Jim Clock. Matter of fact, if you're going to redo that party, you need to focus on definitely Gen X, Millennial, and Gen Z. If you want to redo that party, that's the only people you better focus on. The Hollywood elite, keep them out. The music elite, keep them out. All them elites in California, no. Because they're going to turn people off. You think Gavin Newsom going to come out here and win an election? I promise you he won't. He won't win it because he's part of y'all Democrat elite too. Please, Gavin Newsom is the king of illegal immigration. His policies that ran black people out of California. Why would we want to vote for him? Right. Y'all put him up if y'all want to in the primary. He ain't going to make it. But yeah, men are trying to status correct. And hey, men all over America, all you American men, you're doing a good job. Status correct this country because the women and the children will be thankful for us to do that. It's the status correct here in this country. Enough is enough. Right. Enough is enough. They're having parades out here, grown men gyrating almost half naked in the doggone street, and nobody getting arrested. Oh no, look, men have seen this. Men say enough is enough. Right. No, the targeting of our children, gyrating in front of our children. Like, well, what is that? No, fathers and husbands in this country, uncles, grandfathers. No. They got us. Men are saying it got to be status corrected, and that's all that's about. Period. And trust me, a lot of women have been begging for that to happen. A lot of children saying, "Oh, when our country gonna go back to normal?" Well, this is what a part of what a lot of men are saying today, and it's right because this what you're seeing with the Democrat Party. Trust me, that is not anything.
When you look at flavored tobacco, not only do you have the
it's known. Lady Che.
Yeah.
Lady Che.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just laid out for us in regards to
know that? Like, I mean, it's not like it's a big mystery. I mean, we already know this stuff. Like, this has been hammered in like for 6 days, 7 days now. So we already know why this happened. We already know what the problem was. I mean, like, we already know. We've seen it. We said it.
Yeah.
We already know. Like, I'm over it. You know what I mean? So it's a wrap. I got other questions, you know what I mean, that I want to look into. Like, what was the final total? Did he get the same amount of votes they did last time? Like, how far away was she from him on the votes? Yeah, I got all kinds of questions. But right now, given what we're seeing, we already know that. I mean, brothers have been saying this shit for a while now. It's not like new information. And y'all ain't been happy with the Democratic Party for as long as I can remember. So this isn't nothing new. The truth is that, let's be honest, they're not gonna, some states weren't gonna elect a woman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if she was the right woman, as a man, you of all people know, when are you ever satisfied with any kind of woman, or any kind of work a woman does, or gives, or it's always something. You always want something else. You always want something new. You always want a different thing. It's never like you're good with everything. You always got to change something, or you always want something different. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's been the way it is with men and women for fucking a millennia. You know, they want all of this, and the rod continues to give. It's still never good enough, or never enough, or not the right amount, or it's always got to change. So, I mean, this was a fucking a known thing. So it would have happened with any bitch that decided to run for president. So basically, we just got to get to an understanding that the highest level you can go is the vice presidency. And that's only out of sheer motherfucking luck and because she made him feel like a racist. She made Joe Biden feel like a racist, like he personally persecuted the bus she was sitting on. That's the only reason that motherfucking happened. Other than that, it would have never happened. If Biden was in good shape and went up against Trump, this would have never happened. Would have been still a Democratic motherfucking uh, whirlwind of fucking, oh my God. You know what I mean? And when it comes down to it, ultimately, the each 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 country has their hand in something that this country has done during the Biden Harris administration, even in the Trump fucking administration before that, and the Obama one too. So it's all bad either way, and it's all dirty politics. So say that, but it didn't matter if she was the right woman, a black woman, a white woman. It wouldn't even matter. So at the end of the day, men are hardly ever really 100% fucking truly satisfied with anything with a woman does. They always want to change it. They always want more. So she could have came off with any kind of messaging. It would have never been good enough. She could have said the right things. It wouldn't have been good enough. There would have been something that would have initially bothered men. Period. So as far as and you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I mean, even women don't think that it's time for a woman president. I'm one of those type of women that don't want a woman president. Why? Because I just can't get down with it. Um, I just can't. It's true. Men run the world. You know, men are men. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like behind the scenes, but am I really ever going to be up front?
Yeah.
Probably not. Because if I let that happen, first of all, you're not going to let that.
Right.
I'm sorry. I would never get to be up front, no matter how good I am or how much better I am, because you just won't let that happen. So this is just the same thing on a more elevated level. You see what I'm saying? It's just that way, and that's okay. We have to come to an understanding as a people that's what it is. Doesn't matter what woman it is. You know what I mean? The next time though, I mean, we're gonna look at it. It doesn't matter what woman it is. There's a woman behind the scenes somewhere.
No, she did worse. She did worse than Hillary Clinton.
Even if that's the case, I don't know, Jesse. I don't know. Some would say she probably, some would say that wasn't very far behind. So it's arguable. It doesn't even matter really. At the end of the day, she wouldn't have been president. A lot of people didn't want a woman president, dude. It just didn't have to do with the ethnicity or nationality or whatever the fuck it was. It didn't really have anything to do with it. It had to do with whether or not they thought they were ready for that too. And a lot of states didn't feel like it. A lot of people don't feel like they want a woman president, and even if they do, they're watching other countries with women presidents.
Yeah.
Just see how well that goes before they make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? There's other places. Some motherfuckers are like people are looking at Mexico.
Yeah.
There's a woman president there. People are looking at other places like, well, let's just see how this works out. Some other countries are a little bit more ahead of the game. Maybe we're just too old fashioned, too fucking whatever. It doesn't matter though. At the end of the day, we live here, and a lot of people did not want that. No matter how much placating, pacifying, fucking whatever, she wasn't doing something that everybody could get behind, let alone men could get behind. Even if they were shilling really hard, they had to really I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what makes the shield do what the shield does. But I'm pretty sure that probably wasn't the best move. You know what I mean? Would it be a good administration? No, not really. Because in hindsight, we've had a taster for presidency. Well, Biden's been on fucking he's been sitting it out. She's been running for the last couple of months. Technically, we haven't, like, if you look at it, technically our vice president has been the president for like 5-6 months.
At least, yeah.
So that would have been the indication of what kind of administration we would have had. Would have been unsatisfied, angry, pissed off, and left out again, and fucking upset because we're getting talked down to, ignored, fucking shamed, belittled. We're not able to have any kind of free choice to pick who we want or anybody else. They never let the motherfucking third party or anybody else that was running. Like, I mean, there was like 6 other people trying to run for president other than Republicans and Democrats. So we never got to see all that. And they intentionally cock blocked everywhere they could on all media channels. It didn't matter which direction, red or blue. Everybody was cock blocking. So it was like, whatever. So I think that if we were going to get a little thought of what was going to happen in a Harris administration, we watched it for like 3-4 months, 5 months, however long she was running, because Biden was only out just doing putting out little fires, fucking disaster relief, and motherfucking saying that he's sorry to fucking Native Americans, and fucking fixing the shipping thing, the fucking strikes. You know what I mean? So that's where he was. That's what he was doing. He was busy, you know what I mean? And occasionally deflecting messages. So that's pretty much what was happening. We saw her. She was in office. Technically, she was like right up front for like the last couple of months, as a president. She had the power of the pen, not just with the Senate, but also with him. She could have did something then. She could have shown and proved. She didn't. She wasn't going to. Not that she couldn't. She could always delegate somebody to come speak for her and fucking or be somewhere else. And people would have been like, oh, she's in the Senate today, sitting in the chair. Or she's over here with Biden and there's fucking 80 million cameras. She's fucking signs, whatever. Gives us something. Something. But instead, it was nothing and nothing. So, yeah, I think that they made a choice, and they didn't. If that's how a woman presidency is going to go, who the fuck wants that?
Right.
So,
and apparently, more than 50% of the voting population said they didn't want that either. So,
it's not, motherfuckers want. And I don't know if they're going to necessarily get it with the Trump, but at least they know what they're getting. Whereas this, they saw somebody say, I'm not gonna be like Biden, and yet you didn't really do anything at all, like you haven't been doing, and you disappeared like you've been doing. So, if you were going to do something to show anybody that you're different, you had like a good couple of fucking months. Anybody could have went and fundraised for this broad. Anybody could have went and did anything. You know what I mean? And they didn't do any of that. So that's sad.
Look at the screen, Lady Shay.
I'm looking, Jesse. Jesus.
Washed.
Right. I mean, we know you got the electoral college. What was the total? Is that the total amount altogether? How many? What's the total amount? I can't see it. Jesse, just tell me.
Total amounts of votes: 74,834,220.
For who?
For Trump.
Well, what was hers?
71,239,698.
Yeah, so you see, she wasn't that far behind. She was far enough, though.
That's on the popular vote. But yeah. She was far enough behind where there's no way she could contest the electoral vote at all. And she didn't take the states that they were supposed to take. So,
right. What was the state? Did she? What was her? What's the motherfucking what did it look like when Hillary ran? I guess that's what I want to ask. I don't really know.
Very similar to this. I don't want to say it was identical to this, but it was very similar.
Okay, so if it was almost identical and similar, don't you think that's a sign? It didn't matter if she was melanated, white, fucking green, yellow.
I think Hillary got more votes, though. Honestly.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really matter. Don't you think that's a sign that women are not the answer? Even if like we thought the best qualified motherfucker was Nimrata, do you think that was gonna happen? No. It wasn't gonna happen.
Hell no, Nikki Haley.
Right. Well, we thought she was more qualified. Let's say hypothetically, we thought she was more qualified than Trump. You think they would let her in? No.
No.
The highest elected seat a woman could go really currently is the motherfucking vice presidency.
Yeah.
Or fucking maybe, I don't know, maybe the Supreme Court, I guess, whatever.
Yeah.
Not it gets any higher than that.
Yep, in this country, yes. Trump won the general election, but he actually won bigger this time. And I think Kamala got more electoral votes.
What about her and Hillary, dude? That's all. That's
what I'm talking about. She got 227 electoral votes. So she got one more than her.
See?
So yeah, like I said, it's pretty similar.
It's a sign. It's a fucking sign. So there you have it. Wasn't like such a big mystery now. It's fate. It was gonna happen. So it's not a big mystery. It's just, it happened. We helped it along the way. But it's gonna happen like that anyway because that's just the way it is.
And they got the Senate, and they about to get the House.
What did they have last time Trump was in office?
I think they had the Senate and the House, yeah.
Yeah, so that seems about right?
Yeah.
Round 2. Okay, fate. It's not a mystery to me, man.
Okay, it's not a mystery to you. Last time you were unhoused when this happened, so you might not remember it.
Unhoused again at this rate. I mean, like, at this rate, anything could happen. We could be unhoused tomorrow, Jesse. It doesn't even fucking matter. Anything could happen at this rate. Anything could happen. I mean, just given our current stance with the cities, currently with the way the cities run. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it looks like a full mandate across the board.
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll move to the next topic, ladies, and that is the untold fight for voting rights for blacks not taught in schools.
In 1965, black citizens in Selma, Alabama, were systematically denied the right to vote. While some managed to submit applications, most were dismissed by the predominantly white-run voting offices. Black activists had already been tirelessly fighting for equal voting rights, but the turning point arrived when a group of protesters marched from Selma to Montgomery. The peaceful demonstration was met with brutal violence from white deputies, officers, and civilians, resulting in severe injuries and nationwide shock.
Were beaten, dogs were hit, and I just turned around. To see the folk and wondered why they were beating them so. And I couldn't understand.
Despite the bloody encounter, Black protesters continued their fight, leading to eventual success in securing voting rights. To fully appreciate this struggle, we need to go back in history to the roots of the civil rights movement in Selma, Alabama. In this video, we'll cover the events leading up to the march, Martin Luther King Jr.'s leadership in organizing protests, and the lasting impact of their efforts. By the end, you'll understand the triumph over the oppression and obstacles placed before Black Americans striving for equal voting rights. Background of voting rights struggles. The Civil War, which took place from 1860 to 1865, marked a pivotal time in Black history. After the war, the United States Congress introduced the 15th Amendment, granting Black men the right to vote. At the time, voting was still restricted to men, with all women, regardless of race, barred from voting until the ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, 50 years later.
The 15th Amendment outlawed discrimination in voting rights.
Following the passage of the 15th Amendment, Black citizens exercised their newfound rights, electing officials like Benjamin Sterling Turner as Alabama's first Black congressman. Selma's Black community also elected a criminal court judge and several Black city council members. But even though they technically gained these rights, white supremacy remained rampant, especially in the South. Over time, efforts were made to curtail Black voting rights through new laws and restrictions. 6 years after the amendment's ratification, changes were made by the Supreme Court, allowing for white officials to impose barriers that effectively disenfranchised Black voters. The changes didn't revoke voting rights outright, but created loopholes that enabled racist voting registrars to deny Black citizens a fair chance at participating in democracy. Voting registrars soon instituted literacy tests, supposedly to gauge reading abilities. However, these tests involved unreasonably complex questions designed to disqualify most Black citizens. Those few who managed to pass the literacy tests were then subjected to poll taxes, a significant expense given the era's wages.
95 questions or something like this. Just ridiculous. Like, who was the governor of Mississippi in 1922 or something? Just, you couldn't answer these questions.
A notable example of this discrimination is civil rights icon Rosa Parks, who, upon attempting to register to vote at age 32, was told she had to pay a retroactive poll tax of $16.50. Given the economic challenges of the time, this was an enormous amount, especially for Black workers struggling to secure stable employment. In addition to these barriers, Black citizens were often required to provide a recommendation from a registered white voter, a nearly impossible feat due to racial segregation and societal prejudice. The South's fierce racism limited the number of Black registered voters drastically. From 1954 to 1961, for example, only 14 Black individuals were added to Selma's voter rolls, building the movement in Selma. By 1963, Black activists knew they needed to take further action. Bernard Lafayette, a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, organized a meeting at Selma's Tabernacle Missionary Baptist Church to discuss voting rights. It was the first gathering of its kind in the South, with civil rights leaders like James Forman attending. Forman organized a group of around 300 Black residents to gather at the voter registration office on October 7th, 1963, demanding their right to register. They were forced to wait all day and were eventually pushed to the back of the line, with few permitted to complete the application, only to be rejected by white officials.
Selma, Alabama, 1965, and the struggle on that bridge. African Americans determined to exercise their right to.
In 1964, activist John Lewis led another group to the courthouse to register, but they were arrested by white police officers simply for showing up. The resistance continued to motivate Black citizens to organize, but it became clear that more was needed. As a result, civil rights leaders planned a series of marches to draw attention to the injustices occurring in Selma. The historic marches from Selma to Montgomery. In 1965, 3 major marches took place in Selma. The first march, led by John Lewis and Reverend Hosea Williams, consisted of about 600 people peacefully marching along Highway 80 toward Montgomery. However, when they reached the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a crowd of state troopers and armed white citizens awaited them. The marchers' peaceful approach was met with beatings from nightsticks, tear gas, and brutality from both troopers and civilians, resulting in over 50 injuries.
You got to go now, you got to move. So you can't walk down there scared. So we kept on walking. And we got down to the bottom of the bridge.
Known as Bloody Sunday, this violent encounter shocked the nation. The event was captured on video and broadcasted, awakening the American public to the extent of the South's racial violence. Following Bloody Sunday, federal judge Frank M. Johnson Jr. overruled.
Looking for the perfect remote job? Find your next remote role at remote.com.
Segregationist policies that had prevented marches, supporting the activists' right to peacefully protest. On March 9th, Martin Luther King Jr. led the second march with a larger crowd of about 2,500 people. Although King did not proceed into unincorporated county areas to avoid potential harm, the march helped strengthen the national call for justice. Tragically, Reverend James Reeb, a Unitarian minister who joined the march, was beaten by members of the Ku Klux Klan and later died from his injuries. This second march pressured the federal government to act, leading President Lyndon B. Johnson to announce his intent to pass a voting rights bill. In a televised address to Congress on March 15th, he condemned the violence in Selma and introduced the voting rights bill 2 days later. The Victory March and Legacy. The announcement of the voting rights bill was a massive victory. King led a final march from Selma to Montgomery, starting on March 21, 1965, with over 8,000 participants. The group took 4 days to reach Montgomery County. On March 24th, the numbers swelled to 25,000 people who marched to the Alabama state capitol. There, Dr. King delivered his iconic "How Long Not Long" speech.
It will not be long because truth crusted will rise again. Yes, sir. How long? Not long. Yes, sir. Because no lie can live forever. Yes, sir.
The passage of the Voting Rights Act was monumental. Just 1 year after this historic moment, Selma alone saw over 11,000 Black citizens successfully register to vote. Many even ran for local office in Dallas County, contributing to the community's progress. While the fight didn't erase racism, it achieved something essential: the right to vote. Thanks to the determination and leadership of people like Martin Luther King Jr., John Lewis, and other Black community members, Black citizens gained equal access to democracy. This movement set a precedent, showing that unity and persistence could overcome deep-rooted injustice, reflection, and call to action. The legacy of this struggle continues to resonate. It's crucial to remember the sacrifices made and the hardships endured to secure voting rights for future generations. While the right to vote was technically guaranteed by 1870, it wasn't fully realized until the Voting Rights Act, almost a century later. Bloody Sunday remains a testament to the resilience of those who marched as they faced violence with peaceful resolve to achieve their goal. What are your thoughts on Selma's fight for voting rights? Let's honor those who paved the way for freedom by exercising the rights they fought so hard to achieve. Let me know in the comments. And if you found this story inspiring, don't forget to like and subscribe for more insights into history.
What are your thoughts on that information that belong with your voting rights?
Your computer makes that damn humming noise? Is that your computer making that noise?
That's the computer. Yes.
It sounds like a damn radiator. Like a fan about to break.
Yes, precisely.
But I didn't think you could hear it. It's like that's what it sounds like on this side. I was like, God damn, man. Well, WD-40 and shit. Tighten them bolts up. That's what I was thinking about. Never mind. What do I think about what?
What we just watched.
What about it?
What are your thoughts on it?
About what?
What's history?
I mean, like, that's history. Like, we already know that. Like, what's the question exactly? I mean, what? Like, the vote. I mean, like, what are you trying to say, Jay? Like, does it matter if we vote, yay or nay? Or does it matter that black people really work hard to get that motherfucking shit on there? I guess, yeah, if you want to look at it, but I mean, I've been doing a lot of heavy reading, so I don't know if it was really necessarily worth all the shit they went through because there's all kinds of drama with it. Every motherfucking election season, so people still go to jail. Motherfucking people still don't get their vote counted. There's all kinds of discrepancies with it. It's not it's think you're making changes yet you're not. Sometimes you are, sometimes you're not. There's no tangibles in it really because we're not getting what we need. So all that shit was like almost like doesn't matter, because they change it. Like I was reading something, man. That's why I told you that article is good coming to play. She didn't want to listen to me. Hold on a sec. Let me show you what I was reading. Let me talk about it real quick. It kind of goes into this. Hold on a sec. Does it matter if does it matter? No. I said, look, local governments of the United States have suppressed and continue to suppress African American votes and the African American political power. The United States did not explicitly prohibit states from discriminating against the African American male voter until almost a century after the nation's founding, and it denied African American women this protection from discrimination for nearly half a century more. So yeah, I mean, there's a whole bunch of shit. Like for example, Supreme Court has issued decisions eliminating the protections of the Voting Rights Act. Federal, state, and local officials have continued to take actions that impair the African American ability to vote and express their political voice. Despite this historical advancements, African Americans have made political participation. African Americans remain underrepresented, both in elected office and in the policies enacted to meet African American community needs. Yeah. So you see what I'm saying? Told you. This one too. White politicians have long portrayed the African American political participation as a threat in order to undercut African American political power and maintain the racial hierarchy. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry, hold on a second. Sorry, hold on. The African American political power maintained the racial hierarchy of enslavement even after the emancipation. During and after Reconstruction, white Southern Democrats used fear of African American political power to propel themselves into office. So yeah, I mean, this shit goes. White man's government is after Democrats won the governor's seat and control of the state legislature in West Virginia, one Republican observed that hostility and Negro suffrage was a prime element of our defeat. So, the 1901, President of the Alabama Constitutional Convention warned against the menace of the Negro domination to justify the state's efforts to establish white supremacy in this state, and such and such and such, so on and so on. So I wanted to read this article, but you told me no, so let's get to that. But yeah, so saying so the political demonization, demonization has been going on. Richard Nixon promised law and order during the presidential campaign 1968, preying on the white fears of social upheaval amidst the civil rights movement. Nixon's victory in 1968 began what became known as the Republican Southern strategy, winning votes from the South by appealing to racial prejudices. Yeah, this goes on and on and on and on. So yeah.
It was 72, not 78.
I didn't say 78.
It sounded like you said 78.
I didn't say 78.
Okay.
I said 68.
Okay, but he didn't win in 68.
I'm just reading the article, Jesse.
Well, the article is already wrong because he didn't win in 68.
Okay, well then you tell that to the California Reparations Department.
Okay.
Why don't you tell them that, okay? Since it's wrong.
The American presidential history.
Then just go ahead and tell them that so they know they're wrong.
Okay, are you done, Lady Chuck?
Yeah.
Alright. So that's the reason why we vote. So people have to get beat up and assaulted by the police for us to even be able to vote. So they should tell you something right there. They don't want you to vote. Why don't they want you to vote? Because they don't want you to have nothing to say. And what the hell is happening in your area, in your country, in your state? Which is another reason why we should exercise the right to vote. But we should do it more so at the local and state level, not so much at the presidential level.
Yeah. I think that it's only going to get worse. Well, I mean it's pretty bad now. But, it could get a little bit more anti-black. So it could.
It could, but I don't really see it getting more so racism. I mean, we live under a constant state of racism, white supremacy, no matter who's in office. It has to be more blatant, like somebody tagged up white power over by the 7-Eleven by the house on one of the trash cans. It could be like that, like more in your face. But that's good. People need to be on their damn toes. I think a lot of people hit the snooze button the last time and went back to damn sleep. And no, y'all need to be vigilant. We're at a fucking war. They went straight to sleep once Biden got in. We ain't got nothing to worry about for the next 4 years. Well, now you got something to worry about. And the Democrats, you only have yourself to blame for that shit. So, moving along, Trump has a big announcement, a shocking announcement. It has something to do with censorship.
I think that we gotta stop that political disenfranchisement. That does have to come to an end. You know what I mean?
The only way that can come to an end is racism and white supremacy.
Right.
We're very interested in footage of UFOs. The Pentagon has released a few videos, and there's been anecdotal reports from fighter pilots. So a lot of people want to know, will you help push the Pentagon to release more footage, which a lot of people claim is available?
Oh, yeah, sure, I'll do that. I would do that. I'd love to do that. I have to do that. But they also are pushing me on Kennedy. And I did release a lot, but I had people come to me and beg me not to do it. But I'll be doing that very early on. But I would do that.
Do you think you'd know if there were evidence of extraterrestrial?
Well, I think our great pilots would know. And some of them really see things that are a little bit different than in the past. So we're going to see. But we'll watch it. You'll be the first to know.
I think that might be a question that I get more than any question. It is the craziest thing. So we have that so-called area. They consider it like a sacred area. Mm-hmm. And I will say this. I don't think I'm a believer, but I've interviewed pilots that look, I like Tom Cruise, but better than Tom Cruise. the blonde crew cuts, the whole, and this, yes, sir. And they were in the Oval Office, 3 or 4 pilots. These are not people that make up stories. They said, all I know, sir, is there was a round object that was going 4 times faster than my F-22, which is a very fast plane. And it wasn't, it shouldn't have been. It was round, sir. They have seen, 4 or 5 guys I've interviewed, solid people, great pilots for the U.S. Air Force, etc. They've seen things that they cannot explain.
Follow-up question.
Also a maybe.
Follow-up question, Mr. President. Follow-up. If in fact there are aliens, would you be willing to put tariffs on them to help us with the economy?
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually switched from Chrome to Opera GX a while ago just because I was so tired of Chrome being the absurd resource.
I said, your thoughts on don't say he's going to do about censorship.
That shit's awesome. That's good. That's really good. That's good.
Yeah, it is good.
What did you think?
Got some more stuff here. I got the same thing. It's a good thing. It's about damn time. Who's a victim of this shit? So I'd say it's about damn time. We've been practicing the censorship for too damn long. These damn Democrats are ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I welcome this.
Right.
Is this belief that you are secretly saving the world from this satanic cult of pedophiles and cannibals? Does that sound like something
you are behind?
Well, I haven't heard that, but is that supposed to be a bad thing or a good thing? I mean, if I can help save the world from problems, I'm willing to do it. I'm willing to put myself out there. And we are actually. We're saving the world from a radical left philosophy that will destroy this country. And when this country is gone, the rest of the world would follow. The rest of the world would follow. That's the importance of this country.
It's well known that you have a huge interest in the occult and one of the largest collections of books.
I don't have a huge collection. Somebody wrote I had 20,000 books. I'd had to live in a bath. I have maybe 4 or 5. I have The Devil Rides Out, first edition, signed to me by Dennis Wheatley. And there's a book just come out about him called The Devil is a Gentleman. And I have met people who claimed to be Satanists, who claimed to be involved with black magic, who claimed that they not only knew a lot about it, but as I said, I've certainly never been involved, and I warn all of you, never, never, never. You will not only lose your mind, you lose your soul. I don't have a big library in the account, no. I don't know, look, the internet and the media, if they can't think of something to do, they invent it. If they can't think of something to say, I mean, they invent it. I don't know who thought that one up. Looks good in print, I suppose, but it's not true.
When Paul makes the statement to the Thessalonians again, he said the restraining power will prevent him from being revealed until the proper time, until that restraining power is removed. The debate has been for centuries, what is the restraining power? Who is the restrainer? And it's interesting the way that it's written, because the first time he uses it, it's in a neuter, and the second time it's used in the masculine. I feel the beast will feel completely free to assert his authority and to give rise to a one world system that we've been talking about, deals with one world government, one world economy, and one world religion.
Are you concerned that Trump might be elected again?
I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order. And he says it openly. Now, again, it should be clear that many of these politicians, they present a false dichotomy, a false binary vision of the world, as if you have to choose between patriotism and globalism, between being loyal to your nation and being loyal to some kind of, I don't know, global government or whatever.
They've done everything they could since 2015. For 9 years to destroy Trump. He is still standing. He's still saying fight. And he is the most iconic political leader in America, I think, in my lifetime. It's remarkable to watch what he's doing. Kamala didn't have the courage to go on his show. She couldn't have stood up for 3 hours of questions. I mean, that by itself is an indication of what our choice is here. And I think, and by the way, I thought that your introduction and your monologue was excellent. She has 2 problems. She is way too radical in a way that's totally out of touch with reality, and she's incompetent. Now, if you're both out of touch with reality and you're incompetent, that's a pretty big burden to put on the country and a pretty big risk for the whole planet. We live in a dangerous world. I can't imagine Kamala Harris wrestling with nuclear war, wrestling with problems in Ukraine or Gaza or Iran or Venezuela or Cuba. I mean, she really would be a disaster for the country.
Over the last several decades have pushed towards a global government, many of them even being our own presidents. But this will amp it up quite a bit. And it's always a question people have, well, where does America figure in all of this? And that's a good question because we're not mentioned. We assume that we always would be. But as a country ourselves, we are on a very thin edge. We could be reduced to a minor player in world events, which is unthinkable to most of us. While at the same time, he is cautioning them that these things were not signs, but were going to be characteristic of the ages until the time of the end. In fact, he referred to them, he says, these are just the beginning of birth pangs. It's the beginning of that discomfort that says that we're coming to that time. The list is extensive and it's familiar. In fact, he said there will be many will come in my name and will deceive many. There will be many people who will be teaching false things. There'll be wars and rumors of wars, and nations will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famines, he says, notable famines, we might say, and notable earthquakes in various places. You'll be persecuted, you'll be put to death. He said, you'll be hated by all nations because of me. And many will turn away from the faith, he said, betray one another. So apostasy is going to be part of this problem. Many false prophets will come and deceive many. And he says, and the increase of wickedness, because of it, he said, the love, the agapao, which is the love that's characteristic of his church, will actually begin to grow cold, he said. In other words, the church will lose its fervor and its passion for God. But at the same time he's saying these things, he cautions a calm. He says, see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. And these, he says, are the beginning of birth pangs. But then when he comes to verse 14 in Matthew 24, he gives us the first sign, I think, that would indicate that we are in that end of times. He says, the gospel will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. Now, in saying that, there's a couple things that I think we need to keep in mind. First of all, it's the end of time is not, or when he says this is the end, is not a single event in the sense of we've suddenly come to the conclusion of the story, but rather it's the beginning of a series of events that will usher in the end, as becomes very clear as you study it more carefully. The Old Testament prophets referred to it as a time of Jacob's trouble, referring to how it would be central to the Jewish people.
All right. So yeah, we got some crazy times afoot, y'all. Keep tuned. So moving on. Unless Lady Shay has something to add.
I don't even know what to think about that. So, is that church?
Yeah, quite. It's quoting from scripture.
Well,
to the dump and other people.
I don't really know what to think about that. That's a lot. I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah. It's biblical end times. That's the only thing I think about it.
You know, they've been saying it's the end of the world is coming. We didn't listen to that. I mean, it would have happened when it was like 2000. You know, they've been saying that. Like,
2000, 2012.
Right.
Now, yeah. It also says in there that nobody knows the day or the time, so. Man, take the year, take not. We don't know. Only time will tell.
Close to the machine.
Yeah, so the next topic is Chairman Omali Yeshitela from the African Socialist Party. He will give us his thoughts on what the Trump election means for Black people. This recently raided, had his offices raided in Florida and St. Louis. He was of election interference and Russian collusion.
Mm-hmm.
They try to lock him up in the Who 3 after his argument. So he's going to give us what his take is on this down, get selected.
Sisters and comrades, uhuru is Swahili for freedom. It's a greeting that we use in the African People's Socialist Party and the organizations under our influence, ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It's a greeting that we use. It reflects a demand that was born in our struggle in the 1950s as a consequence of the work that was done by the Kenyan Land Freedom Army, commonly known as Mau Mau, in the struggle that we were engaged in at that time against British colonialism that dominated our lives in Kenya, where the arrogant colonizers from England assumed the right of dominating our people, stealing all of our resources, and in fact, killed more than 300,000 Black people as a part of the process to maintain their power. I want to say that we use this word, slogan, demand, uhuru, freedom, because we think that uhuru is something that should be on the minds of African people 24 hours a day. You call our office, we'll greet you on the phone with uhuru. You call our homes, we say uhuru. When we greet you, we say uhuru, because uhuru, freedom, there's nothing more significant for African people, for all people around the world, than this question of freedom. I've asked you to participate in this discussion on today. I wanted to talk to you, this address to the African nation, in the face of the election of Donald Trump and the response that we see coming to that election from an assortment of people, groups, tendencies, forces throughout the world and in the United States itself. There are people who are proclaiming that the election of Donald Trump means doom for African people. And we say that's true, that the election of Donald Trump means doom to African people, just like the election of Joe Biden meant doom to African people, just like the election of all of the colonizers that have had come before them means doom to African people based on our lack of organization and our willingness and ability to take responsibility for our own future. But we're not afraid. Some years ago, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement put forth an understanding that we are living in a time of what we characterize as an uneasy equilibrium. That the fact is that we have been confronted for a while now with this contradiction between the past and the future, glaring contradiction, coming into greater focus every day, where the past of colonial domination, the past of humiliation, the past of the theft of our resources as a people, the past of our division and separation as a people in Africa and everywhere else, that past is something that we have been looking at and is competing with the future that we are ushering in, that we are fighting to bring into fruition, that people like Palestinians and Venezuelans and other people who live under colonial domination have been struggling to bring into fruition. It's this contest between the past and the future that represents this uneasy equilibrium that we see happening in the world today that makes so many people uncomfortable and that has made so many people frightened. And so we have recognized this for a while. We have worked to organize to deal with this. We have developed tactics and strategies for the liberation of our people. We have moved to resolve most of the ideological and philosophical and organizational contradictions that we have been confronted with as a people, as a colonized population globally, to move our struggle freedom so that the past is completely buried and this future of a liberated people. It's really important for us to understand, we believe, and we have said all along, that progress, human progress, rests upon the success of colonized people to win our freedom. This is the thing that will take us into a new era, a new world, etc. So there is a lot of concern. We've seen a frantic, almost terror coming from a sector of the liberals who are warning us that with the election of Trump, we are confronted with fascism. Fascism is upon us. We heard people talking about this even prior to Trump's election, that he was a proto-fascist. We heard this even during previous elections, at the time when Cynthia McKinney was running for office, and prominent black leftists, as they characterize themselves, and even some of them who characterize themselves as communists, were saying that to vote for Cynthia McKinney was going to allow fascism to come into existence. They saw this as something that represented what existed in Germany in the 1930s. This is what they were saying. And we were saying all along that that's not the case. That the real case is that what prevented the so-called proto-fascists from becoming a reality, what kept the society in the United States open, even during the height of McCarthyism, where people like Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were executed by this government. What kept that from happening, even as the Communist Party went underground and people were running for their lives and turning on each other and snitching on each other to try to avoid the consequences of draconian government activities and movement. What kept it open, what kept the society open were people like Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, the struggle of Black people in this country for our rights, the struggle of the colonized people. I think it's really important to say that. Fannie Lou Hamer was not fighting against fascism, and Ella Baker was not fighting against fascism. And I think that's something that's more revealing, is that the white people who were talking about they were afraid of fascism did not characterize what was happening to Black people in this country, what was happening to Ella Baker, what was happening to Fannie Lou Hamer, what was happening to Emmett Till, what was happening to the thousands of people who were being displaced and murdered throughout this country, humiliated as a part of the norm. They were not characterizing that as fascism. It was normal. And I think it's really important for us to recognize that. So we see a Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's election does represent something very serious, an historical turning point. It is a part, again, of this uneasy equilibrium, where a sector of the bourgeoisie in contest, and a contest with another sector of the bourgeoisie, has come into power. And it has shaken up the standards, it has shaken up the arrangement that had preceded this element coming into power. This arrangement was something that was characterized even by sectors of the bourgeoisie, even by the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and others. Historically, they refer to this as the Atlanticist bloc. The Atlanticist bloc is all of those colonial powers that came into existence, and the arrangements that they organized subsequent to the end of the Second Imperialist World War, that's referred to commonly as World War II. And this war is something that brought these powers into being, this collaboration, this unification of the colonizers around the world as a part of a definitive bloc with definitive goals that they had created for the organizing and controlling the rest of the world. This is where the United Nations came into existence. This is where NATO came into existence. This is where things like the World Trade Organization came into existence. All of this arrangement that pulled every sector of the colonizers throughout Europe and in this country into alignment, into a common single trajectory, that's the Atlanticist bloc. That was the process through which the rest of the colonized people around the world were dominated. And this is a thing that's shaken them to their foundation because, as you know, Donald Trump came out as an opponent of the Atlanticist bloc. He came out as an opponent when he first ran of NATO. He came out as an opponent of the tax and trade arrangements that existed between the United States and other colonial powers. And he challenged that setup. He even began to talk about a relationship and work toward a relationship with Russia. And when the Atlanticist bloc itself came into existence in part to contain or destroy Soviet Russia as it was characterized. This was their fight. It had nothing to do with colonialism except for the fact that it was the struggle of colonized peoples around the world that generated the need for them to contain the Soviet Union that they saw as being aligned with the aspirations, the interests of colonized people, the working peoples of the world. This was what part of what incited them and moved them against the Soviet Russia. This contest also that they were engaged in for the resources of the peoples of the world, the resources of Africa, the resources of Asia and the Americas, the rest of that, the Middle East. Who was going to control those resources? And could the colonizer come into an agreement with each other so that they could steal these resources from Africa and steal these resources from the Middle East without having to make war against each other? So this is what the United Nations was supposed to do. And then NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was supposed to be this military force that they were had in the ready to fight and destroy Soviet Russia, which they saw as a primary contender based on its unity, objectively speaking, with the colonized peoples of the world. That's what we were looking at. That was the arrangement they made, and they ran the world for something like 75 years, this Atlanticist bloc. And it began to deteriorate over a period of time, in part because of the greed that exists among the colonizers themselves, because capitalism that was born from the colonial relationship is based on profit. And as V.I. Lenin once said, the capitalist is so greedy that he'll sell you the rope to hang him with. And so you had this contention all the time between these different sectors of the colonizers, who was going to get what. And so it was this process that came under assault with the emergence of Donald Trump. And Donald Trump and some of his allies saw a potential to get into the game that they were left out of by the Atlanticist arrangement. They didn't get a piece of the action. And they saw with Russia the possibility of getting a piece of the action, the tremendous amount of resources, especially petroleum and what have you, that existed in Russia. And so Trump was one of those, and there were others who were around him that wanted to have a new kind of arrangement that would open up Russia and give them the ability to go to Russia to get these resources, despite the fact that the United States had declared Russia formally as some kind of antagonistic force that it was in contention with. This is part of what was the basis of the contradiction that you saw there. And so when Trump was elected on this campaign promise to go against NATO, to even establish relations with North Korea, as it was characterized, which helps to break out of that containment thing that they were trying to do with anything that characterized itself as communism, but really anything that was out of the control of the Atlanticist bloc. And Trump moved in that direction. And everybody, many of the people associated with him, Paul Manafort, his campaign manager, indicted for having relationships without registering with the United States as a foreign agent. This was the war that that was engaged in between them. And it had nothing to do, many people are concerned because they said, well, you're taking up for Trump, but Trump is a criminal. And I would say, first of all, you talk about crime, it is the law is the opinion of the ruling class at any given moment, and whoever's in power, whatever social system is in power, defines what the law is. And Trump was indicted on 90 some odd things and convicted on 30 some odd charges, etc. And he's the president of the United States right now, even as that's the case. And there are Bidens who I'm sure are trembling right now for the possibility if Trump does what they say he's going to do in terms of come out in revenge and get at people who were his enemies, that there are Bidens who face the same possibility of charges against them. Not just Hunter Biden, who we are familiar with, who became a part of a gas corporation in Ukraine that played some role in the contest between Biden and Trump, etc. But Joe Biden and Joe Biden's brother and all of them who were inferred, there's an inferred relationship with all of them. So that's a problem that they're confronted with as well. I'm just mentioning this stuff so that people don't get carried away around this question of Trump being a criminal, as opposed to the Congress itself and most of the sitting members of the Congress being crooks, stealing from the people on a regular basis. And I would say that for those who talk about Trump being a criminal, it is worth noting that Trump was never indicted for a murder of Palestinians. Trump was never indicted for the brutality imposed against the people of Venezuela. Trump was never indicted for any crimes that we can point to in Puerto Rico and other places and the treatment of African people in this country. He was never indicted for that. The indictment of Trump was for things that the ruling class, a sector of the ruling class, assumed that he had done against them, against the interests of the ruling class. It's really important for us to understand that and not be carried up in that, because I saw even some leftists in this country were concerned because Trump is making an attack on the FBI. And the FBI is what attacked Trump. And the FBI attacked me. And the FBI attacked Malcolm X. And the FBI attacked Martin Luther King. But those are not factors those are not entities and issues that most of the people who are condemning Trump are able to grasp. So it's not a matter of crime. It's a matter of crime against whom. It's a matter of whose interest Trump was working in and against at any given moment. So there are a lot of people, again, who are concerned about Trump. They say because Trump is a warmonger. They talk about the warmonger, and the warmongering that they refer to is the unwillingness of Trump, apparent unwillingness of Trump to participate in the war that's being made against Russia, using Ukraine as a vehicle for that. And these are people who supported Kamala Harris who are saying this. And so they're saying what Trump promises to do. Say if Trump, with his election, you can see all these horrible things happen. And I don't know if Trump's election is going to result in 100,000 more deaths of the Palestinian people in Gaza. And that's what I'm saying. That's a modest figure that we're using in the sense that they can already talk about 40,000 people who have been killed by this incursion of the Biden administration in Gaza. But they're not counting the people who died through starvation because they won't let food get in. They're not counting the people who died because they shut down the infrastructure, electricity, and things like that. So people are dying freezing, and people, the babies, don't have access to incubators and things like that. So possibly 100,000 people, 100,000 people, war crimes that the United States government has facilitated against the people of Palestine, the people in Gaza. That wasn't Trump who did that. That was Biden who did this. That wasn't Trump, the one that's being characterized as the fascist that did this. That wasn't Trump, the one that we said we should trim him because of his election, because he's doing those things. That was the Biden administration. And I want to say that I'm not a Trump apologist. I'm just saying that what has happened is that people attempt to push us into a situation that we support one colonizer, a block of colonizers versus another colonizer, as opposed to being able to fight in our own interests. And those days have to be over. So what did the Trump election mean? Again, it was a major assault on this Atlanticist bloc, this unity. You will see it. This unity between the different colonial powers of Europe and North America. Even though many of them are terrified and they're expressing it, you can read about it in different news medium. They are terrified with the election of Trump. It's going to mean things like tariffs being placed on resources that they're trying to send into this country. It's going to mean things about the basic relationships and the reliability, as they see it, of the United States protecting their interests, especially since Trump has come out quite definitively and decisively saying that they're not fighting these kinds of wars anymore. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what's been said, and that's what has caused a lot of fear for some of them. I tell you what Trump's election did expose. It exposed, among other things, the decreasing influence of the colonial ruling class media. All of the media. Virtually all of the media worked for Harris. The New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal straddle the fence from time to time. But all of them, Zuckerberg and Facebook, and that would even shut you down. They call it shadow banning. If you said something that contradicted the line that was coming from the Biden administration around the murder that they're committing around the world or the attack on African people. In fact, they declared, and Facebook was one of the first out of the gate to declare that anybody who was criticizing the United States, African people, Mexican people, etc., were working for Russians. They challenged that even about the Black Agenda report, that we were instruments of Russia, Russian propaganda, etc. So this is part of what was being promoted by the media. And the people dismissed that. And what we saw was the emergent significance, or the obvious significance now, in the face of the declining influence of these major bourgeois colonial media entities. We saw the obvious influence of these other podcasts and independent entities. Whether you like them or not, they were there. Whether it was a Tucker Carlson, whether it was some of the others who were out there with a whole different line. In fact, when Tucker Carlson first separated himself from Fox, when Fox fired him, in part because he came out in support of me and the Uhuru movement, when the United States government under Biden attacked us for voting, attacked us for speech, attacked us for demanding reparations, attacked on putting it on the ballot, attacked us for talking about the United Nations Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, that the United States government was violating. It was the Biden administration that did that. It was not the so-called fascists, but it was the Biden administration that did that. So the point that I'm making is that effectively what we are struggling with is colonialism and the struggle against colonialism. And it doesn't make a difference, dime's worth of difference, if the colonizer is a democratic or liberal colonizer or reactionary fascist colonizer. Colonialism is colonialism is colonialism. And that's the thing that we are suffering from. And I think it's important to say this. I was at a meeting just the other day with a section of the Green Party. And this meeting the other day, where they were doing a watch party, looking at the outcome of the election and looking at their participation in the elections. And I got shut down effectively and insulted because I went there to support the Green Party because Jill Stein, their presidential candidate, has been extraordinarily supportive of the struggle that we're involved in. And so I went there to support the Green Party. And then I ran into this process. I was just going to salute them and said that if you are going to talk about the issue of election interference, which is what they had begun to talk about, you can't do that without talking about the attack on the Uhuru 3. Because one of the reasons they attacked the Uhuru 3 is that we ran a campaign for reparations and we were indicted because they said the Russians were responsible for that. I said, you can't talk about election interference without talking about the murder of 3 Black children in Birmingham, Alabama in 1963, the murder of, 3 or 4 African children there. You can't talk about that without the assassinations that we faced, Martin Luther King and all these other people who were fighting just for the right to vote. You can talk about election interference. If you're going to be able to attract and speak to African people, you've got to include that as election interference. Otherwise, it's bogus what you're talking about, and you will never see Africans coming into this work. But they were blind to that. They couldn't see that. And that's one of the contradictions that we are facing in terms of trying to understand this question of Trump and this question of colonialism, because colonialism is the blind spot. Colonialism is the thing that they don't want talked about. Colonialism, and our discussion about colonialism, the fact that the African People's Socialist Party dragged, clawed, and pushed the issue of colonialism back to the surface after they thought they had killed it with the assassination of Malcolm X, the assassination of members of the Black Panther Party who were against colonialism. They thought they had destroyed it because they wanted us contained within this position of being against racism. And to struggle against racism is something that validates the system itself. They're saying that if we can just make people like us, if we can be like white people, then everything would be all right. And when Martin Luther King himself had said that America is the greatest purveyor of violence on earth, and that didn't just limit to Mississippi, but it was Vietnam and all these other places. Colonialism is the fundamental question they didn't want to deal with. And we brought it back to the surface. And this is the basis of the attack on us. But we've also seen, again, the losing influence of the bourgeois media. And we've seen the bourgeois media even have to enter into this discussion about settler colonialism, settler colonialism. They happen to talk about it because we did it. African People's Socialist Party did it. When nobody else wanted to talk about it, we did it. When people thought that you're going to turn people off if you talk about it, when they're saying that the masses won't understand, we did it. And we brought it back. And everywhere you see in the world now, people are talking about colonialism because we brought it back to the surface as a political issue. So this, and I'm speaking about the declining influence of the colonial ruling class media and the growing influence of independent media outlets. This is not new. We saw that happen in the 1960s too. Even how so-called alternative press and alternative media forced the ruling class media even to change how they look. They had to start trying to learn how to look like hippie newspapers and things like that because people had turned their backs on them. And so people have lost confidence, no trust in them. People don't trust the New York Times. People don't trust Zuckerberg. People talk about how Zuckerberg will put you in Facebook prison. People have had to learn how to speak a different language when we're on Facebook and social media so that certain words don't pop up and they can use as algorithms to kick us off. This is what we've had to do. And this is not under Trump. This is colonial oppression that we are looking at. And they shut us down and shut us from being able to talk. And again, Zuckerberg and the rest of them initiated this process that we are talking about, saying that if you criticize the United States, you're working for Russia. It's Russia who's responsible for that. Russia put together, they say, this false organization, these false entities on social media that talks about black people, that talks about Mexican being oppressed, exploited. It's Russia, they said, that did it. And so obviously, they were unsuccessful in doing that in this instance. And I think that one of the most important things that you can look at too is that they had declared Donald Trump an illegitimate president. Why? They said because Hillary Clinton didn't lose to Trump. It was Russia. They said Russia, Russia, Russia. It was Russian interference that is responsible for Trump coming to power as the president. That's what they said. And every day that Trump was in office, they were using Russia, Russia, Russia. Anything he did, Russia, Russia, Russia. That was the basic. Russian hysteria is something that they pushed to the surface. And when we run for office and criticize the United States, the United States Justice Department under Biden said it was Russia, not Trump, said it was Biden that did this. And I think, or rather they said it was Biden and his administration that's followed through by Kamala Harris. That said Kamala Harris, that it was Russians who we were working under the leadership and direction of Russia. Not that we have any interests of our own, not that we have agency as black people. We're just stooges to be used by other forces that they characterize as white. This is what we are looking at and talking about. And it's really critically significant that I'm involving us in this discussion in terms of this presentation to the African nation. We need to understand this, Africans, brothers and sisters. So we see the declining significance and influence of the colonial bourgeois media. We see the growing influence of just podcasts. Some of them who don't like us, and we may not like them, but they were those who pushed against the Harris arrangement, the Biden arrangement, and pushed for Trump. That happened in the real world. There's no way you can dispute that. And as I mentioned, Tucker Carlson sitting right next to Trump at the Republican convention and in other arenas with Trump. And many people were condemning us because we were interviewed by Tucker Carlson, but we were not there for Tucker Carlson. We were there to get the word out that the New York Times and the colonial bourgeois media would not allow us to get out. We were there because the white left that's always been opposed to most of the time the struggle against colonialism would isolate us, would not allow us even access to venues that they had. And they condemn us for talking to Tucker Carlson while they would shut us down and not allow us to be able to speak. But we wanted to talk to white people. And because we wanted to move this discussion, that we're involved in from this place of racism that didn't give white people an outlet, that didn't give them the easy ability to be able to unite with the struggle of Africans and other people, the endless encirclement that we have been locked into by the ideological influence of the African petty bourgeoisie, who more than anything wants to unite with the bourgeoisie, with the colonial ruling class, and want to integrate with them so that they can have access, be integrated into the capitalist system. And so we're saying that's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're about. We want to talk to white people. We're not asking white people to not be white. We're just asking them to not be colonizers. And the anti-racism politic is something that put them in a situation where they had to look at their own situation, look at us through some racism prism. And that's a problem that we're looking at now, because 71 million people voted for Trump. People say, wow, these white people are voting for Trump, but not just white people. Why are they voting for Trump? Because the whole system is in a state of crisis. And the whole ideology of America presupposes white supremacy, white people on top of the whole world, etc. And what is happening now, they have struggles that's happening in places like Afghanistan, and struggles in Zimbabwe, and struggles in Cuba, and struggles in Venezuela, and struggles in St. Louis, Missouri, and struggle in St. Petersburg, Florida. All these things challenge this whole notion of the permanence of the white nationalist settler state. And that plays an important role in the psyche of white people. And especially if they don't have any place to go outside of an anti-racist position, especially when you don't help those white people through the clarity of your political line that has some scientific basis in it that says that you don't have to be trapped in this marriage with the colonizers based on the fact that you on DNA, based on the fact that you are both what has been characterized as white, and the whole concept of whiteness was born through the colonial struggle. So you don't have to be that. You can be on the right side of history, and you don't have to be frightened because people are moving forward to take control of their own lives. You don't have to be a part of what the ruling class wants you to be a part of. In fact, part of the popularity of Trump was that when he first ran for office, he broke out of the mold. He didn't go the way that the typical Democratic Party politics take them. And this was refreshing for a lot of people. He didn't go the way even the typical Republican Party usually goes. This was refreshing. He ran against the system as they understood it at the time. And people wanted somebody to go against this system as they understood it at this time. Of course, they have a poor understanding of the system because they haven't been educated effectively. They haven't been educated because the white left is busy being in my community, the Mexican community, etc., as opposed to being organizing those white people who need to be white people organized against colonialism, but they can't organize against colonialism because they're not opposed to colonialism itself for the most part. And this is a part of the contradiction that we're looking at. So we saw a decline of the influence of the colonial ruling class media, the rise of the influence of blogs and other independent entities. And what I'm saying is that's meaningful. It's making a statement to us, certainly in the African People's Socialist Party, or those of you who are friends and supporters of the African People's Socialist Party. You should be supporting the Burning Spear newspaper. The Burning Spear newspaper, they put me on trial. They put the Uhuru 3 on trial for what they said was a crime. They treated us like dope pushers, money launderers, warmongers, killers, and things like that. Because we ran for office, because we promoted the interests of African people, because we promoted the interests of colonized people around the world, they put us on trial. And I'm right now facing a 5-year prison sentence on December 16th. This is not Trump's doing. This is Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party who are doing this, because we are arguing and working against colonialism and colonial domination and the resurrection of the struggle of African people for our own agency. This is what it's about. They would have us being dependents. They would have us welfare slaves, so that as opposed to having our own freedom, we would lock into and see something like welfare as a solution to the contradiction that we have when we have to be able to feed, clothe, house ourselves. Otherwise, we are dependents on the ruling class. The problem that we have, are we facing doom with Trump? No more than we were facing with Biden. No more than we were facing with Clinton. No more than we faced with Kennedy. No more than what we faced with all these other people, groups, and organizations of colonizers who have oppressed us all around the world and in this country as well. So another thing that this election of Trump revealed was the waning influence of the African petty bourgeoisie. I'm talking about these sycophants. I'm talking about these weak-kneed, belly-crawling forces who call themselves representatives of Black people and have been able to get away with it, partially because they've dominated the electoral process for such a long time, which is one of the reasons the United States government tried to shoot us out of the electoral process, which is one of the reasons they want to put us in prison, because for the first time, we put revolution on the ballot. We put reparations on the ballot. We put gentrification on the ballot. Democratic Party didn't do this. You wouldn't get this from the Democratic Party. You're crying about Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris didn't create 50 some odd economic development projects for African people throughout this country. The African People's Socialist Party did that. Kamala Harris did not change the whole North St. Louis that's occupied by African people and assaults on our right to have housings and jobs and things like that. The African People's Socialist Party did that. Kamala Harris didn't do anything to get rid of what they characterize as food deserts, which is another word for our desert. The African People's Socialist Party did that. We are the ones who created markets and things like that in the community so that money can circulate in our own community so people can walk out of their doors down the street and get fresh food and things like that. Not the Democratic Party, not Kamala Harris. And this is what's so sickening about these Negro politicians who work hand in glove with the colonizer. And they would have us fighting against what they call racism. And so we saw they were ineffectual. Obama came out for Kamala Harris. He was ineffectual. It didn't work. It didn't stop the bleeding of the Democratic Party in terms of African people looking for alternatives. And unfortunately, because Zuckerberg and New York Times and the Washington Post and the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and all these other entities work to make sure that the people can hear what we have to say, people thought they had no alternative except Trump and Harris. So when Harris proves to be a murderer, carrying out the policy of the Democratic Party, murdering Palestinian people in Gaza, people didn't have a place that they could go to easily. So it was Trump. The Harris adopted the same economic policies that's starving our community and starving our people and humiliating us on a regular basis. People didn't see any place to go, so many of them went to Trump. The same thing is true with the Mexican people. You got a Mexican population where on the border, the children are living in cages and stuff like that. Trump didn't do that. They talk about what Trump is going to do, because when he first gets there, the first thing he's going to do is expel all the immigrants. Barack Hussein Obama expelled more immigrants, more undocumented workers in this country than in history. Nobody has done what Obama has done, and yet you're crying about Trump. What you have to cry about is colonialism, and not cry, not agonize, organize to deal with that. That's what we are saying. So we've seen the loss of influence there in terms of the African petty bourgeoisie. Impotent petty bourgeoisie. So impotent, they can't even bring, as I said, Obama, who came out against us when we ran for office in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017 on a reparations platform. Obama, first time he'd ever done anything with a local election, Obama, who was president, came out against us and for our opponent in the issue of reparations. And we are supposed to be seeing this fascist menace that's ahead of us in a fashion that would have us move in the direction of Harris as opposed to looking out for our own future. So I think that part of what we need to understand is that, and people around the world are concerned about this election. Some people who they characterize as authoritarian and what have you are saluting Trump's election, and some who they characterize as democracies because the only thing they do is kill Palestinians and Black people in the cities that they live in Europe and others like that. They are lamenting the fact that the Atlanticist arrangement has been disturbed. In fact, the New York Times, I think it was, had an article yesterday talking about how this arrangement that's existed post-World War II has been obviously destroyed with the election of Donald Trump. That's a problem that they have. So what has to happen? What has to happen is we have to recognize the absolute necessity for independent African anti-colonial organization. We have to do that. And this is a splendid opportunity. We won't get an opportunity like this in the near future. We have people are crying about what problems we have because we don't have the Democratic Party, but Africans are having, if Kamala Harris had been elected, that's when we would have a real problem. And I'm not saying that Trump is not going to be as draconian as they say he might be, but at least if Trump is draconian, African people will be prepared to fight. But if that Negro, if Kamala Harris had been elected, even the case of the Uhuru Three, we can't blame it on white power because she would be the face of our oppression. The same thing happened with Obama, who again was responsible. It was Obama's government, his Justice Department, that put an extra $1 million bounty on Assata Shakur that makes it impossible for her to come back to this country when the only thing she's ever done is fight for the rights of African people. Obama upped that bounty on her head. I just think it's really important. And so you got all these people crying and lamenting about the approach of fascism. And I'm trying to figure out how fascism is going to be different from what is happening to us today. When you see African people representing this huge prison population in this country, when you see every day you look up another African or 3 or 4 Africans being murdered by police in this country, no discussion of fascism there. It's just normal. Fascism is abnormality. It's when the conditions that impact African people, when the treatment of Africans and other colonized people begin to penetrate to some extent or appear to penetrate into the society of the colonizers, that's when they start talking about fascism. We never could get the white left to talk about colonialism. We never could. During the time of the height of the struggle of the Black Panther Party, when the Black Panther Party was fighting almost alone against colonial, and it defined the struggle as colonialism, anti-colonialism. And they couldn't get much support from the white left or from white people. They watched people get assassinated throughout this country. They watched the murder of Bobby Hutton. They saw, had the experience of some 30 members of the Black Panther Party being killed in the 1970s. They saw what happened in 1960s, I should say. They saw what happened with the Panther 21, rounded up and thrown into prison on bogus charges, conspiracy charges, like the one I'm facing right now from a Democratic administration. They saw that happen to the Black Panther Party. They saw the Black Panther Party in Los Angeles attacked by military forces for simply doing political work against colonialism. They saw J. Edgar Hoover, who was the leader of a government political police, a secret political police organization, declare that the Black Panther Party represented the greatest threat to the internal security of this country. And then others who was the Attorney General at the time said that by the end of 1969, the Black Panther Party would be destroyed. Nobody talked about fascism then. You couldn't get the white left to work with our movement. The only time the white left would come around is when we had been beaten so badly that in 1972, the Black Panther Party was forced by being isolated from the white population, being isolated from the left, having to fight alone, called for a national conference on fascism. And so this was gave birth to the National Committee Against Anti-Fascist National Committee. And when they called that meeting in 1972 in Oakland, California, 5,000 people showed up, most of them white. We couldn't get them there when we were talking about the anti-colonial struggle African people were involved in. We had to say, it's about you too, boss, in order for us to get support from them. The Communist Party was there, the same Communist Party led by Gus Hall, who had declared that the Black Liberation Army was comprised of nothing but some kind of bandits. That was the kind of politic that they had then. So this is what we're looking at, and what we were looking at. So we have to say that we have to fight for independent African anti-colonial organization. And that's just not just true here. It's also true on the continent of Africa, where if you're watching anything, you see that the consequences of this uneasy equilibrium is impacting the world. In Africa too, we see that young Africans are disregarding and turning against these so-called liberation parties that came into existence, that supposedly led the struggle for independence in Africa, and they haven't produced a damn thing for African people. The ones who come from the 1960s and what have you, they haven't done a damn thing. They can't do anything for African people because they can't attack the colonial mode of production. They can't attack a system that's based on the extraction of value from Black people on the continent of Africa, because they rely on those same systems, the same corporations that steal the cobalt, that steal all of the uranium and the resources that come from Africa. That's who keeps them in power. So that's why our work in Africa is so important. The work, I say our work, I'm talking about the Uhuru movement. I'm talking about the African People's Socialist Party. I'm talking about the African Socialist International. That is the response to the condition that African people are confronted with. So we have to really build this counteroffensive that was begun by the party some years ago as a part of our strategy for liberation. It didn't just start now. We've been building this since the foundation of the party in 1972. We've been struggling to expose and defeat the counterinsurgency that took away our struggle for freedom, that killed Lumumba, that overthrew and then killed Kwame Nkrumah, that captured and then murdered Che Guevara in Bolivia in 1967, that killed so many Panthers and people whose name we may never know because they were captured in this whole net that was thrown out to kill and destroy and maim and humiliate Africans who were fighting for our freedom. So we have to drive harder, as opposed to simpering and cowering down like much of the cowardly African petty bourgeoisie, some of them in left clothing. And I say this in left clothing because some of them, they borrow and steal slogans and things like that coming from the African People's Socialist Party. They steal ideas coming from the African People's Socialist Party because they know that these ideas and slogans resonate with the masses of people who are experiencing oppression. And as opposed to joining with the African People's Socialist Party, coming into the African People's Socialist Party, they would prefer to have 1,000 tiny entities that's running around there on their own with no intent to capture political power and wield political power in the interest of African people. I'm talking about those forces as well. And certainly I'm talking about all the liberals. So this thing about white liberals is really important. And the fact that the African People's Socialist Party has taken on and resolved many of the contradictions that the revolution in this country and the world have been confronted with. And that's the rise of a solidarity movement. And this solidarity movement is not what they like to refer to as allies. These ain't no allies. These are the solidarity front of the African People's Socialist Party. They work directly under the leadership and the strategic leadership and direct organizational leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, because that's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, we'll be having things like the Green Party just did the other day, where they will not be able to recognize the fact that you can't talk about election interference without talking about Fannie Lou Hamer, without talking about murder of Martin Luther King, without talking about the bombing of churches and killing children and things like that. So what this means is that we have the ability to extend the struggle against colonialism into other sectors of the population. That's what the Black is Back Coalition is all about, to reconsolidate the anti-colonial movement, to give it coherence, to give it cohesion, to give it organizational structure and leadership. We have to move in terms of counter-offensive, deepening the reparations demand. This reparations demand has to go everywhere, because this is a mass demand that African people can unite with. If we take it to them, if we're not too cowardly, you can't rely on the petty bourgeoisie I think one of the leaders in the reparations movement was talking to me recently, and he's talking about how the African petty bourgeoisie in Congress and other places, how they betray this whole struggle for reparations. You can't rely on them. There's a class, because in the struggle for national liberation, there's a class struggle that's raging in that struggle. And they have a different understanding of what freedom is than what the masses of working people would have for freedom. Freedom for them means simply being able to get access to some of the resources that the bourgeoisie have, introducing themselves into the colonial system itself. That's not freedom for us. Freedom for us means that we have to be able to have access and control of our own lives, that we have to be a self-governing, dignified people. So we have to also, on every instance, work for Black community control. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's a neighborhood, I don't care if it's a school, wherever it is, that we have to fight for the political control in our communities, etc. We have to make it impossible for anyone to come into our communities without permission, of the revolutionary movement, and without satisfying the requirements and needs of the African population. That's up and down the line, and we have some solutions that we can offer around that. We have to fight against opportunism, and this is a critical part of the revolutionary movement. And what is opportunism except to sacrifice the long-term interests of the revolution for some kind of benefits of a sector of petty bourgeoisie or something like that? The long-term interest of the African revolution is total, absolute, complete control of our own lives, to replace colonial domination with the domination of the masses of people organized under the leadership of the African working class. That's what we have to do. And then people have to see a responsibility to support and join with the African People's Socialist Party and the institution that we've created and worked for more than 50 years to put the strategy that we developed over the last 50 years. This is what has to happen. So our fear is not Trump. Our fear is colonialism. And our fear is the traitorous activity of the African petty bourgeoisie that left the masses of our people defenseless in what they say is a fascist thing that's about to descend, defenseless in the face of whatever reactionary politic that might come forward. The African petty bourgeoisie played a major force in keeping the people defenseless, so that they would fight against having our own organization. Not a single one of them has come out in support of the Uhuru 3, the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement. The petty bourgeoisie is a treacherous and traitorous sector of the African population. And the petty bourgeoisie will always, in every instance, as a class, as a social force, will always betray the revolution. But there are individuals from the petty bourgeoisie who have an opportunity to commit class suicide and to betray the interests of the colonizer and to unite with the interests of the African working class. And the interest of the African working class is for total independence. We have to fight for total, liberated, unified Africa and African people globally. That's the part of that's the struggle we're involved in. That's part of the strategic objectives of the African People's Socialist Party that allows us to be able to face 5 years in prison on December 16th right now. Recognizing that it's possible that would happen, recognizing that the intent of the government attack on us in the first place was to keep us from being able to represent African people and to lead in a more definitive way toward our own freedom, to destroy our organizations, destroy the institutions that we've created, to bankrupt us and take resources away from us, making us spend more than $500,000 up to now just in legal fees alone. Looking at our institutions, claiming that the Russians are responsible for the reparations movement, claiming that the Russians are responsible for the radio station that we helped to bring into existence, saying that the Russians are responsible for the work that we've been doing, but it ain't been the Russians, it's been us, and we're gonna keep doing it. And the thing that we're talking about now, this message to you, this message to the African nation is a message to say that we have to keep promoting that, building that, to make it possible for the struggle that we engaged in Louisiana, where we're facing prison terror. The comrade Belinda Parker Brown, comrades who in Bethesda, Maryland, where they're desecrating our graves and things like that, building buildings and destroying the bones, etc. Comrade like Lisa Davis, who's facing prison because she came out in support of who is the vice chair of the Black is Black Coalition, because she came out in opposition to the murder of Palestinians right there in Orange, New Jersey, East Orange, New Jersey. Comrades who are part of a movement to change the world and change our place in the world and to bring the masses into full political play to make that happen. Brothers and sisters and comrades, I thank you. I know I've spoken for a long time, but I had to speak for a long time because there is an appearance of complexity to the situation that we are faced with now, but it's really not complex. The problem is that we have fallen under the leadership and the spell of the African bourgeoisie, some of them neo-colonial forces in the very city where you are located now. And they are backed up by the arms of the United States government who come to our house at night. And I'm living right now in the city of St. Louis, where an African mayor talks about having a reparations commission. I lived in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, where African mayor is talking about reparations for African people. But it's the African People's Socialist Party, without dispute, meaningful dispute, that put reparations on the map in the world, that had the first international tribunal on reparations that ever happened in 1982, right there in Brooklyn, New York, that did reparations work in St. Petersburg, Florida, and right here in St. Louis. And yet the African mayor in St. Louis and the African mayor in St. Petersburg, Florida, cooperated with the FBI to attack us. And we are the ones who built the reparations movement. Of course, they want to go someplace with that reparation issue that does not forward the absolute independence and repair of the damage that's been done to African people. Thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
The Chrome extension everyone will be using in 2025.
Oh, wait. Got a whole lot there.
Yep. I mean, like, really isn't much to argue with. I mean, Jesus Christ, like Cornel West said a lot of that. Well, this is not the first time we've heard him speak. And it's not the first time that he's been in trouble, not in trouble, but accused and, taken out of his house in the middle of the night and things like that. So, of course, he's going to have problems with the Green Party as well. He's not wrong. Not wrong, and he's got. You know what I liked about this whole thing was he had solutions, he had answers, and he has strategy.
Yeah.
Whereas we're at a loss. It's not really too much of a loss right there when he has all the answers that he's giving you, that he has solutions, ways to go about it. And that's right there where we were lost, where we didn't what we do, he pretty much laid it out for us, really well. So, yeah, that was a lot to unpack. But he's not wrong, and it's a lot to unpack. Let me say but. I didn't mean to say but. There's a lot to unpack, and it's serious, and he's not wrong. He just put it in better words that we could, easily digest. And you can see that this is obviously been a topic that's already been on our minds. This is a serious thing. And it also goes to show you that, that reparations have been the topic of discussion for a long time. And
yeah, reparations has been the topic of discussion for a long time. The only difference is the reparations they was talking about is for all African peoples. What we're talking about is specifically for our lineage.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
The thing is that it's just been elaborated and, defined a little bit better. That's the only difference. There's more stipulation to it. Yeah. I like the fact that, you know, he's clear and concise about who did what and when, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there was no real question of, you know, she didn't or he didn't. You know, this has been a serious thing. So how they could even look in anybody's face and ask for a vote is ridiculous. Really. That's what that means to me.
Okay. Is that your final thoughts on this?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot to unpack right there.
Yeah.
I'd have to. I mean, like, obviously I'm gonna watch it again later, but it was pretty fucking informative.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting this brother back in 2019 at the UAPO, Universal African Peoples Organization summit or conference that they had in St. Louis. And that was cool.
Yeah, he had direction. He laid out a lot of strategic direction. So, you know, there's definitely a plan of action right there with him versus, as you know, because a lot, like even myself, like I was like, I don't know, man, I just got to wait and see. Now there's a direction, and it's a direction that I as a militant could really just get behind, like easy, no question that. You know, like honestly, get behind and really look into, you know, like, all right, now how do I, you know, like it's more of a defined structure right there. And it's easy to understand. Like a lot of things were just not so easy, and it is an uneasy balance of what's going to happen. That's why I was like, I don't know, man. I'm waiting to see. Part of that is because I'm hungry. I'm tired. Like I don't have the energy to fucking think. But at least at this point right now, that was kind of clear and concise. And the fact that he had answers, solutions, and direction is really what we as people, you know, need. You need direction and need a point of action and how to maneuver and what to look out for and what not to, what to think about, what not to, who to hold accountable and why. You know what I mean? And you know, so it's pretty fucking. I mean, it was a lot. It was definitely more easy to understand, and definitely very heavy. So that you haven't heard from anybody anywhere talk like that, you know? Really. So that's good. That's all I gotta say.
All right. And he just reminds me a lot of Pops. Like Pops be talking like this all the time. Yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Thank you for tuning in. We got one more topic, but I'm not gonna get to it tonight. Or this morning, so we'll say that for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Conspiracy Hands, which I don't know what the topic is going to be for Tuesday. Going to be post-election discussion on Blog Talk Radio, on Facebook, and Twitter.com. So thank you for tuning in to Season 4, Episode 33, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back later on for Part 3. And we will see y'all then.
Mm-hmm. Stay black, stay dangerous. Have a good day anyway.
Yeah.
See you in a few hours, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I was telling people that. So.